watercolourist, and a mean billiards player. Sebastian said, "Any idea what she was doing there?" "None whatsoever." Vidocq emptied his glass and set it aside to push to his feet with a grunt. "A man like me can't exactly approach the ex-Queen of Holland and expect to get much of an answer now, can he? You'll have much better luck, I'm sure." He turned to bow to Hero. "Thank you, my lady, for the honour of your company." "My pleasure, monsieur," she said, rising with him. He turned toward the door. "Don't bother ringing to have someone show me out. I know the way." But at the top of the stairs, he paused, clapped his hands to the sides of his coat and said, "Ah, I almost forgot." Fumbling, he extracted something from a pocket and held it out. "Here." Sebastian found himself holding a small, gem-studded red leather case emblazoned with a familiar gold monogram. "Where did you find it?" "A lemonade seller pawned it at a small shop off Rue de Rivoli. Swears he came upon it lying in one of the bastions on the northern stretch of the Pont Neuf on Thursday night, and I'm inclined to believe him, given that my boys weren't exactly gentle with their questioning after we picked him up." Sebastian lifted the box's flap to reveal the empty gold silk-lined interior. "He says it was empty when he found it." "Swears it. And it was sure enough empty when he pawned it. Monsieur Dubois, that's the pawnbroker, knows better than to lie to me." Sebastian studied the ex-galley slave's sabre-scarred face. "Have you ever seen it before?" "The case? No." Vidocq settled his tricorn hat on his head. "But maybe you can ask the Queen of Holland about it." After the man had shown himself out, Sebastian turned to Hero and handed her the case without a word. "Dear Lord," she whispered, running the pad of her thumb across the monogram emblazoned there, the intertwined initials, J.B., surrounded by a wreath of laurel leaves, surmounted by an imperial crown. Josephine Bonaparte. She looked up. "You think that's why Hortense was at the Rue du Champ de Repos that evening? To give this to Sophie?" "Seems a logical assumption, doesn't it?" He went to stand at the window, his gaze on the short, sturdy man walking rapidly away. "I wonder what it could possibly have contained." That evening, as was their habit, they were gathered before dinner in the salon with the two little boys and their nurse, Claire, when a knock sounded on the door below. Patrick had been helping Simon sort a collection of silk cards of gaily painted wood, but at the sound of murmured voices from below, his head came up, and Sebastian saw a shadow cross his features before the boy said quietly, "'Tis his lordship." Simon was already jumping up, a wide grin spreading across the face that was so much like that of his adopted brother. "Grandpapa Jarvis!" Sebastian's gaze met Hero's. "Do you know what this is about?" She shook her head. "No." Jarvis came in, bringing with him all the scents of the cold Parisian night. His face was set in stern lines, his grey eyes flinty with quiet anger, and he said, without preamble, "I must speak with you alone." He took off his greatcoat and cast it aside. Then his gaze fell on Simon, and for a moment his expression softened as he held out his arms to his grandson. "Come give your bon papa a kiss and tell him good night." Simon ran to him, while Sebastian went to help Patrick put away the wooden pieces and softly kissed the top of the little boy's head. "What's wrong?" asked Hero, as soon as Claire had left the room with the children. Jarvis went to stand with his back to the fire, his jaw set hard as he rocked back and forth on his heels. Bonaparte landed near Caen 4 days ago. Sebastian felt a strange sense of inevitability sluice through him, followed swiftly by a sickening lurch of his gut as the landing's full implications struck him. Oh, Sophie. Any chance it could be a hoax? Jarvis glanced over at him. I doubt it. Word came by semaphore this afternoon. We'd have heard sooner, but the weather interfered with the signal transmissions. Hero sank into a nearby upholstered armchair. But how is this even possible? Jarvis's nostrils flared on a quick, angry intake of air. There's a reason we wanted the bastard exiled far away from France, and with a proper guard set upon him. No one knows the details yet, but word is he has fewer than 1,000 men with him. I don't think there's much cause for alarm. They'll stop him soon enough, and hopefully this time they'll kill him. Sebastian went to stand behind Hero's chair and rest his hands on her shoulders. Does Hendon know? I've just come from meeting with him. I'll be leaving for the coast within the hour, and I've advised the French king not to send word to the Prince Regent just yet. Hopefully, I'll reach London before the news breaks there, or at least not long afterward. But we don't see any reason at this point for Hendon to leave too. The last thing we want is to create a sense of alarm with a sudden exodus of British subjects. The palace intends to keep the news from the French public for now. But it's difficult to say for how long they'll manage to do so. If nothing else, the truth is bound to get out as soon as travellers from the south of France begin reaching Paris. So why keep it secret? Said Hero. Because they're hoping the army can capture the bastard before anyone realizes he's returned. Is that likely? She said. I don't see why not. Pretty hard to conquer a country with 1,000 men. But if the people rally to him, they won't, snapped Jarvis. And the army? Said Sebastian. The Grand Army has been mostly disbanded, and what's left is firmly under royal control. All his former marshals have sworn allegiance to the king. No one is going to rally to him. If he tries to come up through Provence, they'll hang him the way they tried to do a year ago when he was on his way to Elba. And there's snow in the Alpine passes. He's not going to get far. Sebastian met Hero's gaze. Provence had always been heavily royalist and staunchly Catholic. If Napoleon was planning to march on Paris, his only choice would be to take the mountain route through Grenoble. And if there was snow, Hero said, no one had any warning this was going to happen? Jarvis's lips flattened into a tight line. He operated a vast network of spies and informants that gave him a well-deserved reputation for omniscience, but somehow they'd missed this. Obviously there's been talk about him returning since last September, but few thought he'd actually be foolish enough to try it. Is it so foolish? Said Hero. It's madness. He reached for his greatcoat. I must be off. And remember, not a word of this to anyone until King Louis announces it. Sebastian walked with him to the street door. If Bonaparte was near Caen 4 days ago, then where is he now? Jarvis paused to look back at him. We don't know. But with any luck, he's already dead. Later that night, Sebastian lay awake with Hero in his arms, his cheek resting against her hair. He could hear the wind kicking up outside, tossing the newly leafed-out lime trees in the square and sending something clattering over the old cobblestones. He kept telling himself that Jarvis must be right, that Napoleon was probably already dead, and his desperate bid to regain his faded glory dead with him. but he found he couldn't believe the deposed emperor's chances of reaching Paris were that slim. And he knew with a sick dread that it was all about to start again. The fighting, the executions, the mass graves with silent black crosses. That's why Sophie was in Elba, isn't it? Hero said softly, one hand resting on his bare chest. She knew this was coming, and was somehow involved in helping to coordinate it. Sebastian was conscious of a strange ache that pulled across his heart. I don't want to believe it, and yet I can't come up with any other explanation that makes sense. She tilted back her head so she could look up at him. And Josephine's red leather case. Where does it fit in? I don't know yet. He tightened his arms around her, drawing her closer. But I intend to find out. Chapter 31. Monday, the 6th of March. The erstwhile Queen of Holland, Hortense Bonaparte, née de Beauharnais, lived in a graceful hôtel particulier on the Rue Sarouté, or the Rue d'Artois, depending on which street sign one read. The new sign at the southern end of the street carried the name of the king's powerful brother, Artois, while the old one at the other end still had the Revolutionary-era name. Lying not far from the ruins of Notre-Dame de Lorette and Sophie's own estate, this was a genteel area of grand homes that included the massive Hotel Theleusen, now serving as the Russian embassy. Sebastian found Hortense on the rear terrace, overlooking a lush English-style garden, a paintbrush in one hand and a palette in the other. Dressed in figured muslin, with a burgundy velvet spencer unbuttoned enough to show her cleavage, she was roughing in a watercolour sketch of a picturesque stone bridge that arched over the garden's ornamental brook. When the powdered, liveried footman escorted Sebastian out to her, she looked around with a smile and said, I trust you don't mind me continuing, monsieur? Thank you for agreeing to see me, madame, said Sebastian, sweeping her a low bow. What was the protocol, he wondered, when addressing a deposed queen, who was also the stepdaughter of a deposed emperor? Vidocq's optimism notwithstanding, Sebastian had expected to be asked simply to leave his card. Now he was wondering why she'd agreed to see him. Her smile widened. She was an attractive woman in her early 30s, slim and of medium height, with rich dark hair, a long face, a long nose, and a small pointed chin. I understand you're looking into the death of Dama Capello, she said, her attention returning to a painting. Is that why you're here? It is, actually. She hadn't invited him to sit, so he went to lean against the stone balustrade edging the terrace. The day was still sunny, but cooler than yesterday, with increasingly heavy clouds building on the horizon. How horrible that she should die so violently, said Hortense, dabbing her brush in a bit of green, and so randomly. You think it was random? Said Sebastian. She glanced over at him. How could it not be? He studied her wide, pretty blue eyes and full, sensuous lips. It was said she'd left her husband because she couldn't stand him, and because she missed the social whirl of Paris, that she'd had a tempestuous affair with a handsome count, borne him a child out of wedlock, then reluctantly severed all ties with the man when it emerged he was simultaneously involved with an actress, that she had now embarked on another scandalous romance. Was any of it true? Probably. Sebastian chose his words carefully. I'm told you paid a visit to the Rue du Champ du Repos on the afternoon of the day Dama Capello died. And I'm wondering if she said anything to you that might explain what happened to her just a few hours later. He saw her hesitate, as if she were tempted to tell him he was wrong, that she hadn't called on Sophie that day. But she must have decided against it, because she sighed sadly and said, "Ah, if only I had known it would be the last time I'd see her." "You knew she'd been away?" "Yes, of course. She was gone for months." "Do you know where she went?" The erstwhile Queen of Holland kept her attention on her painting. "I assume Vienna." "You didn't discuss it?" "No. I actually spoke to her for only a few minutes. I'm told your interaction that afternoon was tense." She froze, then tilted back her head to give a light, practiced society laugh that displayed her even white teeth. Sebastian had heard that her mother Josephine had such bad teeth that she'd trained herself to smile without showing them. "Tense?" said Hortense. "Oh, I don't think I'd go so far as to say that. But I won't deny that she was unhappy with me." "May I ask for what reason?" Hortense gave a faint twitch of one shoulder. "Nothing of any real importance in retrospect. She was upset with the state of the gardens at Malmaison. They've deteriorated dreadfully, I'm afraid, since my mother's death. Unfortunately, her debts were of such magnitude that my brother and I have been forced to sell her various collections, and it still isn't enough. So we've had to let most of the gardeners go." "Why not simply sell the house?" "But how could we? She loved it so much, as does my stepfather." Her stepfather, of course, being Napoleon Bonaparte, who until 5 days before had been permanently banished to the island of Elba. Sebastian gazed out over the sun-soaked gardens, now bursting into new leaf with the promise of spring. "Do you mind if I ask why you went to see her that day?" She gave another one of those breathy laughs. "But I thought I just told you, monsieur. I'd heard she was unhappy with the state of the chateau's gardens, and wished to help her understand the reason." She said it airily, as if it explained everything, when it actually made no sense at all. But one could not exactly call a queen a liar, even if she was deposed. Sebastian said, "If she'd been gone for months, why choose the very afternoon of her return to discuss the situation with her?" "Ah, but I didn't realize she'd only just returned. I assumed she'd been back for weeks." "She was originally expected sometime in January." "Was she? I didn't know." So what happened while she was in Vienna, he wondered, that sent Sophie on an unplanned trip to Elba? Reaching into his pocket, he drew forth the red leather case with Josephine's entwined initials and held it out to Josephine's daughter. "Have you ever seen this?" She stared at him, her full lips parting on a hastily indrawn breath that shuddered her half-exposed breasts. "Mon Dieu." Setting aside her brush and palette, she reached to take the case from him, her eyes widening when she saw that it was empty. "Where did you get this?" "It was found on the Pont Neuf the night Sophia Capello was murdered there." "And it was empty?" she said sharply, in a way that told him the case's original contents were important to her. "It was. Yes. You recognize it?" "Of course. It was my mother's." "Why would Dama Capello have it? I can't imagine. I haven't seen it since my mother died. We've wondered what happened to it, my brother and I both. What did it contain? She looked up at him, her blue eyes narrowed and thoughtful, speculative. She was a spoiled, self-indulgent, but very shrewd woman, and one underestimated her at his peril. You don't know? No. Napoleon had the case made for her to hold the Charlemagne talisman. He shook his head. What's that? The Charlemagne talisman? It's a 9th century amulet that once belonged to Charlemagne. It's a lovely thing, with gold filigree and repoussé work studded with gems. I suppose technically it's a reliquary medallion, since there are 2 pieces of the true cross inside. So why is it called the Charlemagne talisman? Because it was found on a chain around Charlemagne's neck when his tomb was opened back in the 11th or 12th century. She ran the pad of her thumb across the case's embossed monogram. The Bishop of Aix-la-Chapelle gave it to Josephine not long after she was crowned Empress. It was part of a collection of Charlemagne relics held at the cathedral, and when she admired it while on a visit there, he gave it to her. How large is it? Perhaps 3 inches? She held her thumb and forefinger apart to illustrate the size. It's still on a gold chain, although I don't know if it's the original one. There are 2 large sapphires in the center, one cut oval, the other square, with smaller emeralds, garnets, amethysts, and pearls set around them. A sudden gust of wind lifted the leafy branches of a nearby maple against the sky, bringing with it the sweet scent of apple blossoms and throwing a dancing pattern of light and shadow across the terrace. Sebastian said, "Why would the bishop give her something of such incalculable value?" Hortense shrugged, as if the question had never occurred to her, and it probably hadn't. People have been giving her family things for most of her life, ever since she'd been that fatherless child of 13 whose mother married the then General Bonaparte. I believe it was to thank Napoleon for returning the church's relics after they'd been confiscating during the Revolution. Do you have any idea why Sofia Capello would have had this case with her when she was killed last Thursday night? Napoleon's stepdaughter looked Sebastian straight in the eyes and said, "No. No idea whatsoever." He knew it for another lie, and he found himself wondering again why she had agreed to see him rather than simply telling her servants to deny him. To find out what he knew, perhaps? About what? There was an inescapable aura of exhilaration about her, of waiting, of guarding an exciting secret, and Sebastian thought, she knows. She knows Napoleon has left Elba and landed on the southern coast of France. But because Sebastian couldn't talk about it yet, he couldn't ask her about it directly in case he was wrong and she didn't know. So he came at it obliquely. Is there any truth, do you think, to the rumors that the Emperor might return? The faint smile that touched her lips confirmed his every suspicion. Why do you ask? I've heard that many grow dissatisfied with the Restoration and yearn for the past. Is it any wonder? When the Bourbons raise taxes and destroy our French industries by allowing British goods into the country without duty? When our returning prisoners of war are left to starve to death in the streets, and the brave officers of the Grand Army are reduced to half pay, which is never actually paid, where Marie-Thérèse pushes to bring back the Jesuits and all the oppressive powers of the Church? Her lip curled. You've seen the way she swans around Paris in her black gowns, indulging in an endless public display of self-pity and acting, as if she's the only person who's suffered as a result of the revolution. There's not a family in all of France that hasn't lost loved ones these past 26 years. But she doesn't care. The only suffering she cares about is her own, and she's made that more than obvious to everyone. There was a faint break in this formidable woman's voice that reminded Sebastian of the stories he'd heard about Hortense's own childhood. She'd been only 11, in the spring of 1794, when her father, the Vicomte de Beauharnais, was thrown into prison. A month later, she'd seen her mother dragged off to the calm prison, leaving her alone with her 13-year-old brother. In July, their father was marched up the steps to the guillotine, with their mother sentenced to follow him. Josephine was only days away from being beheaded when the fall of Robespierre brought the reign of terror to a shuddering end. Now Sebastian watched as Josephine's daughter fingered the case's open flap, a frown drawing a fine line between her brows. But he couldn't begin to guess what it meant. You're suggesting this might be why Sofia Capello was killed, she said, because she had the talisman and someone took it from her? But who would do such a thing? Do you have any idea why she would have had it with her that night? He asked again. She shook her head without looking up. No. Is it possible she was planning to take the talisman to someone, or at least show it to them? She did look up then, a speculative and faintly malicious gleam shining in her eyes. Have you spoken to Monsieur Landru? Who? Émile Landru. He's the director of the Monuments Museum. I know he has expressed interest in the talisman in the past. Sebastian had heard of the museum. When the churches, cathedrals, and monasteries of France were being ransacked and destroyed during the Revolution, a group of horrified historians and artists banded together in an effort to save as many of the country's priceless ancient art objects as possible. At first, they'd simply warehoused them in one of the abandoned monasteries, but eventually the collection was organized into what was known as the Museum of French Monuments. I believe she worked with him, Hortense was saying. Worked with him on what? On securing objects for the museum. It was one of her passions. Didn't you know? No, he said. He was beginning to realize just how much he didn't know about the brilliant, beautiful, complicated woman who'd been his mother. Chapter 32. Why would Hortense send you to the Monuments Museum? Hero asked the question over luncheon at a small cloth-covered table in one of the Palais Royal's fine eating establishments. Even at midday, the shadows beneath the arcades were deep, so candles blazed in the crystal chandeliers overhead, their light reflected in the towering mirrors that lined the room's rear wall. In London, a respectable woman who wished to dine out could only do so secluded from the public eye in a hotel's private parlour. But Paris was thick with these so-called restaurants, where both sexes of all ranks could eat and drink in public without censure or scandal. Sebastian kept his voice low, as an aproned waiter escorted two expensively dressed women past them to a nearby table. "I could be wrong, but I suspect it has more to do with her dislike of the museum's director than any real interest in helping me find Sophie's killer." Now that sounds like Hortense. The explanation she gave for her visit to Sophie that day is ridiculous. Why would Hortense suddenly decide, after months of not seeing her, to drive out the Champ du Repos and explain to her late mother's friend the reasons for the neglect of Malmaison's gardens? It makes no sense at all. Which means that the real reason for that visit is something Hortense feels the need to keep quiet. And I don't think it's too much of a stretch to suspect it's somehow related to a certain someone's return to France. Which we can't talk about yet. Although I'm fairly certain Hortense knows about it. He was suddenly acutely conscious of the urbane Frenchmen and women who filled the tables around them, laughing and talking and utterly blithely unaware of the fact that their former emperor was at that very moment marching toward Paris, determined to retake his throne and turn their world upside down. Again. Hero leaned forward. If Hortense knew, and presumably approved, of her stepfather's plan, and if Sophie had just visited him there, then why the tension between them? Perhaps the discussion was simply serious, which it would have been, wouldn't it? Madame Dion could have misinterpreted what she was seeing. Yes, that makes sense. She waited while their waiter set soup plates before them, then said, "Perhaps the talisman doesn't have anything to do with Sophie's death. Perhaps Sophie simply happened to have the amulet with her when she was killed." "Perhaps, although I can't see a common thief stealing the amulet while leaving its valuable jeweled case and everything else in her reticule. Yet it must be an extraordinarily delicate piece. So if it wasn't stolen that night, why wouldn't whoever has the talisman keep it in its case? I don't know. That's a good point. And the thing is, while Hortense seemed genuinely surprised that I had the case, and that it was empty, she was definitely lying when she claimed she had no idea why Sophie might have had it with her that evening, which seems oddly contradictory. He reached for his wine, then looked thoughtfully over the glass's brim at Hero. "What do you know of this Émile Landreux?" "Not a great deal, although I have seen his multi-volume publication on the museum's collection. He worked as an artist himself once, you know, before deciding to dedicate his life to the preservation of France's artistic and historic heritage. A rather courageous thing to do in the midst of a revolution." "I don't think anyone ever faulted his courage. But there's no denying he's an extraordinarily controversial figure. Some hate him with that peculiar passion that scholars reserve for those with whom they disagree professionally, while others admire him enormously. And yet, he prompted when she hesitated. "Well, let's just say that even those who admire him seem to think he's a tad peculiar." "Peculiar? In what way?" Her lips curled up in a smile he couldn't quite read. "I suspect you'll understand when you meet him." The former convent of the Petit Augustin nuns lay on the Quai Malaquais, on the left bank of the Seine just south of the Louvre. A graceful collection of limestone buildings dating from the Middle Ages through the 17th century, the museum was open 2 days a week to the general public, and at other times by appointment for those willing to pay for a private tour. Sebastian met the museum's director in what was once the convent's magnificent Gothic church, but was now stuffed floor to ceiling with everything from a Roman altar, whose label announced it had been found beneath Notre Dame, to marble busts of some of France's most illustrious citizens. "Monsieur le Vicomte," said Émile Landru with a bow, "we are honoured by your visit." He was a thin, grey-haired man in his early 50s, with protuberant dark eyes and narrow, high-arching eyebrows that had the effect of making him look perpetually surprised. His face was gaunt, his cheekbones sharp, his mouth small, his chin dimpled. His pride in his collection hummed through him with an intensity that was impossible to miss. "I've heard much about your museum," said Sebastian, his gaze roving the cavernous space. "It's organized chronologically," said the director, his hands sweeping out in a loving, expansive gesture that took in a nearby marble baptismal font and a row of intricately carved architectural fragments, with the church serving as an introductory hall to provide an overview of our collection. From here, we visit each century of France's history in a mounting progression, moving from the darkest ages to the high Renaissance. A quiver of indignation passed over his features. Some of our critics object to the inclusion of the more primitive medieval monuments and sculptures, saying they lack artistic merit and thus have no place in such a collection. But this isn't simply about art. It's about history, the artistic history of France. They turned to walk along the cloister, its paving stones worn by the feet of centuries of devout nuns. "Look at this," he said, ushering Sebastian into a stone-vaulted chamber filled with a collection of ancient monuments dating back 1,000 years and more. "Here we have kings going all the way back to Dagobert and Pepin the Short." He spoke as if the mortal remains of the long-dead monarchs themselves were present, rather than simply their silent, empty tombs. Pepin was descended from two of Charlemagne's sons, you know, Louis the Pious and Pepin of Italy. "No, I didn't know," said Sebastian. Landru nodded as if he had expected such ignorance. "And here we have Hugh Capet. Technically, Hugh's predecessors ruled as Reges Francorum, kings of the Franks, rather than as kings of France." Sebastian felt a strange sensation creep over him as he stared down at the empty tomb of a ruler who had been dead for over 800 years. Hugh Capetian's dynasty had ended in the early 14th century. Yet when Marie Antoinette was tried and executed by the Revolution, they'd no longer referred to her as queen, but simply as the widow Capet. He let his gaze rove over the rows and rows of long-dead rulers. "These all came from the royal vaults at St. Denis?" "Many of them, yes. I was fortunate enough to be able to stop the complete destruction of most of the basilica's monuments and bring them here." Sebastian had heard about the weeks-long emptying of St. Denis's crypt. The mouldering remains of the tomb's royal inhabitants had been either burned or unceremoniously dumped in mass graves behind the old abbey church. "I wouldn't have expected the revolutionaries to be very enthusiastic about keeping these." An expression Sebastian couldn't quite define passed over the Frenchman's features. "Many were not. But fortunately, we were able to make them see the importance of preserving France's cultural heritage, even as we jettisoned her political heritage. The remains of the various kings, queens, mistresses, royal offspring, and ministers these tombs once contained are no longer preserved and revered. The sculpture's value comes entirely from their status as unique representations of the artistic output of the centuries." Sebastian glanced around the gloomy chamber, keeping his voice casual. "Did you manage to acquire any of Charlemagne's reliquaries?" "Alas, no." Landru sighed as they moved on to the next room, their footsteps echoing in the vast stone-vaulted space. "I did try. That failure is one of the greatest disappointments of my life." I can imagine. You're familiar with the Charlemagne talisman, I assume. Landru looked over at him, his eyes blinking rapidly. Yes, of course. According to legend, it was a gift to Charlemagne from the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. We don't know for certain if that's true, but the workmanship certainly looks Saracen, and the Caliph did give the Emperor many gifts. You've seen it? Oh, yes. His expressive brows lowered with what was obviously a long-festering and deep-seated aggravation. I was fortunate enough to be able to study it before the Bishop of Aix-la-Chapelle decided to gift it to Josephine. Do you know that it's missing? Landru drew up and swung to face him. Missing? What do you mean, missing? According to Hortense, it hasn't been seen since Josephine's death. But last Thursday, when Sofia Capello was murdered on the Ile de la Cité, this was found nearby. Sebastian drew the jeweled leather case from his pocket and held it out. Hortense tells me Napoleon had it made specially for the amulet. Mon Dieu. Landru took the case with hands that were noticeably shaking. He was silent for a moment, his features pinched and grave. Then he said, You think this is why she was killed? Because of the talisman? Perhaps. It's obviously extraordinarily valuable, both for its gold and precious stones, and for its historic associations. But what I don't understand is, why would anyone take the talisman and leave the case, which is also studded with jewels? Landru sniffed and handed the case back to Sebastian. The case has monetary value, obviously, but it is of little historic interest. Sebastian suspected future historians might disagree with that dismissal, but he kept the thought to himself. Are you familiar with the legend associated with the amulet? Said Landru, as they continued along the stone-vaulted aisle of the ancient cloister. No. Why? They say Charlemagne wore it as a talisman in battle. There are many who attribute his military successes to it. According to the legend, the empire of Europe goes to the man who possesses the talisman. An unsettling possibility presented itself to Sebastian as he gazed along the cloister's row of weathered limestone columns. Is Bonaparte a superstitious man? Do you know? Landru's lip curled in a way that suggested the museum director was no fervent Bonapartist. He's Corsican. They're all superstitious. Then I'm surprised he allowed Josephine to keep the talisman when he divorced her. I've heard he regretted it. None of the military campaigns he waged after the divorce were successful. Do you have any idea why Sofia Capello might have had the talisman with her when she was killed? Landru looked over at him, his strange eyebrows arching even higher than usual. Me? No. But you did know her? Oh, yes. She believed strongly in what we were doing here. She even helped source sculptures for the museum. She had a keen sense of history and a good artistic eye. Did she ever mention the talisman to you? No. Why would she? Why, indeed. They had reached the 17th century room, its collections dominated by the magnificent carved tomb of Cardinal Richelieu, which stood in its centre. Landru paused beside Girardon's glorious sculptures, his head falling back, his features convulsing with an expression of awe and pride mingled with an echo of painful memories. Sebastian had heard that when revolutionaries armed with sledgehammers broke into the Sorbonne, the museum director had thrown his own body between the vandals and the tomb's priceless sculptures. He'd suffered a bayonet wound in the fray, yet somehow still managed to save the statues. When the revolutionaries broke open Richelieu's tomb, Landreau said softly, they decapitated his corpse, then paraded the headless body through the streets. Why? Said Sebastian. Landreau looked over at him. Why? I suppose it was their way of showing that the kings and their minions of old had lost their power, that those who had oppressed the people were now thrown down and destroyed. His body must have been well preserved. It was, yes, extraordinarily so. He let his gaze rove lovingly over the marble grouping. The state of preservation of the remains in these tombs varied tremendously. Francis I, for instance, was in such a state of liquid putrefaction that he was little more than an oozing, foul-smelling black liquid that made us all ill. But Henry IV was so perfectly mummified that I could take his hand in mine. Something about the way it was said made Sebastian think that Landreau had, in fact, taken the long-dead king's hand. But then of all France's monarchs, Henry IV was the one who seemed to arouse the least hostility amongst republicans. And Sebastian found himself wondering again about the man's politics. How had he managed not only to survive, but also to somehow protect this precious collection of sculptures through so many decades of political upheaval? To have survived the early years of the Revolution, Landreau must have at least presented himself as a fervent Republican and Jacobin. With the coming of the Directory and the Empire, he would have needed to renounce radicalism and then, in time, swear fealty to Napoleon. Now he declared for the Bourbon. But what did he actually believe? Or did he believe in anything beyond his lifelong mission of rescuing, preserving, and protecting his nation's artistic and architectural heritage? The 16th century was the high point of French art, said Landreau, as they turned away from the room. After that, we see a 200-year slide toward degradation. Good art requires good government. His face twisted with scorn, not decadent sycophants. So, thought Sebastian, definitely not an admirer of the Bourbon. Aloud he said, Have you heard anyone express interest lately in the talisman? What? Said Landreau blankly, as if his thoughts had passed on to other concerns. Oh, no. But his eyes slid away as he said it, and Sebastian knew it for a lie. Chapter 33. When Sebastian walked out of the Musée des Monuments Français half an hour later, it was to find an elegant town carriage with a team of snorting, head-tossing blood bays drawn up outside the ancient convent's door. The servant's green and gold livery and the gleaming crest on the carriage's panel both identified the owner. "The Duchess will speak with you," said the Chevalier de Tollet, stepping forward from where he stood waiting, his arms crossed at his chest. "Now?" Sebastian eyed the two gendarmes flanking the Chevalier. "Again?" The Chevalier simply grunted. Sebastian assumed he was about to be strong-armed into the carriage and whisked off to the palace. Instead, the Chevalier yanked open the carriage door, and Sebastian saw the sombre, black-clad daughter of France herself, sitting rigidly within, a meek-looking, colourless maid at her side. "Madame," said Sebastian, leaping up to take the seat opposite her, "how did you know I was here?" He said it in French, but she answered him in her clipped English. It is I who will ask the questions. Sebastian glanced at the maid, and she followed his gaze. Elise does not understand your language. Convenient, said Sebastian. Her nostrils flared. I know what you are looking for. You do? Let us not play games, monsieur. The Charlemagne talisman, Dama Capella had it, yes? Sebastian chose his words carefully. She had the case. I honestly don't know if she ever had the amulet itself. Marie-Thérèse pushed her breath out between her teeth in a hiss. Where did she find it? I have no idea. The amulet belongs to us, to the descendants and successors of Charlemagne. Sebastian would have said it belonged to the people of France, but he kept the thought to himself. Where is it? She said, her harsh, strident voice cracking. I suspect that's a question that might be more profitably addressed to whoever killed her. He paused, then added, unless, of course, her killers found only the empty case, in which circumstance one assumes that they, too, are now looking for the talisman. It was a subtle way of saying that he hadn't eliminated her and her nasty ex-Jesuit henchman from his list of suspects. But subtleties were lost on Marie-Thérèse. She said, I will have it. It never should have been given to that putain Josephine. Sebastian studied her tight, angry, haughty face. I wonder what makes you think Madame Capello ever had it. It's obvious. It is? How? Her features quivered with disdain. Rather than answer him, she simply turned her head away to stare out the carriage window at a cart of turnips trundling up the Quai Malaquais. Leave us. Now. Protocol required him to sketch a courtly bow, or at least as courtly a bow as one could execute within the confines of a carriage, and mumble humbly, Oui, madame. Instead, he simply thrust open the carriage door and hopped down. He was turning toward where Tom was waiting with the phaeton when de Tolède put out a hand, stopping him. She will have it, said the Chevalier. Sebastian met the Frenchman's blazing, fanatical eyes. How did you know I was here? But de Tolède simply smiled and walked away. Chapter 34. The funeral mass for the woman who had called herself Sophia Capello was held that evening in the ruins of the old church of Notre-Dame de Lorette. Sebastian had approached her parish priest, a sad-eyed, white-haired old man named Father Paul, who apologized for the condition of his church, saying, The revolutionaries tore off the roof for its lead and then sold what was left to a contractor, who tore down most of the nave for its stones. But thankfully the Lady Chapel is still usable. He hesitated, then added, as long as it doesn't rain. It didn't rain. Beyond Geneviève Dion and the other members of Sophie's household staff, the number of mourners present was small. Hendon had realized his attendance was liable to provoke precisely the sort of speculation they were anxious to avoid, and so stayed away, while Amanda didn't even bother to acknowledge Sebastian's note apprising her of the funeral's time and place. Sophie's former ward, Angelique, was likewise absent, although whether from guilt or anger they had no way of knowing. But Sophie's strange collection of friends all came. Émile Landreux and Pierre-Joseph Redoute were there, as was the hereditary executioner of Paris. In explicit acknowledgement of his status as a social pariah, Saint-Saëns stood by himself at the rear of the small, half-ruined chapel and left immediately after the Mass without speaking to anyone. Even Fanny Carpenter came, although she arrived without her ambitious French colonel. Afterwards she stood with them in the disused old churchyard, which, like most Parisian churchyards, had been closed and emptied of its burials decades ago. Only a swath of uneven grass and some of the weathered grey headstones remained, leaning together like stacks of thick, broken boards against what was left of the ruined walls. "I still can't believe Sophie's dead," she said, her voice breaking with emotion. "I've never known anyone so joyously full of life. It just doesn't seem possible." Her eyes were red and swollen, for she had been silently weeping throughout the Mass. But there was a stubborn tilt to her chin that suggested the colonel had not approved of her attendance. "Have you learned anything at all, that might explain what happened to her?" "Not really, I'm afraid," said Sebastian. The older woman sucked in a deep, shaky breath and let it out slowly. "And now we have these shocking rumors that Napoleon has escaped from Elba. No one seems to know if it's actually true, but God help us if it is." Sebastian and Hero exchanged guarded glances. It was Hero who answered. "Even if it is true, surely he will be stopped soon." It was what everyone was saying, that if Napoleon had indeed returned, his mad adventure had no chance of success, that he would be caught long before he reached Paris. But Fanny looked troubled. "I don't know. There are so many hungry ex-soldiers and returned prisoners of war, so many officers on half pay. The commanders have all taken oaths of allegiance to the king. But if the men were to go over to him—" She broke off, as if suddenly realizing that her words might be misinterpreted, and said quickly, "Of course, Etienne would never dream of forsaking his oath." She said it firmly, as if anything else would be unthinkable, but Sebastian wasn't convinced. Colonel Etienne de Gautier might say that now. He might even believe it. But for how long would he and the thousands of others like him stay true to the king, if Napoleon did manage to confound everyone and arrive before the gates of Paris with his ranks swelled with tens of thousands of his former soldiers? It was a painful choice that might soon be forced upon all Frenchmen. They buried Sophie at Père-Lachaise, one of the vast new burial grounds established by Napoleon in the countryside outside of Paris. Perched serenely on a hillside, the cemetery had been landscaped like an English garden, its winding tree-shaded cobbled lanes lined with rows of temple-like white tombs that made it look like a ghostly city of the dead. As Sebastian stood beside Hero and watched the fossoyeur lower Sophie's coffin into the earth, a faint mist began to swirl with the coming of evening. He could feel the dampness against his face, feel his grief pressing down on him, like a heavy weight that left him aching and exhausted. He was aware of a strange sense of unreality. How had it come to this, he thought? How could his years-long search for his mother have ended with him standing here now beside her raw grave? For decades he had moved through the days of his life thinking her dead, and then he'd learned the truth, and through all the anger and hurt and sense of betrayal, he'd still rejoiced in the knowledge that somewhere she lived, somewhere she was going through the days of her life. He had been so bloody confident that somehow, someday, he would find her, see her, look into her eyes, watch her smile, hear her laugh, and learn from her that painful truth he was so desperate to know. Instead, here he was, once again struggling to accept the reality of her death. Except this time, there was no denying it. The finality of it, the undeniability of this moment stole his breath. and it struck him for the first time that she would forever be a part of this land he'd spent so many years of his life fighting. Should he ever wish to visit her grave in the future, he would need to return to France to do so. It was a simple thought that came perilously close to causing him to lose the rigid grip on his self-control that he had somehow managed to maintain for 5 long days. And he wondered what showed on his face. For at that moment, Hero reached out to take his hand in hers and hold him tight. "I wish I could have met her," she said quietly, as the fossoyeurs turned to sink their shovels into the loose pile of dirt beside the open grave. Sebastian nodded, his lips pressed tightly together as he swallowed hard. I wish all my memories of her weren't more than 20 years old. I should have come to France myself last summer, rather than simply sending agents to try to find her." "You didn't know what was going to happen?" "No," he agreed. "I didn't know." He knew she'd said it to comfort him, but he doubted there was anything that could ever truly ease this crushing sense of guilt and regret. It was when they were turning away from the grave that they noticed the waif-like young woman watching them from beneath a nearby spreading maple. Her stylish black pelisse was buttoned high at the neck against the coming chill of evening, her hair covered by a black capote worn à l'anglaise. Her face was pale, her lips swollen, and her eyes red-rimmed from obvious weeping. Then their gazes met, and she took a step back, her hands tightening on her black reticule, as if she meant to turn and walk away. "Madame de Longchamp-Montrond," said Hero, starting toward her. Angelique quivered a moment, then stepped forward to take Hero's hands in both of hers and kiss her cheeks. "I didn't think she'd want me at her funeral mass," said the younger woman, "but I couldn't stay away completely." "I can't believe she wouldn't have wanted you here," said Hero, pressing the girl's delicate hands before letting her go. Angelique shook her head, although Sebastian couldn't tell if it was in denial of Hero's statement or for some other reason entirely. A tear spilled over to run down the girl's cheek, and she dashed it away with one black-gloved fist. "You've heard about Napoleon? That he's landed near Antibes?" "Where did you hear that?" asked Sebastian. "Everyone's whispering about it at court. Most people think it's only a wild rumor, but Antoine says it's true." She gave him a look he found difficult to interpret. "He also says you've been asking questions about the Charlemagne talisman." "You're familiar with it?" said Sebastian. Angelique nodded. "Josephine showed it to me once, when I was at Malmaison with Sophie. But what could it possibly have to do with what happened to her?" "It seems to have disappeared." "Yes, right after Josephine died. I remember because Hortense was furious. She always expected to inherit it." "So what happened to it?" "No one knew." A cool breeze kicked up, lifting the leaves of the darkening trees against the sky and fluttering the curls that framed the girl's strained face. Hero said, "Do you know if Sophie believed in the talisman's power?" Angelique put up a hand to hold her wind-blown hair from her face. It was a moment before she answered. "I don't know if I'd say she believed in it herself, but something like that can be powerful if other people think it's powerful, if you understand what I mean." Yes, I think I do. But why are you asking about it now? Because the talisman's empty case was found on the Pont Neuf the night Sophie was killed there. Her lips parted, and she gave another faint shake of her head as if it all made no sense. Why would Sophie have had it? We don't know. Do you have any idea what might explain it? Me? No. Angelique's gaze strayed some distance away, to where a tall, fashionably dressed man in a caped greatcoat waited beside one of the white marble tombs, his arms crossed at his chest, and his hat pulled low against the setting sun. Something flickered across her face, and she said in a rush, "I must go. Antoine is waiting for me." And then she walked away, her lower lip held between her teeth, and her focus turned inward, as if a disturbing possibility had just opened up before her. Interesting that Antoine de Longchamp-Montrond knows for certain the rumors about Napoleon's landing are true, said Sebastian, as they watched Angelique hurry away. I wonder who told him. His kinsman? The Duke of Orleans, perhaps? Suggested Hero. Probably. They watched in silence as Angelique drew up beside her husband. For one intense moment, Antoine de Longchamp-Montrond glanced over to where they stood, but his face wore a courteous mask, revealing nothing. Then he drew his wife's hand through the crook of his arm and turned her away. Chapter 35. Tuesday, the 7th of March. The early morning light streaming in through the soaring stained glass windows bathed the ravaged interior of Notre Dame in a soft, colourful glow. Sebastian had lost his faith long ago on the bloody battlefields of Europe, but he still found the destruction of the venerable old cathedral wrought during the Revolution's first years painful to see. He had come here this morning in search of peace and a place to think. A place to think about Sophie and Napoleon and a strange, twisted series of events he couldn't begin to understand. He still had no idea exactly how or why Sophie had come into possession of the amulet, or at least its jeweled case. But he was convinced that Hortense had lied to him, that she knew far more than she was trying to pretend. What he couldn't decide was exactly what that meant. Had Hortense gone to the Rue du Champ de Repos that evening to give Sophie the amulet? Why would she do that? And why would Sophie then take the amulet, or at least its case, with her on what was supposed to be a painful personal trip to the Place Dauphine to come to terms with her long-estranged son? In a desperate attempt to safeguard it? Was that it? Safeguard it from whom? Whoever had killed her? It was easy to make the assumption that Sophie had been killed by someone who'd then taken the famous talisman. But if so, how then to explain what happened to her Abigail, Francine? He let his head fall back, his gaze travelling over the vaulted stone ceiling soaring so high above. What if the killer, or killers, had attacked Sophie, only to find the talisman's case already empty? What if they'd yanked open Sophie's reticule looking for the amulet, found the case, and tossed the reticule off the bridge, only to discover that the talisman wasn't there? He could see them throwing the case itself aside in anger, leaving it to be found by the passing lemonade seller who'd then pawned it. It was a theory that would explain why Sophie's Abigail, Francine, had been tortured, because the killer or killers thought the girl might know where the talisman was. But had she known? Sebastian found himself doubting it. So where was the talisman now? If he was right, and that was a significant if, why would Sophie have been carrying the empty case with her that night in the first place? Unless the case hadn't been empty when Sophie left her house. Unless she'd spent that lost hour or two between the time she left the Vergelin and the attack on the bridge, taking the amulet to... whom? Hortense? That made no sense. Émile Landreau? Perhaps. Bloody hell, he thought, swiping his hands down over his face. He hadn't slept well in days, and it was beginning to catch up with him. Think, he told himself. Who would be desperate enough to kill to get their hands on the Carolingian amulet? The obvious answer was Marie-Thérèse, but who else? What about the Duke of Orleans, or one of his supporters? Would someone like Antoine de Longchamp-Montrendre kill to possess an amulet with such legendary powers? Possibly. Who else? Hortense? Hortense, who, according to Angelique, had been furious when the amulet disappeared after her mother's death. Hortense, who would be eager to pass the talisman on to her stepfather as he began his dangerous campaign to retake his throne. Hortense, who had come to see Sophie hours before her death for reasons she'd never adequately explained. And what about the Republicans? Those opposed to the Bourbons, the Orleanists, and the Bonapartists alike. Those who still believed in the revolutionary creed of liberté, égalité, fraternité, who still yearned to see France once again a republic. One need not believe in the amulet's power to understand the allure of superstition and the danger of allowing the piece to fall into the wrong hands. So the Bonapartists, the Bourbons, the Orleanists, and the Republicans, bloody hell, he thought again. France had far, far too many rival factions. How could anyone ever put this broken country back together again? He bowed his head, one hand coming up to unconsciously massage the tight muscles at the base of his neck. Then he heard brusque footsteps and a brush of cloth, smelled the reek of charcoal, tobacco smoke, and cooking fat, and looked over to find a stocky coal seller sliding into the pew beside him. "Mind if I join you?" said Eugène Francois Vidocq, his face so blackened by coal dust that the whites of his eyes seemed to glow out of the gloom. "Why are you dressed like that?" said Sebastian. The chief of the Sûreté Nationale lifted one corner of his rough, grimy coat and grinned. "It's a good disguise, yes? I'm trying to catch a gang of thieves who've been helping themselves to coal from the quay, but that's not why I'm here." Sebastian leaned back in the pew. "You found the fiacre driver from that night?" A quiver of frustration passed across the Frenchman's features. "Not yet. And I must confess I don't understand why not. Normally it would be a simple matter. It makes no sense." "What about the prostitute I saw by the statue that night?" Vidocq sighed. "Do you have any idea how many filles publiques we have here in Paris? I swear there are as many women on the streets as there are French soldiers in their graves." "I suspect the one has much to do with the other." The Galerian pursed his lips as if the possibility had never before occurred to him. "You may have a point." "So why are you here?" Vidocq leaned forward. "There's a body in the morgue I want you to see. I'm thinking he could be one of the men who attacked you in Montmartre the other day." What makes you think that? A slow grin spread across the man's dirty face.
I'd like to say exemplary police work. But the truth is they found your name and address in his pocket. Care to come and have a look at him?
Sebastian had heard that at one time the unidentified dead fished from the River Seine or picked up in the streets of Paris were put on display in the prison of the Châtelet. That practice had been far from satisfactory, for the air of the prison was noxious and unhealthy for visitors, and the dead were often tossed into piles on the ground and left to putrefy. As Napoleon had done with so much else in Paris, from the water supply and the sewers to the market facilities and wharfs, the emperor had set about improving that situation. On his orders, a long, low building was constructed specifically to serve as the city's morgue. Conveniently located at the Quai du Marché on the Ile de la Cité between the city's police station and the river, the morgue featured a large salle d'exposition where the bodies of the unidentified dead were put on display on slanted marble slabs. Men and women alike were stripped completely naked, except for a small cloth draped across their genitals, with their clothes hung from iron hooks over the bodies in the hopes they might help with identification. But the truth was that few of the hordes of people who visited the morgue were actually there in the hopes of identifying someone. Most came for the spectacle and the titillation. The morgue was often listed in the city's guidebooks. Personally, Sebastian could never understand it. He'd seen more than enough dead bodies to last him 1,000 lifetimes. Making their way along the quay from the cathedral, he and Vidocq found the morgue's simple, plain building surrounded by a boisterous, disorganized queue of noisy, shoving men, women, and children of all classes.
"Please tell me they're not all waiting to get into the morgue," said Sebastian.
"Mais oui. The newspapers must have reported on a particularly gruesome discovery," said Vidocq, raising his voice to be heard over the din as they threaded their way through the crowd toward the door. "The lines are always worse when there's something gory to see." "Alors," protested a butcher in a bloody apron, "get in line and wait your turn like everyone else. Shut up, or I'll have you arrested," growled Vidocq. He might be dressed as a coal seller, but his voice carried authority tinged with a hint of brutality. The complainers shut up. "Unfortunately, whoever designed the building didn't think things through," said Vidocq, as they broke through the throng into the exhibition room itself, which Sebastian was surprised to find was considerably less crowded. "There's only the one entrance, which means the gawkers and the bodies all have to come in through the same door. Imagine trying to get a corpse through that crush. Fortunately, they've learned not to allow too many spectators into the salle at once. Cuts down on the tussles and fights and the women and little ones getting trampled to death."
"Lovely," said Sebastian, trying not to breathe. The stench in the place was eye-watering, both from the decaying corpses on the other side of a series of long, tall windows, and from the unwashed men, women, and children pressing up against the glass to stare. "It's a clever idea. London could use a central morgue like this, although I can't see the British government allowing it to be turned into this kind of a spectacle."
"Ha!" snorted Vidocq. "A goodly percentage of the people waiting in line out there are probably British tourists."
He tapped one finger against the glass window that allowed a clear view of the dead on display.
"There. The second from the left, in the first row. Recognize him?"
There were 2 rows of inclined stone slabs supported on an iron framework. 7 of the slabs were currently occupied. Sebastian tried to ignore the other bodies at various stages of decomposition and focus on the cadaver Vidocq had indicated.
It was the fair-haired ex-soldier from the quarry. Like the other corpses, he'd been stripped naked, with his tattered uniform hanging above his body. The knife wound Sebastian had given him in his side was clearly visible, and had festered horribly. The gaping slit across his throat was new.
"So,"
said Vidocq,
"did you kill him?"
Sebastian took an involuntary step back as a giant grey rat ran across the toes of his boots.
"My knife caused that wound in his side, but I'm not the one who slit his throat."
Vidocq nodded.
"Word on the street is that he was hurting so bad he wanted to go to the Hotel Dieu, and he was delirious enough that his mates were afraid he'd let slip something he shouldn't, so they killed him."
Sebastian looked over at him.
"I thought you didn't know who he is." "We don't. Sometimes people can tell you why a man died even when they don't know exactly who he is."
"Where was he found?"
"Faubourg Saint-Antoine."
Vidocq stared at him expectantly.
"So, do you know his name?"
"One of the men called him Baptiste, but that's all I heard. Just Baptiste." Vidocq sighed.
"I suspect they're going to end up having to take a wax cast before sending him off to the medical school."
"They do that? Take impressions of their faces, I mean."
"Oh, yes. In case someone comes along hoping to identify them after the bodies have been disposed of."
The Frenchman nodded to the headless cadaver of a man at the far end of the row.
"That's what the crowds have come to see. The more gruesome the bodies we pick up, the bigger the crowds we get. They particularly like anyone who's mutilated. Although we babes and pretty young girls who find themselves in the family way and throw themselves into the river are also popular for obvious reasons."
Sebastian was beginning to feel vaguely ill, although he couldn't have said if it was from the sight of the cavalierly displayed naked corpses, the rowdy, malodorous crowd, the thick, oppressive stench of death, or the way a little boy of perhaps 5, held up by his mother for a better view of a comely young dead woman, clapped his hands and chortled, "I can see her boobies."
"It's like free theatre, yes?"
said Vidocq. "Frankly, I find it rather appalling." Vidocq laughed out loud and poked Sebastian with one stubby, grimy finger.
"At least it's not you on that slab over there, eh?"
Sebastian watched the little boy's father light a clay pipe, then blow smoke against the glass partition. "You do have a point." They emerged from the fetid, lantern-lit gloom of the morgue to find the crowd outside unexpectedly dispersing, with people shouting and milling about in confusion. Some were grim-faced and stunned. Others were laughing. Near the water's edge, a man threw his hat in the air and whooped. "What the hell?" said Sebastian. Vidocq called to one of the policemen stationed nearby.
"What is it? What's happened?" "Haven't you heard? Napoleon has escaped from Elba. They say he landed near Antibes a week ago."
The policeman's eyes sparkled with what looked very much like hope.
"Père Violette is back."
Chapter 36. Sebastian returned to the Place Dauphine to find Hendon drinking a cup of tea with Hero in the salon. "You've heard the king finally made a formal announcement about Napoleon's landing?" said Hero, as Sebastian slung off his greatcoat and tossed it aside.
"Is that how the news got out?"
I wondered. He walked over to the tea tray to pour himself a cup.
"Any idea yet as to how Boney managed to get away from Elba?"
Hendon brought up one hand to pull at his earlobe.
Well, he wasn't exactly under close guard, although of course we did have a commissioner on Elba and a small naval force patrolling the waters between the island and the mainland. Sebastian looked up from stirring his tea. So what happened? Seems Colonel Campbell, that's the commissioner, sailed to the mainland in February to make certain his dispatches to London were sent in a timely manner. The Earl gave a strange half-smile. Dispatches warning the government that he feared Bonaparte was definitely planning to leave the island. Brilliant. Indeed. As soon as the colonel sailed out of the harbour, Napoleon ordered the Inconstant, that's his personal brig, fitted out for a journey along with several other vessels he'd hired. He hired vessels? With what? I thought he was supposed to be broke, and no one found that suspicious. Evidently not, said Hendon dryly. They say the flotilla left the island on the 26th. They'd have landed in France sooner, except they were becalmed at one point. And the naval vessels that were supposed to be patrolling the area didn't see him. Sebastian shook his head. Do we know where he is now? Estimates put him near Laffrey, but it's difficult to know for certain. The weather has been terrible, making it impossible for many of the semaphore towers to be used. So what finally convinced the king to make the announcement? The palace has been awash in whispers, of course, said Hendon, but I suspect the main reason for finally announcing it was the need to explain why an army of 6,000 men just left for the south of France. That would be a tad difficult to conceal, said Sebastian. Who's commanding them? Ney himself. Ah, said Sebastian, his thoughts drifting back for a moment to another time and another place, when Sebastian himself had fought against French forces under Ney's command. Born the son of a cooper, Michel Ney began his military career in 1787 as an enlisted man, for under the monarchy only those with 4 quarterings of nobility were allowed to enter the French officer corps. All that changed with the coming of the Revolution, and Ney was commissioned in 1792. By 1796 he was a general, and Napoleon made him a marshal just a few years later. When the Grande Armée invaded Russia, the ruddy-faced Ney was at Napoleon's side, and in the long, disastrous withdrawal from Moscow, it was Ney who commanded the rearguard. The last Frenchman on Russian soil, the people called him, while the emperor called him Le Brave des Braves, the bravest of the brave. Ney was the most prestigious and popular of Napoleon's marshals, and it had fallen to him, along with McClellan, to negotiate with the Russians last April and convince Napoleon to abdicate. As a reward, the newly restored King Louis XVIII had made Ney a peer, although Marie-Thérèse was said to despise him both for his service under Napoleon and for his common birth. "Is the king certain Ney can be trusted?" said Hero. "Oh, yes, no doubt of that," said Hendon, sitting aside his empty teacup. Before he left, the Marshal swore to bring Bonaparte back to Paris in an iron cage. Sebastian took a slow swallow of his own tea. There isn't actually anything in the Fontainebleau Treaty that requires Bonaparte to stay on Elba, is there? No. But it was understood that he was to remain there. His leaving will be seen as an assault on the peace of Europe. Or at least as an assault on the rule of kings, said Sebastian. Which I suppose amounts to the same thing. Hendon's lips flattened into a tight line. Napoleon can survive only by war, and everyone knows it. Actually, if he does succeed in retaking France, I suspect the last thing he'll want is war. given the unpopularity of the taxation and casualties it would inevitably bring. He'd be a fool not to seek peace with the Allies, and Napoleon is no fool. No, that he's not. And there's no denying he's playing this all quite cleverly. According to the reports, a small detachment of his troops was captured by the local guard and taken to Antibes. Not only is he insisting he wants peace, but he's ordered his men not to shoot even if they're confronted. Seems he has the conceit he can reach Paris without firing a shot. Hendon snorted in derision. He's also issuing all sorts of proclamations to the people of France, to the army, to his old officers, cloaking himself in the mantle of the revolution, portraying himself as the nation's liberator and flying the tricolour. Hendon snorted again, as if he didn't have himself crowned emperor in a betrayal of everything the revolution supposedly stood for. Well, not exactly everything, said Sebastian. Under Napoleon, a private could rise to become a marshal and did. You won't see that any more. Not under the Bourbons. Hendon stared at him. Good God, you sound like a bloody Jacobin. Sebastian huffed a soft laugh. You have to admit that promotion by merit rather than noble birthright was a significant factor in France's success in conquering Europe. I will admit to no such thing. You say the king is still confident Napoleon can be stopped? Said Hero, calmly intervening. Hendon glanced over at her. Oh, yes. Marie-Thérèse is scheduled to leave on a month-long tour of Bordeaux, and he's told her to go ahead. He's not worried. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Napoleon has already been defeated. We simply don't know it yet. Hero said, Are you still planning to leave for London? Hendon nodded and pushed to his feet. This Friday evening. Amanda has decided to come with me, but that's only because she's received word that Stephanie is in the family way. Amanda's only daughter, Stephanie, had recently scandalized London society by marrying beneath her, less than a year after the death of her first husband. But I don't see any need for you to leave if you're not so inclined. Even if Napoleon really is near Laffrey, that's still a 2-week march from Paris, and they're sure to stop him at the pass. He settled his beaver hat on his head. With fewer than 1,000 men, and those with orders not to fire, even to defend themselves, he doesn't stand a chance. It's a desperate fool's gamble, and he must know it. I suspect he's simply decided he'd rather die on a battlefield than in his bed. What do you think? Said Hero, after Hendon had taken himself off. Sebastian went to stand at the window, his gaze on the small triangular square below, where an old man in a beret had struck up a sprightly tune on an accordion. A crowd of laughing men and women were gathering around him, some clapping, some dancing. Honestly, I think the king might be misreading the mood of his people. Look at that. Hero came to stand beside him. Perhaps no one has told Louis that his subjects are literally dancing in the streets at the thought of his rival's return. Perhaps. Or perhaps he simply thinks it's irrelevant because he trusts the army to protect him. It would be more worrisome if Napoleon had more men. Together they watched as someone brought out a wineskin and began passing it around. Then the accordion player switched to a familiar tune that Sebastian recognized with a jolt. It was La Marseillaise, the beloved Revolutionary-era song outlawed by the Bourbons. After a moment, Hero said, Who do you think has the talisman now? Sophie's killers? I honestly don't know. But now that word of Napoleon's escape is out, I can at least have a more frank conversation with Hortense." He paused. "It might also be interesting to talk to the family of Sophie's Abigail. She was with them for the better part of a day before she was killed. Her loyalty to her mistress might have kept her from telling them much, but she could inadvertently have let something slip. Something her parents might not have been eager to tell the head of the Sûreté Nationale." "You think they might tell you if you went there alone?" "Given that they know I was with Vidocq, probably not. But—" He hesitated, and after a moment she said, "Let me guess. You think they'd be more likely to talk if I went to see them." He looped his arm around her neck and drew her to him for a kiss as she laughed. Chapter 37. The dethroned Queen of Holland was in the Passage des Panoramas, gazing at the array of fine chocolates displayed in a shop window when Sebastian walked up to her. Paris's passages were the envy of the horde of aristocratic tourists visiting the city from London. Built in response to the wretched state of the city's streets, the covered arcades protected shoppers from the rain, snow, traffic, and mud. Hortense Bonaparte was dressed for her outing in a walking gown of ruby sarcenet, topped by a corded spencer with a Stuart neck, a high-crowned straw hat with a ruby plume, and delicate ruby kid slippers, all of which would have been ruined if she were forced to venture out into Paris's crowded, manure-fouled streets. Her attention was focused on the delights in the chocolatier's lantern-lit window, so Sebastian had a moment to observe her before she turned and saw him. He watched as her lips curled into a practiced, sultry smile, and she said, "I thought I'd be seeing you again. I take it you've heard about Napoleon." "Is there anyone in Paris who hasn't at this point?" "Probably not." She tilted her head to one side, the smile still in place, as her gaze searched his face. "And now you're remembering the things I said to you, and you've come to the conclusion I may have been less than honest." "Understandable under the circumstances, wouldn't you say?" "Is it?" Rather than answer, he said, "I take it you knew of Sofia Capello's visit to Elba." Her eyes danced with what looked like genuine amusement. "Now, how would I have come to know that? "How indeed?" She turned to walk up the passage, and he fell into step beside her. "And when you went to see her that evening, was it to give her the Charlemagne talisman?" "Good heavens, no!" she said loudly, enough to attract the attention of her two liveried footmen, trailing some 10 or 15 feet behind them. "What a thought! I told you. I have no idea what happened to it. Apart from which, why on earth would I give it to her if I did have it?" "So how do you think Sofia Capello came to have the amulet, or at least its case?" "I've been giving that some thought, actually." "And?" "My mother always said she'd leave the amulet to me, and I know she still had it when she took ill. Yet when she died, it was gone. Obviously, she must have given it to someone, and one of the people who came to see her often in her final days was Dama Capello." "Why would your mother give her the amulet?" She looked him straight in the eye and said, "I've no idea." "I think you do." She laughed. "Are you calling me a liar, monsieur?" Her voice was warm and low, seductive.
This was a woman accustomed to using her sexual allure to captivate and manipulate men. After all, she'd grown up watching her mother seduce everyone from the powerful director Paul Barras to Napoleon Bonaparte himself. After Josephine's failure to produce an heir led Bonaparte to divorce her and, as he so bluntly put it, marry a womb, Josephine retired to Malmaison, where after the emperor's abdication, she struck up an intense flirtation with the Russian Tsar Alexander. She'd caught the cold that killed her while riding out with the Tsar in the rain. Rather than answer, Sebastian said, "Did you ever ask Sophia Capello if she had the amulet?" "As it happens, I did. She said she did not." Hortense paused beside a stationer's shop, her gaze roving over the display of fine papers, quills, and inks. Obviously, she was being less than truthful. "Not necessarily. The case was empty when it was found, remember?" "So it was." She turned to walk on. "Do you think Dama Capello was planning to give the amulet to Napoleon when he returned?" "But that would require her to know what Napoleon was planning now, wouldn't it?" "So? Did she?" Hortense shrugged. "Anyone who knows Napoleon would know that he could never be content to remain on that island for long. But did she know exactly when he was coming?" "I couldn't say." "But you knew." She gave another of those soft laughs. "Well, the violets are blooming, aren't they?" "So they are." She paused again, her gaze fixed on him this time rather than on the shops beside them. "Did anyone ever tell you how much you resemble Marshal McClellan?" "I believe we may be distantly related. My paternal grandmother was Scottish." "Oh, then that would explain it. You know, of course, that he is with Talleyrand in Vienna, taking part in the negotiations at the Congress?" "Yes." "How will he react, I wonder, when he hears Napoleon has returned?" "I've never met the man. How do you think he will react?" She gave a faint shake of her head. "It is a difficult choice that all of Napoleon's officers will now be facing." "Yes?" She hesitated, her lips parting as she drew a quick breath. "I assume someone has told McClellan that the woman who was his wife in all but name is now dead?" "I believe her avocat has contacted him," said Sebastian, in a flat, colourless voice. He was aware of Hortense watching him closely. She said, "I wonder, has it occurred to you that Sophia Capello may have been killed by someone who wanted to stop her from giving the amulet to Napoleon?" "That had occurred to me." "Ah, yes, of course it has. They do say you are very clever." "Oh? Who says that?" But she simply smiled and shrugged. Sebastian was aware of the two footmen watching them from a discreet distance, their faces wooden. He said, "So tell me this. Why did you send me to Émile Landreux?" She opened her eyes wide as if in astonishment. "You mean to say you haven't figured that out yet? Perhaps you need to look more closely into the museum director's history. Hmm? And now you must excuse me, monsieur. I promised an old friend I'd visit her this afternoon." "Of course," said Sebastian, touching his hand to his hat with a bow. He stayed where he was and watched her walk away, her two bodyguards ignoring him as they passed. He knew she was still lying to him, still hiding things from him, still toying with him. He knew it, and yet he was damned if he could untangle the morass of her entwined tales to understand where the truth lay. There was no way, obviously, that this elegantly dressed, pampered ex-queen could have stabbed Sophie in the back and thrown her body over the edge of the bridge. This was a woman who never did anything for herself, who paid people to draw her bath, manicure her nails, and dress her hair. She was more than capable of hiring someone to do her killing. Chapter 38. Venturing into the Faubourg Saint-Antoine was like stepping back in time to medieval Paris. The crooked, fetid streets were narrow and dark, the houses mean and crumbling, the wretched, ragged figures on the streets gaunt and hollow-eyed. Hero took the carriage as far as she could, then continued on foot with 2 stout footmen at her side. The day was cloudy and cold, and she had dressed simply in a grey pelisse and a round hat. But she was aware of hostile stares following her, and as she passed the chandler's shop, a man leaned against the rotting doorway, his thumbs hooked in the pockets of his canvas trousers, as he began to sing Ça ira. Ça ira, ça ira, les aristocrates à la lanterne. The words of the old revolutionary song followed her up the street. If we don't hang them, we'll break them. If we don't break them, we'll burn them. Ah, it'll be fine, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Hero felt a chill run up her spine. It had been less than 30 years since revolutionary mobs had literally torn gentle women apart in the streets of Paris. And it occurred to her as she turned into the woodworker's passage that it wasn't simply Napoleon and his tiny advancing army they needed to worry about. The real threat might well come from the pent-up popular anger and lingering animosity his return could unleash. She found Francine's father, Marcel d'Anjou, out making a delivery, but the tow-headed little girl who answered Hero's knock whispered shyly that her maman and sister were washing clothes out the back. "Can you take me to them, sweetheart?" asked Hero, hunkering down to the little girl's level. The child stuck her thumb in her mouth and nodded. Francine's mother was using a big stick to stir the clothes boiling in a massive kettle, set up over a charcoal fire, in the tiny flagged court behind the shop. She looked up at Hero's approach, eyes narrowing against the steam. Claudine d'Anjou was a large woman, broad of face, with wide shoulders and heavily muscled arms. She looked to be somewhere in her late 50s or early 60s, her once fair hair now mostly grey, her face lined and coarsened by work, deprivation, and sorrow. But judging by the age of the babe that slept in a basket by the hearth, the 6-year-old assigned to watch it, and the 4 or 5-year-old who'd answered Hero's knock, Hero suspected the woman was probably closer to 40 or 45. Wiping her red, work-chapped hands on her tattered apron, Claudine took the basket of fruits and cheeses Hero had brought, eyes widening at the unmistakable chink made by the coin purse tucked within. "Take over here, Julia," she said, to the thin, lanky-haired young girl helping her. The girl nodded, her face an indecipherable mask, as Claudine drew Hero back inside. They sat on wooden stools, drawn up before the hearth, where a thin stew simmered in a heavy iron pot slung over the fire, its aroma filling the small, meanly furnished room. Hero admired the babe in her basket, nibbled one of the biscuits she herself had bought, and slowly worked the conversation around the woman's dead daughter, the girl's service to Dama Capello, and who Claudine thought might have killed them both. "If I knew, I'd say, madame," whispered the heartbroken mother, a handkerchief wrapped around one fist as she stared into the fire. "Truly, I would. But I don't. I just don't." "Did Francine tell you they'd been to Italy?" Hera was careful not to say to Elba. Claudine looked up, her lips parting, as she drew a quick, startled breath. "Is that where they went? We knew she'd been on a ship because she talked about being so dreadfully seasick, and about how kind and gentle Madame Capello was with her. But she never said where they'd been. She wasn't supposed to tell, you see." "She sounds like a good, honest, faithful girl." "Oh, she was," said the dead girl's mother, her voice breaking. "Truly, she was. I think that's why whoever killed her hurt her like that, to make her talk and say where they'd been." Hero suspected it was more likely the girl's killers had been after the missing talisman, but all she said was, "Did Francine ever talk to you about an ancient amulet called the Charlemagne talisman?" The Frenchwoman looked at her blankly. "Non, jamais. Never." "Did she mention anyone Dama Capello might have had reason to fear?" "Fear? I don't know that Dama Capello was afraid of anyone. She was a strong woman, that one." "What about someone with whom she'd quarrelled?" The baby began to fuss, and Claudine went to pick her up. She stood for a moment beside the basket, her hips swaying back and forth as she patted the infant's back. "Well, I don't know if you could say they quarrelled exactly, but I do know she had issues with Marie-Thérèse. The Duchess Angoulême treats the wives of Napoleon's marshals and generals like cockroaches, and she was even worse with Madame Capello because of, well, you know. But it wasn't just that. Madame was furious because of what Marie-Thérèse was doing to France, how she was bringing back the power of the church and trying to make it so the nobles won't have to pay taxes again. Everything the revolution fought for, Marie-Thérèse wants to destroy." "Did Madame Capello have a recent confrontation with the Duchess?" Claudine came to sit down again and put the babe to her breast. "Recent? No. How could she have? She was gone." "True," said Hero. She was silent for a moment, searching for a delicate way to phrase her next question. But then Claudine herself said, "I know Madame has long been troubled by her falling out with her former ward, Angélique. The word the Frenchwoman used was éloignement, estrangement. She blamed Angélique's husband, Antoine de Longchamp-Montendre." "I've heard he's an Orleanist," said Hero. "Is that true?" "Bien sûr. It's not as if he makes a secret of it. He's quite open about it, you know." "What about Hortense Bonaparte?" Claudine fell silent, her gaze on the suckling babe. "You've heard. They're saying he's landed near Antibes. Napoleon, I mean." "Yes," said Hero. Claudine looked up, her eyes surprisingly shrewd. The woman might be poor and ground down by childbearing and despair, but she was not stupid. "You think that's what this might all be about? The death of Madame and my Francine, I mean?"
You think it has something to do with Napoleon's return?
Hero met her gaze squarely. I honestly don't know. It's possible. Claudine nodded and turned her head to stare into the fire.
Hortense is a Bonapartist, of course. But then how could she not be? They say her new lover is a Corsican, a relative of Napoleon's mother, but that's all I know.
Can you think of anything at all, that might help us find Francine's killer? Claudine's face grew pinched, as if she were holding back tears.
She was my firstborn, you know. I've birthed 10 children, and I'd buried 3 before I lost Francine, but I never thought I'd be burying her. She was always so healthy and strong. I still can't believe she's gone. I keep expecting her to walk back in that door, laughing and chattering, in that way she had, and bringing us presents from Dama Capello.
She did that? Dama Capello, I mean. She sent you gifts?
Oh, yes, all the time. She was a good mistress to my Francine. Believe me, if I knew anything that could help you and the Vicomte find who killed them, I'd tell you. But I can't think of anything.
I'm sorry I've had to ask you to talk about something I know is so painful for you, said Hero quietly.
No. In truth, I am glad to know someone is looking into what happened. Someone independent,
she said in a way that told Hero that Sebastian was right to suspect the family of not entirely trusting Vidocq. It was later, when Hero was leaving, that Claudine suddenly said, "There is one other person I know Dama Capello quarrelled with." Her brows drew together in thought. "I don't know his name, but he's mad about roses. He was originally from Corsica, and Napoleon made him a count." Hero turned on the stoop to look back at her. "You mean the Count of Courgès?" "Yes, that's it. Francine told me he was mixed up with Fauchet and the spies Bonaparte had in Britain, that they used to send their reports with his shipments of roses. Plants were allowed to pass freely during the war, you know. It was all in the interest of science, they said. But it wasn't only plants going back and forth across the channel." Hero stared at her. She was only too familiar with Joseph Fouché, the ruthless, bloodthirsty former Jacobin who'd risen to become Napoleon's feared Minister of Police. For years, he'd controlled a network of spies and informants that was said to rival Jarvis's own. "Is that why Napoleon made Courgès a count?" she said. A ghost of a smile touched the woman's lips. "Why do you think? You think it was because the emperor likes roses?" Chapter 39. Pierre-Joseph Redoute was painting the plum blossoms in Sophie's garden when Hero walked up to him. The afternoon sky was growing increasingly grey, with a blustery breeze that lifted the branches of the trees against the tumbling clouds. At her approach, he looked over at her and smiled. "And so we meet again," he said. "Not so nice today, is it?" She brought up her hand to catch the wind-buffeted brim of her straw hat. "No, indeed." The painter sighed. "Unfortunately, the blossoms are a fleeting delight. One hard rain or too much of this wind, and they will be gone." "Until next year," she said. "Just like the violets." His eyes crinkled.
Until next year.
He focused for a moment on his work, then said,
I take it you've sought me out for a reason?
Hero was wearing a navy velvet spencer over her muslin walking dress, but the temperature was dropping rapidly, and she hugged her arms across her chest for warmth. I'm told that roses and other plant samples were allowed to pass freely back and forth across the channel during the war. Is that true?
They were, yes. Both governments agreed it was important that the war not be allowed to interfere with science, a rare instance of cooperation in a world otherwise run mad.
I'm also told that Napoleon's spies in England used to send their reports to Paris with the roses, and that the Count of Courgès was somehow involved. Do you know anything about that? Redouté's lips parted as he drew a quick breath. He was no longer smiling.
Are you asking as your husband's wife, or as your father's daughter?
I am asking as myself. My father has returned to London, and I can assure you that you need have no fear of my passing on anything you tell me, either to him or to anyone else connected to the British government. Redouté added a touch of blue to his brush.
Me, I'm just a painter. But if I were a wartime spy, looking for a way to get my reports back to France, I think those rose shipments would have come in very handy.
He glanced over at her.
What does this have to do with Sofia Capello's death?
I don't know that it has anything to do with it. He nodded and returned to his painting.
There was a man at one of the large nurseries in London. Kellogg was his name. As soon as the war ended, he left London and came over here to work for Josephine.
I understand Hortense and her brother have dismissed most of their mother's gardeners.
Yes. It's shocking the way they've let the place go to ruin in just a year. I don't understand how anyone could allow that to happen.
Hortense says her mother left massive debts.
Oh, yes. Josephine was a terrible spendthrift. Napoleon was always complaining about it.
So is this Kellogg still at Malmaison? Redouté studied the row of wind-tossed plum trees with narrowed eyes.
I'm afraid not.
Do you know where he works now? A shadow drifted across his face, and he gave a quick shake of his head.
He was found dead a few weeks ago.
Dead? How was he killed?
Someone hit him in the back of the head, bashed in his skull.
Hero felt a shiver run up her spine, and she hugged her arms tighter across her chest. Was the killer ever found?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And was he still at Malmaison when he died?
No. I believe he went to work at the Chateau de Marigny some 4 or 5 months ago.
De Marigny? Said Hero. Redouté looked over at her, his face flat and carefully emptied of all trace of emotion.
The Count of Courgès' estate near Montmartre.
Before she left Sophie's house, Hero walked through the shadowy rooms of the elegant little chateau. She could hear the growing wind buffeting the sturdy walls of the house, feel the energy of the storm coming in as she went to stand before the library fireplace, her head tipping back as she stared up at the portrait of the man who had been Sophie's lover. The man who might or might not be Devlin's father. Taking off her straw hat, she studied the features that seemed so familiar. The hard yellow eyes, the sharp high cheekbones, the unexpectedly sensitive mouth. Is it just a coincidence? She silently asked that painted image. Is it just a coincidence that you look so much like him? Or are you indeed his father? She became aware of footsteps crossing the entry hall behind her and turned to find Geneviève Dion standing in the doorway watching her. Hero nodded toward the portrait of the general. What manner of man is he? The Maréchal. The chatelaine came to stand beside her, her gaze like Hero's on the painting above the fireplace. How does one reduce a man to a few words? He is brilliant but good-humoured, noble but quick-tempered and hard-headed, cynical and yet somehow also idealistic, and deadly when he needs to be. Like Devlin, thought Hero, although she didn't say it. What do you know of his family? Madame Dion shrugged. Little, really. Beyond the fact his father came here after Culloden. Does he have siblings? I don't believe so. No. What about his mother? Was she Scottish as well? She shook her head. No. I believe she was Welsh. Welsh? Hero felt her pulse quicken. Patrick's father, Jamie Knox, had come from a Shropshire village not far from the Welsh border. But I could have that wrong. Do you know if McClellan was ever in Britain? I don't know, no. But I do know that he fought in America with Lafayette. Ah, said Hero softly. She had read enough about the French involvement in the American War to know that Lafayette had returned to Paris from America in 1782, which would have been too late for anyone who'd sailed with him to have travelled to England and sired Sebastian. So it's just a coincidence that he has those strange yellow eyes, she thought, conscious of an odd combination of relief and disappointment. She was aware of the chatelaine watching her and said, So he was with Lafayette at Yorktown? Madame Dion shook her head. No, not then. He went with the Marquis on his first voyage to America, not the second. I didn't realize there were 2 voyages. When was the first? Several years before. Oh, said Hero, her voice sounding hollow, even to her own ears. So if he didn't return to America with Lafayette, then where did he go? That I don't know. It was long before I knew Madame Capello. She hesitated a moment, then said, You've heard about Napoleon? Yes. Hero found her gaze returning once again to the Maréchal. What do you think McClellan will do? She asked the chatelaine. Stay loyal to the king? Or honour his previous oath to the emperor? Geneviève Dion turned her head to stare out the window at the wind-swirled clouds, her features drawn and troubled. It's a terrible choice to force upon an honourable man, isn't it? A terrible choice. Chapter 40. Niccolo Aravina, the Count of Courgès, was humming softly to himself as he inspected a flat of rose seedlings in one of the Chateau de Marigny's greenhouses. He wore rough canvas trousers and an old stained coat, His face was unshaven, and he had a black kerchief tied at the open neck of his rugged shirt. Anyone who didn't know better would have mistaken him for one of his own gardeners going about his work. He glanced up, saw Sebastian walking toward him between the rows of raised wooden flats, then went back to what he was doing.
"I take it you've heard about Napoleon," said the Corsican, without looking up again.
Sebastian paused nearby.
"I have. And now you're thinking it must have something to do with Sofia Capello's murder, is that it? You don't?"
Cargès jotted down an observation in the notebook he carried.
"I don't know what you think. But you knew that Bonaparte was planning to return."
A wry smile twisted the man's lips.
"And if I said no, would you believe me?"
"No." Cargès huffed a soft laugh.
"So, here we are."
Sebastian breathed in the warm, humid air as he let his gaze wander over the rows of raised platforms.
"We've been hearing some interesting tales about how reports from Napoleon's spies used to be smuggled out of England with your rose shipments."
The Count shrugged.
"We were at war. When it comes to war, we all do what we must, eh? You slaughtered the sons of poor farmers and sunk a lot on the battlefield, while I helped pass information with roses. I've done nothing of which I'm ashamed. Can you say the same?"
Sebastian stared out the open doors of the greenhouse to where a workman was shoveling manure from a cart onto an enormous pile. Could he say the same? No. He brought his gaze back to the Rosarian's pock-marked beard, stubbled face.
"Tell me about the British gardener named Kellogg, the one who was at Malmaison before he came to work for you."
Cargès made another notation in his book.
"You mean the one who got his head bashed in a few weeks ago?"
"Yes, that one."
"What is there to tell?" "He was a good Rosarian, but not so good an Englishman, huh? Obviously not many around here would hold that against him. But he also had a bad habit of drinking too much vino and picking fights. I assume someone must have grown weary of his belligerence and put an end to it. And that's all there is to it."
The Corsican shifted to the next row of seedbeds.
"What do you think? That his death is somehow linked to what happened to Dama Capello? Because if it is, I don't know about it. I know nothing about the deaths of either Kellogg or Dama Capello, and nothing about Bonaparte's return. Why would I? Napoleon made you account for your services."
Cargès grinned.
"He did, yes. But of what use would I be to him when he was in Elba? I ship roses from England, not Elba. In my experience, people involved in intrigue rarely completely retire." "Yes? Well, perhaps you have more experience in such things than I, or so I hear." "And where did you happen to hear that?"
The Corsican shrugged again.
"I hear things, now and then."
He paused, then added deliberately,
"For instance, I heard something just yesterday you might be interested in."
Sebastian was beginning to find the man tiresome.
"Oh? What's that?" "I was talking to one of the few gardeners who are left out at Malmaison, a fellow by the name of Gaston. He's getting on in years, Gaston. I don't suppose he can do much around the place any more. So it says something for that putain Hortense that she keeps him on. Anyway, he was telling me about how Sofia Capello was just there, Last Thursday, to be precise.
Sebastian stared at him. You're saying she was at Malmaison on Thursday? Carges bounced his heavy eyebrows up and down. What would she have been doing there? He gave a very Italian shrug and turned to run his gaze over the rows of seedlings.
I've no idea, but that's what the man said. One assumes she stopped there on her way back to Paris that day, yes.
Malmaison would not have been on her way back to Paris.
No? Then she must have gone out of her way to get there.
The Corsican looked up and drew back his lips in a smile that showed his tobacco-stained teeth.
Which makes it even more interesting.
Sebastian arrived back at the Place Dauphine to find a small, slightly built gentleman in an elegant black greatcoat, an intricately tied snowy white cravat, and an expensive beaver hat standing beneath the trees in the square. He looked to be somewhere in his 50s, with a long, narrow face, an aquiline nose, and straight dark brows that contrasted sharply with the silver white of his hair. His flesh was pale, almost pasty, his thin, tightly held lips bloodless, his cheeks sunken. His piercing blue-grey eyes, as he walked towards Sebastian, held a faint smile that was utterly bone-chilling.
"Bonsoir, Monsieur le Vicomte,"
said the man, as Sebastian turned from his door to face him.
"Do I know you?" "I think not."
The man let his head fall back, his gaze drifting over the upper windows of the narrow old house in a way Sebastian did not like.
"But I know your father, and your father-in-law, of course. Perhaps you have heard them speak of me. I am the Duke of Otranto."
Somehow Sebastian kept his reaction off his face. The lofty title was a new one, bestowed by Napoleon. The man was better known by the name he'd been given at birth, a name generally spoken only in hushed, frightened whispers. Joseph Fouché. Born into a middling family in Nantes, he'd risen quickly in the tumult of the Revolution to become one of the principal Jacobins. Although educated by the Jesuits, he'd taken the lead in the movement to ransack the nation's churches and strip them of their valuables. But it was as the Butcher of Lyons that he'd first become truly infamous. Sent to the city to put down resistance there, he'd engaged in such an orgy of brutal slaughter that even Robespierre was sickened. Fouché responded by helping to overthrow him. Landing always on his feet, Fouché somehow emerged from the fall of the Jacobins to become Minister of Police under first the Directory, then the Consulate, and finally the Empire. It was a position he'd used to create a formidable network of spies and informants, and he'd made himself so powerful that even Napoleon was said to have feared him. Now, according to some reports, Fouché was on the verge of once again being made Minister of Police, this time by King Louis XVIII. He was, thought Sebastian, a mirror image of Marie-Thérèse's huissier du cabinet. One was fanatically religious, the other out only for himself, but both were ruthless and cruel and very, very dangerous.
"You wish to speak to me?"
said Sebastian.
"Only briefly. I am told your father leaves for London this Friday."
"And?" A faint frosty smile curled the man's thin lips.
"Let's just say you would be wise to leave with him."
"Oh?
Why is that? Things are about to become uncomfortable in Paris. How generous of you to take the time to warn me. The unpleasant eyes narrowed. You mock me? No. Although I can't help but wonder why you felt the need to deliver your message in person. I think you know why, said Fouché, and turned to walk away to where a magnificent barouche and team awaited him on the far side of the square. Sebastian was still standing there, watching him drive away, when Hero's carriage pulled up before the house. "Who was that?" she asked, when he went to help her down, her gaze on the departing barouche. "Fouché." He saw her lips part. Fouché. Dear Lord, what was he doing here? I could be wrong, but I think he was sizing me up. Why? I have no idea. But it's worrisome. That night Sebastian dreamt of his mother, as she was in his memories, young and gay, and laughing in the golden English sunshine. In his dream, she walked through a rose garden surrounded by a high brick wall. The sky above arched, a clear, sparkling blue. The air was fresh and clean and faintly scented with mint. The wind sighing through gently swaying leafy trees, echoing with joyous bird song. Then the sky darkened in that way of dreams, became instantly filled with lightning split, threatening black clouds that tumbled and swirled with tortuous menace. His mother was no longer laughing. She was running, her face a white mask of fear, and he watched her throw a quick glance over her shoulder at whoever or whatever was chasing her. "No!" he screamed. He tried to run toward her to save her, but his limbs were heavy, paralyzed. He couldn't move. "No!" he screamed again as he saw her whirl. "Shh!" Hero whispered, her breath warm against his cheek, her hand solid and reassuringly real on his chest. "It's just a dream." He sucked in a deep, jerking breath and opened his eyes, blinking at the shadowy room around him, momentarily disoriented, his heart pounding. Turning his head, he met Hero's dark gaze. "Sorry if I woke you," he said, reaching for her. She came into his arms, her body soft and warm, and smelling sweetly of lavender and the night, and herself. He hauled her up so that she lay upon him, her weight braced on her forearms as she arched her back to look down at him. For a moment she gazed into his face, and he wondered what she saw there, because as he watched, her brows drew together in a frown. She dipped her head, her lips finding his in a kiss that began as something comforting, then caught fire. He ran his hands up her back, entwined his fingers in her dark tumble of hair, holding her head steady as he deepened the kiss. He drank her in, felt himself fill with her love and tenderness and want. With murmured urgency, she shifted to take him inside her. He held her to him, moved with her, let her whirl him away, to a place where there was only exquisite sensation and glorious pleasure and love. So much love. But afterward, as she lay beside him in his arms, and he listened to her breathing ease as she drifted back to sleep, memories of the dream returned. The dream, and the sense of helplessness
and impending failure that it had provoked. Chapter 41. Wednesday, the 8th of March. The next morning, Sebastian drove out to the Rue du Champ du Repos. He wanted to ask Sophie's coachman if they had indeed returned to Paris via Malmaison, and if so, why the hell he hadn't seen fit to tell Sebastian about it. The day had dawned cloudy, blustery and cold, more like winter than the last few balmy, spring-like days they had so briefly enjoyed. He found the Hôtel Particulier looking joyless in the flat white light, its courtyard littered with browning blossoms blown from the fruit trees in the orchard. A tall, gangly young stable boy was pushing a wheelbarrow piled with fouled straw through the stable doors when Sebastian drew up and handed the curricle's reins to Tom. "You're Leon, aren't you?" said Sebastian, hopping down. "Oui, monsieur," said the boy, his ears red from the cold, his face tense and anxious, as if he were wondering what he'd done to be singled out like this. "I'm looking for the coachman. Do you know where he is?" "Noël." Leon set down the barrow and swiped the sleeve of his coat across his runny nose. "He took off when we heard about what happened to Francine." Sebastian felt the wind gust cold and damp against his face. "Do you know why?" "He said he wasn't going to wait around for somebody to do to him what they did to her." "He was afraid?" The boy shrugged his shoulders. "Guess he was." "Do you know why?" The boy stared at Sebastian wide-eyed. "Non, monsieur." Sebastian wasn't convinced the lad was as ignorant as he claimed, but nodded across the courtyard to the silent house. "What about the footman Madame had with her on her trip? Guillaume, wasn't it? Is he around?" "Non, monsieur. He took off too." "Damn." Sebastian studied the stable boy's silent, watchful face. "You wouldn't happen to know if Dama Capello stopped at Malmaison on her way back from the south of France, would you?" To his surprise, the boy nodded. "Oui, monsieur. I heard Noël talking to one of the gardeners about it, telling him how changed the place is these days." "Did he happen to mention why they were there?" "I don't think he knew, monsieur. Pierre, that's the gardener, asked him that, but he said he couldn't figure it out. Said there's hardly anyone there anymore, just the housekeeper and a maid and a few groundsmen. Everything in the chateau has either been sold or is under Holland covers, and the gardens are a ruin." "So what did Madame do while she was there?" "Noël said she went into the house, but came out again just a few minutes later, and then they left. That's it." "Was she carrying anything with her?" "Not that he mentioned, monsieur." A hawk circled low over the nearby fields, its dark wings silhouetted sharply against the heavy white clouds. Sebastian watched it for a moment, thoughtful. Where would Noël go if he wanted to hide? "I don't know, monsieur. Always kept pretty much to himself, Noël. He's not one to sit around a table in the servants' hall and talk." "What about the footman?" "Guillaume. He said he was going back to Poitou. That's where he's from, you know. Poitiers. He and another of the footmen left together. Their fathers are both tailors there." "They must have been frightened indeed." The boy's worried dark eyes looked directly into Sebastian's. "Reckoned they were." Chapter 42. Shortly after Devlin left for the Rue du Champ du Repos, Hero and Claire bundled up the two boys
and took them to the weekly market that sprawled along the Quai de l'École on the right bank. Beneath the heavily overcast sky, the waters of the Seine looked grey and choppy, the wind kicking up a fine spray that filled the air with the smell of the river. This was a street market, devoted to all manner of fine used goods, with everything from massive, fancifully carved Renaissance-era chests to delicate porcelains and the gilt-framed, centuries-old portraits of someone's illustrious ancestors. Many of the objects had at one time been looted from the homes of aristocrats, and Hero spotted several returned émigrés, pomanders held to their delicate nostrils, walking up and down the rows of stalls in the hopes of spotting some long-lost prized possession. A part of me finds it sad to see them here, knowing the pain they must feel at having lost so much that was so dear to them, said Claire, as they watched an elderly woman in a puce velvet pelisse, with a sable collar disentangle an ormolu clock from a pile of architectural fragments. But then I remember what France was like before the Revolution, the way they used to dash through the streets in their gilded carriages, without a thought to the poor people they so often killed or maimed with impunity, the way they dressed in silks and velvets and wore diamond buckles on their shoes, while tens of thousands of women and children starved to death. And I think they could have done something to avert it all. They could have, except they were too selfish to share any of their massive wealth and power, and too arrogant to believe the people could ever rise up and take it from them. And because of their hubris and their greed, millions died. Millions. Hero studied Claire's pinched, sad face. She knew some of the Frenchwoman's story, knew about the husband and children she'd buried. But there was much she didn't know, much that Claire never talked about, and probably never would. I suppose they thought it was their due, said Hero, and so they took it all for granted. It never occurred to them that it could end, and end so horribly. And they've learned nothing, said Claire, watching a middle-aged exquisite in a caped greatcoat and gleaming top boots kick at a ragged little boy who stumbled before him. Learned nothing and forgotten nothing. Top, said Simon, one hand reaching toward a stall selling wooden toys. Red top. Hero and Claire looked at each other and smiled. You like that, sweetheart? Said Hero, balancing him on her hip as they turned toward the stall. I like tops, he said, and horses. It was when Hero was studying the stall's array of gaily painted wooden horses that she felt it again. That intense awareness of being watched by someone who did not wish her well. She turned, her gaze sweeping the crowded stalls hung with colourful banners that flapped in the wind, the street sellers of pastries and coffee and hot chocolate, the mimes and acrobats and strolling musicians, the sandy-haired hunchbacked poodle trimmer with his box and clippers. Hero felt her breath back up in her throat as she recognized him. She hadn't seen him at the Parvis de Notre Dame the first time she'd had that sense of being watched, but he'd been there later, near the Pompe Funèbre, when she felt it again. She told herself it didn't necessarily mean anything. The Quai de l'École ran from behind the Louvre to the Pont Neuf. It was logical that such a man would tend to ply his trade in the same general area. She understood that. And yet... I think we should go, she said to Claire, keeping her voice low. The Frenchwoman had been holding Patrick up so that he could watch a dancing monkey.
But at Hero's words she turned, the laughter dying on her lips when she saw Hero's face. "Something's wrong? What is it?" Hero shook her head. "I don't know, but I feel—" She broke off as a huge, beefy man dressed in the rough smock of a bricklayer ploughed into her hard enough to send her staggering into the stall beside them. She had a brief glimpse of beady brown eyes and a full-cheeked, ruddy face. Then he snatched Patrick from Claire's arms and ran. "Patrick!" screamed Claire. "Oh, my God," whispered Hero, her heart pounding as her breath came hard and fast. "Here, hold Simon." She thrust the little boy into the Frenchwoman's arms, grasped fistfuls of her skirts in both hands, and tore after the screaming child and the man running away with him. "Stop him!" "Mama!" cried Patrick, his hands reaching out to her over the meaty shoulders of the bricklayer. The little boy had never called her that before, and Hero felt as if her heart were being torn open. "Stop that man!" she shouted in French, dodging startled shoppers and staring stall-keepers, and a braying donkey that kicked out as she ran past. "He's stealing my child!" Careening sideways into a juggler, the bricklayer sent the man's balls flying through the scattering crowd of onlookers, then darted out into the traffic backed up on the quay at the entrance to the Pont Neuf. "Patrick!" screamed Hero, as a horse reared up between the poles of a shabby gig, its hoofs flashing and nostrils flaring. "Salut!" swore the gig's driver, cracking his whip. "Stop him!" Hero shouted again, then felt herself jerked back as someone grabbed her arm and yanked hard enough to swing her around. The poodle clipper's sharp-featured, grimly smiling face swam before her. He stood perfectly upright, the padding he'd used to simulate his hump hanging off to the side. "Let me go, you bloody bastard!" she swore in English. Reaching out, she snatched a rusty old iron from the jumble of metal on the stall beside her and swung it, with all her strength, into his face. She heard bone and cartilage smash, felt the hot spurt of his blood across her cheek. The poodle trimmer staggered back, his nose and mouth a blood-smeared mess. She threw the iron at his head and whirled around to sprint across the bridgehead. "Stop that man!" she screamed again, dodging a ratty old fiacre and a fine barouche. "He's stealing my child!" A tall elderly gentleman with an umbrella made a half-hearted attempt to whack the running man's legs with the tip of his umbrella, but the bricklayer swerved easily out of his way, then grabbed a potted geranium and threw it at the old man's head. They were on the Quai de la Mégisserie now, that stretch of the riverbank devoted to the sale of plants and flowers as well as birds, fish, and other animals. Holding the screaming, thrashing child to him with one hand as he ran, the bricklayer grasped first a birdcage, then a fishbowl, then a heavy spiked dog collar to send them flying behind him. "Madame!" shouted an indignant nurseryman as Hero streamed past him, her skirts lifted up above her flashing knees, her breath coming in panting gasps. Her hat was gone, her hair hanging around her face in sweaty clumps, her fine paisley shawl slipping off her shoulders to trail behind her in the breeze. There was a row of bateaux lavoir, or laundry barges, tied up along the quay here, and Hero saw the bricklayer swerve toward them. "Stop him!" she shouted, as he dashed past a staring footman to clamber down a rickety set of wooden steps and scramble across the pontoons that lashed one of the barges to the bank. The laundry barges, like the bath barges, were a peculiar feature of Paris, for the city had long lacked an adequate supply of water to its neighborhoods. Banished from the quay beside the Louvre, they had retreated here, a row of ancient, rickety, flat-bottomed boats with tattered canvas awnings that sheltered a string of boiling vats and scrubbing ponds, crowded with the washerwomen who daily lugged old wicker baskets overflowing with the vast city's soiled laundry down to the river. Slipping and sliding on the wet mossy wood, Hero tore after the bricklayer. "Merde! Que faites-vous?" and "Casse-toi!" cried the wet-aproned laundresses on the barge as the bricklayer charged through them,
tripping over piles of wet shirts, snagging his rough boots in a sheet, the air filling with the sound of ripping cloth and outraged streaks and the smell of soap and lye. Scrambling and swearing, he shoved his way to the far end of the boat, one angry arm sweeping a slow-moving laundress out of his way. Teetering, arms windmilling, she tumbled into the water, her shrieks mingling with the other women's angry shouts and cries. Ignoring them, the bricklayer clambered up onto the barge's low railing. Patrick screamed and squirmed in his arms. "No!" shouted Hero. Brutally pushing her way through the milling crowd of screeching washerwomen, she lunged forward to wrench the boy from the bricklayer's grasp just as he leapt into the choppy grey river. His head and shoulders reappeared almost immediately. Hero saw him shake his head, flinging water and streaming dark hair from his eyes as his gaze met hers for one intense moment. Then he turned and struck out toward the bank with strong, sure strokes. "Mama!" screamed Patrick. "Oh, Patrick!" Trembling with exhaustion and the afterwash of terror, Hero sank to her knees on the wet, filthy dock of the barge. The little boy clutched in her arms. The wind lifting off the water felt suddenly cold against her wet cheeks. "I have you, darling," she kept saying over and over, her breath coming in painful gasps as she desperately hugged his small, shaking body to her, and he wrapped his arms around her neck to bury his tear-streaked face in her hair. "It's all right. I have you, and I'm never, ever going to let anyone hurt you." Chapter 43. "Not good, this," said Eugène Francois Vidocq, shaking his head. They were in the salon of the house on the Place Dauphine, Sebastian standing beside the fire, while the policeman lolled in a chair near the front window and sipped a glass of Sebastian's port. "Why would someone want to steal one of your children?" "You tell me," said Sebastian, his voice rough with a powerful combination of fear and rage. Patrick wasn't technically his own child, of course, but the boy looked enough like Sebastian that people tended to assume he was, and his affection for the child was obvious. "This is your city, not mine." Vidocq shook his head again. "You've obviously made some dangerous enemies, monsieur. So why not come after me directly, the way they did at Montmartre? Why target my wife and children?" "Could be revenge," mused Vidocq. "Someone nasty enough to want to take one of your children and watch you suffer rather than simply kill you outright. Or the idea could have been to seize your son in order to exchange him for something." Sebastian looked over at him. "Something such as the Charlemagne talisman, you mean?" Vidocq paused with his glass halfway to his lips and stared at Sebastian with one eyebrow raised. "The what?" "The Charlemagne talisman. It's what was in the jewelled red leather case you recovered from the Rue de Rivoli pawn shop. And now it's missing." He gave the head of the Sûreté Nationale a brief description of the amulet and its history. "You think that's what whoever came after your family wants?" Vidocq pursed his lips, opened his eyes wide and rocked his head back and forth. "I suppose it's possible. Except that I don't have it. Perhaps someone thinks that with enough motivation you could find it." "As if catching my mother's murderer weren't motivation enough?" "Ah, but they don't know she's your mother, do they?" Sebastian grunted and went to pour himself a brandy. "Still no luck finding the fiacre driver from that night?" he asked, glancing back at Vidocq. The policeman's broad, scarred face took on a pained expression. "No. And I don't understand why something that should be so simple is proving to be so difficult. I would have said it's impossible that we should not have found him by now. How does one explain it?" He took a slurping sip of his port. "I've no idea."
"And the fille publique?" The ex-Galerian let out a heavy sigh.
"Alas, she too remains elusive. You haven't by chance seen her hanging around again?"
"No." Sebastian was always looking, everywhere he went. But in a city the size of Paris, the odds of his finding her was slim. Vidocq drained his glass and set it aside.
"I hear Napoleon marches onward with not a shot being fired. They say the soldiers sent to stop him are simply tearing off their white cockades and joining him."
"Where did you hear that?"
Vidocq laughed. "Not from the palace."
"Do you think he'll reach Paris?" Vidocq met his gaze.
"You want the truth?"
"Yes." The policeman brought up a hand to pluck thoughtfully at one earlobe with his thumb and forefinger.
"I think the people of France are torn. They accepted the return of the king as the price of peace. They were tired of conscription, tired of losing their sons and brothers, husbands and fathers to war. But the last 10 or 11 months have reminded many of why they hated the Bourbon in the first place. They resent the favors being heaped upon the returned émigrés and the scornful disrespect shown by Marie-Thérèse and her women toward the wives of French heroes such as Jourdan and Ney. They miss the tricolor and the old days of French gloire. Nostalgia is a powerful drug, as is wounded pride. Will Napoleon prevail in the end? Who knows? But I think the Bourbons underestimate the attraction of everything he represents."
He pushed to his feet with a grunt.
"There. You asked for my honest opinion, and I have given it."
Sebastian met the Frenchman's hard gaze. "Thank you." Vidocq nodded and turned toward the door.
"Good day to you, monsieur. I'd say I wish you luck, but I think we're all going to need it now."
After Vidocq had gone, Sebastian went to the dining room where Hero sat at the table quietly cleaning the brass-mounted muff pistol her father had once given her. Later, he knew, she would tuck it into her reticule to carry it with her, loaded. She would not be taken by surprise again. "Vidocq's thoughts on Napoleon are interesting," she said, without looking up from her task. Sebastian let his gaze drift over the strong features of her face, the square jaw, the aquiline nose that was so much like Jarvis's, the fierce grey eyes that glowed with an uncanny intelligence. He was still shaking from what had happened today, terrified by how close they had come to losing Patrick, and furious with himself for not being there to help save him. "I'm wondering if we're making a mistake," he said. "If perhaps you and the children should go with Hendon when he leaves this Friday." She looked up then. "Is that what you want?" "No. But I'm worried about you." "And if the children and I leave, would you still stay?" He met her gaze and held it. "You know I must." She nodded. She knew this about him, knew that he would never rest until he found his mother's killer. She said, "I don't like the idea of running away simply because someone attacked us. And I don't think—" She paused, as if searching for a way to put her thoughts into words. "I don't think that under the circumstances It would be good for you to stay here alone."
"What does that mean?"
She met his gaze. "You know." He reached out to caress her cheek.
"You're not afraid?"
"Of Napoleon? No."
"And the mood on the streets?"
"That might be more problematic. But I'm not going to let some hump-backed poodle clipper and overgrown bricklayer chase me away. And I'm not leaving you here to do this by yourself."
"We could send the boys with Claire."
He saw her lips part, her brows contract in a quick frown. She had never been one of those aristocratic women who relegated all care of her children to nursemaids. "I honestly don't know if I could do that, but—" She sucked in a deep breath, let it out slowly. "Let me think about it." He nodded, then turned as the sound of childish laughter on the stairs heralded the arrival of Claire and the boys. And it came to him, as he watched Hero set aside the small flintlock to step forward and sweep both children up into her arms, that she might not be afraid, but he was. He was terrified of losing all three of them. Chapter 44. Thursday, the 9th of March. Hendon arrived at the Place Dauphine early the next morning, while they were still at breakfast. He tossed his hat onto a nearby chair and sat down heavily, his face grim. "You'll have something to eat?" said Hero, reaching out with one hand to stop Simon from pouring more sugar into Patrick's porridge. Most families of their station left their children's breakfast to the nursery staff, but Hero and Sebastian had long ago decided such families were missing out on far too much of their children's lives. The Earl shook his head.
"Just tea, thank you."
Sebastian poured him a cup.
"I take it you've heard something."
Hendon let out his breath in a long, heavy sigh.
"A message arrived this morning from the King's commander at Grenoble. The man's a loyal monarchist, and he sent the entire 5th Regiment to stop Bonaparte at the Lafri defile. It should have been easily accomplished. The men were drawn up in battle order, completely blocking the pass."
"But," said Hero, when Hendon paused. He took his cup, then simply held it a moment, his jaw working back and forth in that way he had when he was thoughtful or troubled.
"Napoleon ordered his own troops to trail their muskets. Then he dismounted and simply walked toward the King's men on foot. He was wearing that familiar greatcoat of his, you know, the grey one he always wore when he was campaigning. As he neared the King's regiment, he threw open his coat to bare his breast and shouted, 'Here is your emperor, kill him if you wish.'"
"My God," said Sebastian.
"You have to admire the man's courage." "Courage? He's mad. All it would have taken was one shot. One shot."
"So what happened?" said Hero. Hendon took a sip of his tea and grimaced.
"The commanders ordered their men to fire. Instead, they threw down their guns, broke ranks, and surged forward, shouting, 'Vive l'Empereur!'"
"They went over to him?"
Hendon nodded. "The entire regiment."
"And when he reached Grenoble?" said Sebastian.
"We don't know yet. He hadn't arrived there by the time the message was sent. The commander says he's confident the gunners on the city walls will fire, but it's still concerning."
Hero's gaze went to meet Sebastian's. He raised one eyebrow in silent inquiry, and she pressed her lips together and nodded. He said to Hendon, "You're still leaving tomorrow?"
"I am, yes. Kitty Wellington is coming with me now, as well as Amanda."
A faint smile lightened the tension in his face.
3 carriages and 3 baggage wagons, plus a troop of cavalry detailed to protect the ambassador's wife. We'll be quite the little cavalcade.
Sebastian hesitated a moment, then said,
"If you're willing to add a 4th carriage to your party, we'd like to send Claire and the children with you, and possibly Hero's Abigail and my tiger and valet as well. Unless they choose to stay." "Of course I'm willing," said Hendon.
Then he glanced at Hero.
"You won't be coming too?"
She said, "You think I should?" To Sebastian's surprise, the Earl looked at him and said,
"I take it you're determined to stay and continue your search for Sophie's killer?"
"I am, yes.
But do you think Hero should go?"
Hendon considered it a moment, then gave a faint shake of his head.
"No, I don't see why she would need to. This mad adventurer Bonaparte's can't possibly last much longer. Ney's army will stop him, there's no doubt of that. Some of the rank and file might be defecting, but the marshals are all standing firm. If Napoleon was counting on them to come flocking back to his standard, he was sadly mistaken. For all we know, Ney could have defeated him already."
"I hate not knowing what is happening right now," said Hero. "Everything we hear is already days old." Hendon nodded.
"Just imagine how much worse it would be without the semaphores."
He gave a grim smile.
"I have no doubt we'll hear soon enough that it's all over, and historians will laugh at us for taking this nonsense so seriously. But I'm more than happy to take the boys with me if you'd like. If by some freak chance the unthinkable should happen, and you decide later that you must leave, it will be easier to arrange without the children. Not that I think it will come to that."
He pushed to his feet.
"And now I must get back to the Tuileries. I'd like to leave by noon tomorrow if their nursemaid can have the lads ready by then."
"They'll be ready," said Sebastian, rising with him. After the Earl had gone, Sebastian looked at Hero and said,
"I'm beginning to think perhaps you should go with him too."
"No, I'm not leaving you here to deal with this alone."
"Then perhaps we should all go."
She reached out her hand to press her fingers to his lips. "No, you heard Hendon. This mad gamble of Napoleon's will soon be over. But if we leave now, we'll never find who killed Sophie. And I don't want to live with the knowledge that I let a bad case of the nerves stop us from bringing her killer to justice."
"And if the killer is Marie-Thérèse, or even Hortense Bonaparte, how will they ever be brought to justice?"
Her face clouded in a way that told him this fear had already occurred to her too. "Perhaps they can't be brought before a court of law," she said, "but they can be exposed for what they've done, and we will know. I'm not sure why that should feel so important, but it does." Painfully aware of Simon and Patrick's looming departure, they devoted the day to the children, walking along the Seine in a fine mist, eating warm chocolate crepes purchased from a vendor who'd set up his stall in the shadow of Notre Dame, exploring the ancient winding streets of the Latin Quarter. "I know it will only be for a few weeks," said Hero, as they wandered the paths of the Luxembourg Gardens. "So why does even thinking about it hurt so much?" Sebastian was silent for a moment,
as they watched the boys scramble over a ruined wall that had once been part of a vanished Carthusian monastery. "We can always change our minds. Keep them here." "No," she said, with a faint shake of her head. "I can't begin to explain it. And it almost embarrasses me to say this when everyone is so convinced Napoleon will be stopped, but I have a bad feeling about this." He reached out to take her hand in his and hold it tight. Then his gaze met hers, and what she saw there mirrored all her own unspoken thoughts and fears. "I know. So do I." It was late in the afternoon, when Sebastian was off making final arrangements with Hendon, that Fanny Carpenter stopped by the Place Dauphine. She perched on the edge of the tapestry-covered settee in the salon, her reticule gripped so tightly in her lap that her fingers turned white. "I'm hearing rumours that Kitty Wellington is leaving Paris tomorrow, along with the Earl of Hendon and Lady Wilcox. Please tell me it's all a hum." "No, it's true," said Hero, settling into the armchair opposite her. "But Hendon's return to London has long been planned, and Amanda is going because she's recently learned her daughter is in the family way." Fanny studied her quietly for a moment. Her hazel eyes narrowed and shrewd. "Perhaps, but that doesn't explain Kitty Wellington. It's rather ominous when the British ambassador's wife turns tail and runs, wouldn't you say?" Hero paused while a maid brought in the tea tray, then said, "Has Colonel de Gautier heard something new?" Fanny shook her head. "No, but then Etienne is busy with the artillery. He doesn't hear much of the palace chatter." She hesitated, then added, "You knew Marie-Thérèse has left for Bordeaux?" "I knew that was her intent, but I didn't know she'd actually gone. No. Surely her decision to go ahead with her tour can only mean the palace is not overly concerned about Napoleon." "They say she is going to rally the troops." "Ah." Privately, Hero suspected Marie-Thérèse's presence might not have the effect the palace was hoping for, but she kept that to herself. "I hadn't thought of that." Fanny took the cup Hero handed her, then simply sat holding it in her lap. "There are even rumours that the king has asked Kitty Wellington to take the crown jewels with her." Hero poured her own cup. "Oh, surely not. How can that be when the king is convinced Napoleon will be stopped before he gets much farther?" She set the teapot aside. "You've lived in Paris under Napoleon before. I would think his approach wouldn't worry you as much as it might some." The Englishwoman met her gaze. "Etienne has now pledged his loyalty to the king, as has everyone from Marshal Ney to Jourdan," Hero said gently. "Yes, I suppose," said Fanny. She hesitated a moment, then said, "Do you know, when I first heard Napoleon had landed near Antibes, I laughed. I actually laughed. It seemed such madness for him to think he could conquer France with fewer than 1,000 men. They say he slept on the beach that night and started marching toward Paris in the morning. It sounds like something from a play at the Comédie Française, does it not? And yet here we are a week later, and the British ambassador's wife is fleeing Paris in terror. I suspect she'll feel very foolish in a month's time," said Hero. Fanny gave her a trembling smile. "Perhaps you are right. For some reason I can't quite explain, Marie-Thérèse's departure threw me into something like a panic." Hero took a slow sip of her tea and kept her voice casual. "Have you ever heard Marie-Thérèse mention the Charlemagne talisman?" "The Charlemagne talisman?" Fanny was silent for a moment, her brows drawn together as if in thought. "I know she's been furious with the bishop for giving it to Josephine. She thinks it should by rights be hers. At one point she demanded Hortense return it, but Hortense claimed she didn't know what had happened to it. Why do you ask?" "The talisman's empty case was found on the Pont Neuf the night Sophie was killed." Fanny's eyes widened. "Good heavens! But why?" "We don't know." Fanny set her cup in its saucer with a clatter. "You can't think Marie-Thérèse had something to do with what happened to Sophie?" "No, not at all," Hero lied. "Devlin was simply wondering if anyone associated with the palace had recently expressed interest in the talisman." "You're thinking Sophie's murder is somehow connected to Napoleon's return? Oh, surely not. Can you think of any other reason someone might have had to kill her?" "No, but why would Sophie have had the talisman in the first place? I always assumed Hortense was lying when she claimed she didn't have it." "It is curious," said Hero, taking another sip of her tea. "You can't explain it?" "No. I wish I could." Fanny fiddled with the handle of her own cup. "It's so bizarre, these endless changes in government the French have endured these last 26 years. Whatever else one might say about the British monarchy, at least it's stable." "Well, except for the Civil War and the Glorious Revolution, and the sticky bits in 1715 and 1745. Fanny's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Yes, I suppose that with the exception of the Civil War, the events of those years must have seemed far more dire to those who lived through them than they do to us now in retrospect. Who was it said that the periods of greatest happiness are the missing pages in our history books?" "I don't know. But whoever it was, they knew what they were talking about." Fanny set aside her cup and reached out to clasp one of Hero's hands in both of hers. "Thank you. You've made me feel better." "Have I? Yet if you are truly concerned, perhaps you could go on a visit to your family in England, just for a while?" A pinched look crept over the novelist's face, making her look both older and frailer than she was. "But Etienne couldn't come with me, and how could I leave without him? What if the worst were to happen so that I wouldn't be allowed back in again as an English woman?" "It would be a risk," said Hero. And she thought, all over France people are facing these same torn loyalties, these same painful and heartbreaking decisions. And for what? For what? Devlin returned from seeing Hendon not long after the novelist's departure. He poured himself a glass of brandy, then went to stand at the arched window, looking out at the square as the light faded from the day. "So many innocent lives being disrupted," he said after a moment, echoing Hero's own thoughts. "All over France. Again." Hero rattled the cups in their saucers as she stacked them back on the tray. "All because the Bourbons believed they have a divine right to rule France, and because Napoleon was bored on his little island. He looked over at her. "Why do you think Fanny came?" "She's afraid, and she was hoping that thanks to Hendon, we might know more than she does. It's the inevitable result of the king's decision to hide the truth about Napoleon's landing for those 2 days, isn't it? Now no one believes anything coming out of the palace. And who can blame them?" "Not I." "No." She came up beside him, and they watched in silence as the lamplighter worked his way around the square. Unlike in London, where lamplighters had to use a ladder to reach the street lamps, Parisian lamps were suspended by a cord that allowed them to be lowered and raised. After a moment, she said, "Once Hendon leaves, how will we know what's actually happening?" "Vidocq." She looked over at him. "You trust him? A former brigand and galley slave?" "About everything? No. But in this—" He reached out to draw her to him and hold her close. "Perhaps," he said, pressing his cheek against her hair. Then he added, "At least for now." Chapter 45. Friday the 10th of March. Hendon's plan to leave Paris by noon proved optimistic. Both Kitty Wellington and Amanda were still packing hours after the scheduled departure time, so it was closer to 6 before the long line of carriages, carts, baggage wagons, and armed escort was ready to roll. Hero's Abigail, Molly, had opted to return to London and was anxious to get away. But Tom and Jules Cahoon, Sebastian's valet, were both vaguely insulted by the suggestion that they might wish to abandon their employer in the wilds of a foreign land. "You ain't going to make us go, is you, governor?" the tiger had demanded when Sebastian offered them the opportunity. "No, but I don't want either of you to feel as if you are obligated in any way to stay." The boy sucked in a quick, high breath. "I interfered a bony." Jules Cahoon's eyes crinkled with his slow smile. "I'll be staying as well, my lord, unless you'd prefer I go to help Claire with the 2 little lads." "I think Molly and Claire between them should be more than capable of handling the children," said Sebastian. "Good," said Cahoon, "because I must admit, it would go sorely against the grain with me to leave." And so there were only the women and 2 children to load into the 4th waiting carriage. The sun was already low in the sky, and Hendon sighed as he pulled out his pocket watch and squinted down at the time. "You'll be lucky to get 20 miles before you have to stop for the night," said Sebastian, watching him. "Are you sure you don't want to wait and leave in the morning?" Hendon closed his watch with a snap and tucked it away. "Quite certain." "Grandpa is taking you for another ride on the big ship," Hero told Simon, lifting him up in her arms. The little boy's eyes shone with excitement. "I like the ship." "Thank God neither of them suffers from seasickness," said Hendon under his breath. Sebastian gave a soft laugh. Then his gaze fell on Patrick, his small hand fisted tight in Claire's skirts, his face solemn. He seemed to have come through his recent ordeal little the worse for wear, but he hadn't taken the news of this impending separation well. "We'll catch up with you soon," Sebastian told Knox's son, hunkering down beside him. "I promise." Patrick blinked and looked away, his lips pressing tightly together. "Me mum promised me too, only she ain't never come back, has she?" Sebastian felt his throat thicken as he reached out to ruffle the little boy's hair. "Except this time, you're not going home alone, lad. You've got Simon, Claire, and Hendon with you. And you're going home to Brook Street, remember? The boy's chin trembled, but he managed to drudge up a game smile. As Sebastian straightened, Hendon said gruffly, "If you haven't sorted this out in another 10 days, and if, against all odds, Bonaparte is still on the march, you should leave anyway. You can always come back later when things are more settled." There was a defensive tone to his voice, as if he expected his words to put up Sebastian's back. But Sebastian wasn't inclined to argue. Molly was already in the carriage, and he was watching Hero lift Simon up to the Abigail's waiting arms. Hero was putting on a cheerful face for the boy's sake, but he knew by the stiff set of her shoulders and the brittle glitter in her eyes just how much this brief separation was going to cost her. "I've already decided I'm giving it 1 more week," Sebastian said quietly, as the bells of Notre Dame began to chime the hour, the low bongs echoing solemnly across the slate rooftops of the ancient island. It cut him to the quick to say it, but he knew it was right. "We can't stay here forever." That night, they went for a walk around the island, the lights of Paris glimmering on the dark waters of the Seine beside them, the air cold and clear and scented with the smell of wet stone and burning charcoal and the river. They could hear the water lapping at the base of the stone embankment, the faint strains of a violin, the sound of distant voices and children's laughter. Their own children's departure was like an ache that lay heavily on both their hearts, lending a new sense of urgency to a search that had already loomed as the most important endeavor of Sebastian's life. After a time, Hero said, "I keep thinking that if we could understand the part Sophie played in Napoleon's escape from Elba, we might be able to understand why she was killed." It was something that had been haunting Sebastian for days, and he felt the weight of all its implications as he gazed across the choppy black waters of the Seine to the Place de Grève, the vast open square in front of the ancient building known as the Hôtel de Ville that housed Paris's city government. Before the Revolution, this had been Paris's traditional site for executions. And when the guillotine was removed from the Place de la Révolution, it was eventually erected there. It was still there, standing silent and ominous in the darkness. And it occurred to Sebastian, looking at it now, that it was difficult to walk anywhere in this city without being reminded of the turmoil, bloodshed, and terror of France's last 26 years. It tore at his gut to think that Sophie might have played a part in the desperate, dangerous scheme that could easily cause it all to start up again. He had to force himself to say, "Given that the Allies opened and read all of Napoleon's correspondence, I think we can safely assume she was carrying a message." "From McClellan to Napoleon, you mean?" "It seems likely, doesn't it?" Madame Dion had confirmed Hortense's contention that Sophie was originally expected to return to Paris much earlier. "So, what was the message?" "Well, if I were Napoleon and I were plotting my return, I think I'd contact my most faithful generals and ask for their support." Hero looked over at him. "You're saying McClellan and the others must have known Napoleon was planning to escape from Elba?" "The ones Napoleon thought he could trust, yes." "You think that's why Sophie went to see him? To deliver McClellan's reply and pledge his support?" "I think she went to deliver McClellan's reply. But I'm not convinced we can assume that means McClellan intends to support Napoleon. Just because McClellan and the others didn't betray the Emperor's plans doesn't mean they agreed to join his cause. He knew he was doing it again, grasping at possible excuses, trying to convince himself that his mother hadn't done what he was so terribly afraid she had. And he knew from the set of Hero's profile that she understood exactly the emotions that were driving his thinking. She was silent for a moment, glancing up at a weathered plaque fixed high on the wall beside them, which still read, Quai Napoleon. The Bourbon functionaries who were so busy chiseling bees off buildings, tearing down statues of the Emperor, and changing every offending place name, had obviously missed this one. Even if that's true, said Hero, I think she might also have carried a message from Napoleon to Hortense, perhaps giving her the exact date he planned to leave Elba. Why else would Hortense have shown up at the Rue du Champ de Repos within hours of Sophie's arrival back in Paris? Why, indeed, thought Sebastian with a heavy heart. What I can't figure out, Hero was saying, is why Sophie stopped at Malmaison on her way back to Paris. At first, I was thinking she must have gone there to get the talisman, but that makes no sense. It wouldn't still have been there. No, it wouldn't, he said. They had reached the narrow stretch of water that separated the Ile de la Cité from the Ile Saint-Louis, the other smaller island that lay just upstream. There had been a bridge here once, but a recent storm carried it away, and the Bourbon hadn't bothered to replace it. My guess is that Josephine sent the talisman to Napoleon when she realized she was dying. She knew he'd never won a campaign after he divorced her and lost the talisman, and she thought having it might help him should he ever decide to attempt to regain his throne. That makes sense, said Hero, as they turned to walk along the nave of the cathedral. Even at this hour, the square before it was crowded, the air ringing with voices and laughter, and the joyous trill of an accordion. Except, why would Sophie have brought the talisman's case back to Paris with her? Perhaps it was intended as a signal to whomever she was meant to give it. Only she never managed to deliver it. That doesn't explain her stop at Malmaison. No, it doesn't. Hero linked her hand through the crook of his arm. What if her meeting with Sanson wasn't as innocent as he would have you believe? What if, once she changed her mind about going to the Place Dauphine, she sent Sanson a message asking him to meet her at the Vert Galant? Did you ever ask him about the talisman case? Sebastian shook his head. It hadn't been found yet when I spoke to him. He was silent for a time, his thoughts on the past as they wound their way through the narrow old streets that lay beyond the square. What I'd like to know is where she went between the time she left the inn and when she was attacked on the Pont Neuf. And I'd also like to know what the bloody hell she was doing out on that bridge. If she was coming to see us, why didn't she have the fiacre driver take her into the Place Dauphine, to the door of the house? Is it possible she was stabbed someplace else and brought to the bridge by her killer? If he thought she was dead, he could have meant to dispose of her body by throwing it into the Seine. And simply missed the river, you mean? He thought about it, then said, I doubt it. There are much less public places from which to quietly slip a body into the river. I think she was attacked on the bridge, although I'll be damned if I can figure out what she was doing there. Their walk had now brought them full circle, back around the Pont Neuf, and they crossed the bridge's roadway to step up on the platform
that had once supported the statue of Henri IV. 8 days, thought Sebastian, as he stared out over the shadowy tangle of overgrown shrubs and trees that thrust like the prow of a ship into the silently flowing black waters of the river. It had been 8 days since he'd found her here, and he felt no closer to unmasking her killer now than he had been then. "It's an odd place for a woman to be walking alone," said Hero, turning to gaze across the bridge. The breeze coming up off the water was growing colder, and Sebastian put his arm around her shoulders to draw her in closer to the warmth of his body. "It is." He was aware of the lamp-lit carriages and carts rumbling across the bridge beside them, of the laughter and voices spilling from the cafe on the corner of the Quai de l'Horloge, and the tall, familiar figure of a man who stood by himself near the darkened entrance to the Place Dauphine. "Bloody hell," whispered Sebastian, as the man started across the road toward them. "Why? Who is it?" said Hero, following his gaze. "Someone who must sincerely regret having missed the joys of the Spanish Inquisition." Raising his voice, Sebastian said, "Bonsoir, Monsieur de Tollet." Marie-Thérèse's gaunt, austere huissier du cabinet stepped up onto the platform, the golden light from the oil lamp that dangled from the post beside them limning his pale face and sombre clothes. "Bonsoir, Monsieur le Vicomte." He bowed to Hero. "And Madame? A chilly evening for a walk?" "Not too chilly," she said. A tight smile twitched the Chevalier's face as he turned back to Sebastian. "I understand your father, the Earl of Hendon, left Paris today, along with your sister and the wife of the British ambassador." "Yes," said Sebastian. "And your children went with them?" "Yes." "And yet here you are." Sebastian glanced up as the breeze swayed the lantern above them, casting a macabre pattern of light and shadow across the platform. "Why should we leave, when the king assures us that Napoleon will never reach Paris?" "Oh, Napoleon will be stopped long before he reaches Paris. Never fear that. And then the time of retribution will begin." "Retribution against whom?" "All those who should have been dealt with a year ago. The anti-monarchists, the atheists and secularists, their accomplices and sympathizers." "A new terror, in other words?" "Except a just and godly one this time." "Yes, of course. The final result will be glorious, but some might find things a bit—" De Tollet paused, as if searching for the right word. "Uncomfortable for a time. You would be wise to follow your father and children to London, soon." "Is that a threat?" "A threat? Now why would I threaten you?" The Chevalier touched his hand to his hat and bowed again to Hero. "Madame," he said, and turned to walk away. "It was a threat, wasn't it?" she said quietly, as the Frenchman continued on across the bridge. Sebastian watched de Tollet climb into a carriage waiting on the far side of the bridge, in the Place des Trois Maries. As the green and gold liveried driver turned his horses toward the Tuileries Palace, the crest of the Duchesse d'Angoulême was plainly visible on the coach's panel. Marie-Thérèse might have left Paris, but for some reason her faithful minion had remained.
It was a threat, said Sebastian. Chapter 46. Saturday, the 11th of March. The next morning dawned clear but cold, with a brilliant aqua sky that slowly turned into a smudged blue-brown as the smoke from Paris's tens of thousands of chimneys rose to hang over the city. Painfully aware of the clock ticking away the hours of their last days in Paris, Sebastian arrived early at Henri Sanson's sprawling complex in the Rue de Marais. A flustered, nervous young housemaid left him for a time cooling his heels in a withdrawing room, but returned to escort him through the house and across the gardens to a large stone outbuilding the girl referred to as the family museum. "Thought you'd be back," said the high executioner of Paris, looking up from where he sat at a workbench beneath one of the room's windows, wiping oil on the honed blade of what Sebastian realized must be a headsman's axe. More axes and swords hung from the walls and filled the cabinets that crowded the room, along with a macabre collection of torture implements, fire-blackened pincers, an iron maiden, branding irons, ancient doloir, huge wagon wheels stained dark with old blood, and a towering wooden frame with a worn, blood-stained bench and massive slanted blade. Madame Guillotine. "Why is that?" said Sebastian, drawing up beside a glass-fronted display cabinet crowded with a collection of small toy guillotines, brooches made in the shape of guillotines, pipe bowls decorated with guillotines, even necklaces and earrings dangling tiny guillotines. Sanson grunted. "You think I can't put one and one together to get two?" Napoleon's landing in the south of France casts Sophia Capello's death in a slightly different light? Yes? You knew she had returned to Paris via Elba? Sanson's normally expressionless features, contorted with a hint of surprise, quickly smoothed away, although whether it was because he'd been ignorant of the details of Sophie's journey, or was merely startled to discover that Sebastian knew of it, was difficult to say. "She went to Elba?" "She did. You would have me believe you didn't know?" Sanson pursed his full lips. "No, I didn't know. I told you. We discussed roses, not politics." "And yet you suspect that Napoleon's return might have had something to do with her death?" "Just because we didn't discuss politics doesn't mean I'm incapable of deduction." "Oh. So tell me this. Do you think she would have supported Napoleon's return?" Sanson set aside the newly oiled axe and reached for a heavy, nasty-looking sword. His eyes narrowed as if in thought. "Well, she didn't have much use for the Bourbon, that's for sure. But she told me once she'd seen far too much killing in her life. And whatever the end result of Napoleon's current mad adventure, there will be more killing. Make no mistake about that." Sebastian watched the executioner test the edge of the sword's blade with his thumb. A new possibility was beginning to occur to Sebastian, unformed but chilling in its implications. He said, "Are you familiar with the Charlemagne talisman?" "I know of it," said Sanson. "Why do you ask?" Sebastian drew the jeweled red leather case from his pocket and held it out. "Have you ever seen this?" Sanson glanced at it, then returned his attention to his task, his oiled cloth moving reverently over the deadly blade. No. Why? Madame Capello didn't show it to you the evening you met her at the inn? No. Why would she? It's the case Napoleon had made for the talisman. Sophie had it with her at the Vergelin, and it was found later that night on the Pont Neuf, empty, after she was attacked there. She had the Charlemagne talisman? The executioner sounded puzzled, but that didn't mean that he actually was. Sebastian studied the man's impassive, unreadable profile. We don't know that she had the amulet itself. All we know is that she had the case. Did she ever speak to you of the talisman? No, never. And you have no idea where she went after she left the inn that night? The headsman stared back at Sebastian as if defying disbelief. No. Are you familiar with her former ward, Angélique de Longchamp-Montendre? I know of her, although I don't believe I've met her. Why? What about her husband, Antoine de Longchamp-Montendre? The executioner's lip curled in open contempt. Him? I have met. Briefly. I take it you don't think much of him. Sanson pushed out a rough breath in a faint, derisive huff of amusement. He is a spoiled, arrogant young man who was brought up to believe he is better than others, and that the world owes him far more than it has given him. That kind can be dangerous. Dangerous. It was an interesting word for the executioner to choose. Do you think he was a threat to Dama Cabello? Why would he be? What about Hortense Bonaparte? Sanson was thoughtful for a moment. Her kind is different. She's a woman who has been fated as the stepdaughter of an emperor and a queen in her own right, so she has the arrogance of Antoine de Longchamp-Montendre, but she has also known adversity and hardship, want and fear, and she is a woman, of course, a beautiful, seductive woman with her mother's cunning. He paused, then added, although not perhaps her mother's shrewdness. What was her relationship with Sophie? I have no idea. Dama Capello was close to Josephine, but I don't believe Hortense ever had much interest in roses. Did you know Sophia stopped by Malmaison on her way back to Paris? Sanson frowned. No. Why would she do that? I was hoping you might be able to tell me. Sanson shook his head. Nope. She didn't mention it when you saw her at the Vergelin. No? He hesitated. You're quite certain she'd just been there? Yes. That surprises you. Why? Because we discussed the condition of the gardens that very evening. Why wouldn't she have mentioned it? Why indeed, thought Sebastian, as he watched as the high executioner of Paris set aside his oiled sword. Do you know the Count of Cargès? Sanson swiveled on his stool to look directly at him. Niccolo Aravina. Oh, I know him all right. The man takes his interest in roses to a degree one might well describe as fanatical. Why do you ask? Fanatical enough to kill, do you think? To kill Dama Capello, you mean? He opened his eyes wide, pulled down the corners of his mouth, and rocked his head back and forth as if in thought. I honestly don't know. Did you know he used his rose shipments to smuggle reports from Napoleon's spies out of Britain? I've heard some such talk, yes. How well known was it? It was known amongst those of us with an interest in roses. Beyond that, he shrugged. I could not say. Sebastian let his gaze drift around the grisly collection, his attention coming to rest inevitably on the guillotine. You don't use that any more? Sanson rose to go rest his hand on the worn wood of the guillotine's bascule. It was a tender, almost loving gesture. Not this one, no. This one is old. After a while the blade and wood wear. The joints are no longer true. If the uprights stand even a fraction of vertical, the blade won't descend properly. And then what should be quick and relatively painless becomes something else entirely. Sebastian stared up at the towering crossbar and Mouton with its deadly angled blade. And yet you keep it. It's a part of history, this guillotine. Thousands met their end upon its bascule. Marie Antoinette, Louis XVI, his young sister, Princess Elizabeth. So many. Sebastian suddenly found it hard to breathe. And Robespierre? Of course. Sanson's lips twitched, with what might have been a smile. Did you know that the brain remains aware for 30 or more seconds after the head is cut off from the body? 30 seconds is a long time, yes? Think about all that can happen in 30 seconds. When a man's or a woman's head is cut off and lifted up by its hair to be shown to the roaring crowds, those people's brains are still alive. They are aware. They hear the cheers, see those jeering, laughing faces, feel the wind on their flesh. Sebastian stared at him. How can you know that? Sanson tilted back his head, his gaze like Sebastian's on the blade towering above them. I know. I see their eyes track movement, see their expressions alter. What is their expression? At first, fear. Afterward, he paused. Astonishment. And then the head is dropped into the basket with all the others. The person sees the equally bewildered faces of those who have gone before and then knows no more. The horrors concentrated in this death-haunted private museum was suddenly too much for Sebastian to bear. Thank you for your assistance, he said, turning toward the door. I wouldn't have said I told you much. Sanson went to settle back on his stool and reach for a long, curving knife, whose purpose Sebastian had no desire to speculate upon. It's interesting you do not ask about Marie-Thérèse. If I thought she might have been a threat to Dama Capello. Sebastian paused with one hand on the door to look back at him. Sanson kept his focus on the ghastly blade in his hands, but the conversation had shifted into delicate territory, and the tension in the low, macabre building was suddenly so thick as to be palpable. Sebastian said, Are you familiar with the Duchess's Huissier du Cabinet? Xavier de Tollet? Oh, yes. What do you know of him? Sanson ran his oiled cloth up and down the knife blade, his expressions once more completely unreadable. I know he is a man with the zeal and righteous moral certitude of a religious fanatic, and like all such persons, he can justify anything in the name of heaven. You think that's what this is about? Heaven? Sanson looked over at him then. To those, such as Marie-Thérèse and the Chevalier de Tilley, everything is about heaven, if they wish it to be. In their minds, they are on the side of the angels, which means that anyone who stands against them is standing against God. And Sophia Capello was standing against God? Well, she was standing against Marie-Thérèse, and as far as de Tilley is concerned, that might actually have been worse. Chapter 47. So Sanson claims he and Sophie discussed Malmaison's gardens, and yet she didn't mention she'd just been there a few hours before, said Hero, when Sebastian returned to the Place Dauphine. That's what he says. And while I could be wrong, I suspect that in this at least he's telling the truth. After all, he didn't need to tell me the topic had come up. Yes, but what could she possibly have been doing out there that she felt the need to hide? I can't imagine, said Sebastian. But I think it's time we try to find out, don't you? They drove out to the Empress Josephine's famous 17th century chateau in Sebastian's sporty little phaeton. Normally, such a journey would be made by carriage, except that the carriage, team and coachman Sebastian had hired for the duration of their stay in France had all disappeared. I wonder who's responsible, said Hero, adjusting the angle of her parasol against the shifting direction of the sun as they wound through the gently rolling vivid green hills to the west of Paris. She was dressed for the excursion in a heavy dark blue carriage dress made high at the neck with a satin collar, and had a jaunty broad-brimmed hat with a short veil to help keep out the dust. The coachman or the stable owner? If I had to guess, I'd say both working together, said Sebastian, keeping his pair at a brisk trot. There was still a bite to the air, but the sun was now higher in the sky, bathing the fresh new growth of the fields with golden light and giving warmth to the day that hadn't been there before. From what I'm hearing, it's becoming virtually impossible to buy, hire, or steal a decent carriage within 100 miles of Paris. An ancient wagon piled high with trunks and bits of furniture and drawn by a blown team wallowed in the road ahead, and Sebastian dropped his hands, urging his horses out and around it. They'd already passed a dozen or more such overloaded wagons and carts, carriages and buggies and gigs. The rats are fleeing the Bourbon ship of state in a panic, said Hero, tipping her parasol just so, as they rounded another bend in the road. And it hasn't even hit the rocks yet. Sebastian reined his horses in to a more sedate pace as they left the overloaded wagon far behind. I'm glad we sent the boys with Hendon. She turned her head, her gaze meeting his. So am I. The Chateau de Malmaison lay some 9 miles to the west of Paris, just beyond the small, prosperous village of Rouet. Built in the classic French Renaissance style of pale limestone with a grey slate roof and neat rows of long, symmetrical windows, it stood in the midst of some 500 acres of English-style gardens that had once been the toast of Europe. Known for their extensive collection of exotic plants and animals from as far away as New South Wales and Josephine's native Martinique, the chateau's gardens were now sadly neglected, with overgrown and half-dead borders stretching out on either side of the rutted drive. I wouldn't have expected gardens to deteriorate so badly in less than a year, said Sebastian, as he stared across the abandoned park to where an elegant black swan was coming in to land on a weed-choked ornamental lake. Last summer was hot, even in England, and if there was no one to water the more delicate exotic plantings... Hero's voice trailed away as they swept around a bend in the drive, and the golden stone chateau rose up before them, looking forlorn and deserted. She gave a faint, disbelieving shake of her head. I can't understand Josephine's children. How could they allow this to happen? They surely know how much the house and gardens meant to their mother. They obviously didn't care, said Sebastian, reining in before the chateau. To Tom he said, baby them. We'll need to rest them well before we head back to Paris. Aye, governor, said the tiger, taking the reins. It's too bad Tom's French isn't better, said Hero, as they turned toward the chateau's tent-like glass and metal entry. It would be interesting to hear what the servants are saying amongst themselves. Sebastian reached for the bell. It would indeed. They rang the bell 5 times before they finally heard approaching footsteps and the sounds of various bolts and bars being drawn back. The door creaked inward, revealing a bony, imposing-looking woman dressed in the severest black. In age, she could have been anywhere between 55 and 75. Her back was ramrod straight, her once dark chignon heavily threaded with silver, her long, narrow face hook-nosed and lined with a fine crisscross of wrinkles. She looked at them through unblinking dark eyes and said, No family here, anymore. We know, madame. I am... The housekeeper made as if to shut the door in their faces, then looked beyond them to the empty sweep before the house. A puzzled frown scrunched her aged face, and she hesitated. How did you get here? Never say you walked. Sebastian handed her his card. Lady Devlin and I have taken the liberty of sending our carriage around to the stables. It's a long drive back to Paris, and I've given instructions to have the horses fed and watered. Ah, she squinted down at the card. Well, I hope your men can manage for themselves, Monsieur le Vicomte, because they won't find anyone there to help them. Not anymore. The stable hands and grooms have all been dismissed, said Sebastian. He saw no reason to disabuse her of the assumption that they had arrived in a proper carriage with a coachman and footman in attendance. Mais oui, and all but a couple of the groundsmen as well. And in the house? It's just me and Cissy. Cissy? The housemaid. All the others have gone, you know. Trying to get wages out of Hortense and Eugène is almost more trouble than it's worth. Sebastian exchanged a quick glance with Hero, who gave the woman a friendly smile and said, You must be Madame... She left the question dangling. Sorel. Anais Sorel. Of course. Madame Sorel, we understand the Empress's friend, Dama Capello, was here recently. Is that true? The question seemed to puzzle her. Oui, madame. Must have been last... A week ago last Thursday. Sebastian felt a strange sensation crawl over his skin. It was what they'd been told, and yet he realized that he hadn't quite believed it until now. Hero said, She came to look at the gardens? No, madame. Didn't stay long enough for that. Came into the house, disappeared up the stairs for a few minutes, then came back down, thanked me, and drove off. If the Empress hadn't warned me on her deathbed that madame might be coming, I'd have thought it strange. But I was expecting her, you see.
The Empress Josephine told you to expect Sophia Capello's visit?
Oui. Said her ladyship might come one day, and if she did, I was to let her in and leave her alone. So that's what I did.
Sebastian said, "Do you know why Dama Capello came?"
Madame Sorel tucked her chin back against her neck and looked vaguely affronted. No, monsieur. She didn't say, and it's not my place to question such things.
Hero gave the woman another of those warm, coaxing smiles. "No, of course not. I understand completely. But why do you think she came?" The housekeeper raised her eyebrows and shrugged.
Well, stands to reason she must have come to get something, now doesn't it?
Again, Sebastian and Hero exchanged glances. He said, "And when Dama Capello went upstairs, do you have any idea that day? Why not simply ask her? You haven't heard that Dama Capello was killed not long after she left here?" He watched as the Frenchwoman's features went slack and the color drained from her face.
No.
Where? How?
She was stabbed. In Paris. On the Pont Neuf. Do you have any idea why someone would want to kill her?
Her hand crept up to press against her lips.
No.
How could I?
Did anyone ask you to let them know if Dama Capello should ever come here?
She stared back at him, her features now carefully wiped of all betraying emotions.
No. Why would anyone do that?
It was a lie. A lie so obvious that it strengthened his belief that up until then, she had been telling the truth. He said, "The housemaid who still lives here with you. You said her name is Cece?"
Oui?
She glanced from him to Hero, then back again.
Why?
"Just wondering," said Sebastian. He found his gaze drifting again to the gardens beyond the windows. From here he could see an aged man hacking back the arching canes of a massive climbing rose that was threatening to swallow a nearby greenhouse. A husky, dark-haired lad of perhaps 15 worked nearby, gathering up the cuttings.
Can you think of anything at all, that might help explain why Dama Capello came here last week, or why someone would have wanted to kill her?
Mais non. Sebastian studied the older woman's tensely held face. He could press her, of course, but he doubted it would accomplish anything, and it might even do more harm than good. He was a foreigner here, an Englishman, and this woman's country had been fighting his for most of her life. France and Britain might now be at peace, but old attitudes died hard, and he suspected that in many ways she still saw him as her enemy. "It's such a lovely room," said Hero, in that friendly, chatty voice that hid a steely purpose and iron will. "It must have been even lovelier when the Empress was still alive. I'm wondering, where would we find the woman who served as her Abigail?"
You mean Bernadette?
"That's right, Bernadette.
Agasse is her name. Bernadette Agasse. But I don't know where she's found a new position. And I don't know how she could tell you anything. She's been gone from here 10 months and more." The housekeeper's eyes narrowed, as if a thought had only just occurred to her, and she fixed Sebastian with a challenging stare. "What is all this to you, anyway?" "Sofia Capello was a friend of my mother," he said. "I'd like to find out who killed her and why." The Frenchwoman's features relaxed as she nodded sympathetically. "Ah, she was a lovely gentlewoman, Dama Capello. So many deaths." Her gaze drifted back to the silk-hung bed where Napoleon's Josephine had breathed her last, and she sighed again. So many. Chapter 48. "Her Abigail," said Eugène Francois Vidocq when Sebastian stopped by the headquarters of the Sûreté Nationale that evening. "You want me to find Empress Josephine's Abigail. Whatever for?" "I have a theory," said Sebastian, his gaze drifting around the policeman's unusual office. It was a small, messy room, crowded with bureaus and tables piled high with note cards and folders and a strange variety of objects, wigs and broken-down hats, crutches and canes, tattered old coats and jars of theatrical makeup, which Sebastian realized the ex-galley slave must use for his famous disguises. From the office's dirty windows, he could see a cramped courtyard, and beyond that, the delicate flying buttresses of Sainte-Chapelle, the magnificent 13th-century chapel that dated to the time when the Palais de la Cité had been the residence of the Capetian kings of France. "A theory," said Vidocq, his voice flat. "A theory about what?" "Malmaison is not on the way back to Paris for anyone travelling up from the south of France. And yet for some unknown reason Sofia Capello stopped there briefly just a few hours before she was killed. I think she went there to get something, and I'm hoping Josephine's Abigail can help us understand what that was." Vidocq frowned. "You think she went there for the talisman, do you?" "It's seeming more and more likely. And yet, according to the housekeeper, the Queen of Holland and her brother effectively ransacked the chateau after their mother's death, looking for anything and everything they could sell. So why would it still have been there? And that's what you're hoping the Empress's Abigail can tell you." There were several things Sebastian was hoping the woman might know, but all he said was, "Perhaps." The head of the Sûreté Nationale studied him intently for a moment, then shrugged. "I can try." He fished in one of his pockets and came up with a tobacco-stained clay pipe. "And no, we haven't managed to track down either the fiacre driver or your fille publique," he added, when Sebastian opened his mouth to ask just that. "You don't find that odd?" "Yes, I find that odd," snapped Vidocq, reaching for a pouch of tobacco. "They could be dead or in hiding." "That had occurred to me." Sebastian watched the Frenchman tamp down the tobacco in the pipe's bowl, then reach for a taper. "There is one other thing." Vidocq didn't even bother to look up from lighting his pipe. "Oh?" "It's possible one of the servants out at Malmaison, most likely the housekeeper, but perhaps a housemaid named Cece, or even one of the gardeners, notified someone of Sofia Capello's visit. It might be worth your sending someone out there to question them." At that, Vidocq did turn. That would imply someone was anticipating her visit to Malmaison. Yes, said Sebastian. The policeman's eyes narrowed. You're hiding something from me. Nothing I know for certain. But Vidocq did not appear convinced. Sunday, the 12th of March. They awoke the next morning to the peal of dozens of church bells calling the faithful to Sunday Mass. Sebastian was forced to wait until late in the afternoon before trying to approach Hortense Bonaparte. She was in the entry hall of her imposing Hôtel Particulier, arranging an assortment of lilies and ferns in a mammoth blood-red vase that stood on the large, round, marble-topped table in the center of the space. When the footman opened the door to him, she looked up and smiled. Bonjour, Monsieur le Vicomte. Do come in. Madame, he said with a low bow. She was wearing a high-waisted gown of delicate white muslin, sprigged with embroidered bouquets of pastel pink, blue, and yellow flowers, and her smile widened as she picked up one of the large white calla lilies lying on the table before her and added it to the arrangement. I hear you paid a visit to my mother's chateau. And how did you hear that? She reached for another lily. Did you think I would not? It's a lovely place, he said noncommittally. She glanced over at him. And now the rooms are empty and the gardens are in an atrocious mess. I know. Everyone who sees it reproaches me for it. But if you knew how much money my mother poured into that chateau, you would not judge me so harshly. I do try not to judge. She flashed him a saucy smile. Even if you don't always succeed? Perhaps. He watched her fingers work quickly to make subtle, sure alterations to her arrangement. You didn't tell me Sophia Capello stopped by Malmaison on her way back to Paris? But I take it you knew. Did Madame Sorel send the gardener's boy to tell you? Or was it Cissy? Does it matter? I suppose not. And yet even though you knew, you kept that knowledge to yourself. Did I? How remiss of me. Sebastian studied her beautiful, composed, lying face. I assume Dama Capello was there looking for the talisman. So tell me, did she find it? How would I know? You know. She was no longer smiling. She picked up a fern frond and added it to the vase before taking a step back to study the effect. Sebastian said, Is that why you went to see her the day she arrived back in Paris? To demand she give you the talisman? I thought at first that she had brought you a message telling you that Napoleon was leaving Elba, but you already knew that, didn't you? Were you afraid she meant to keep the amulet from him? She gave one of her airy little laughs. What a ridiculous notion! I told you. I'd heard Dama Capello was unhappy with the state of the gardens. That is all. Hortense placed the last lily in the vase with studied care, then turned to face him, the flounces of her embroidered gown twirling girlishly around her ankles. Why exactly are you here this afternoon, my lord? Actually, I'm wondering if you could provide me with the direction of Bernadette Agasse. A frown marred her pretty forehead. Who? Bernadette Agasse. She was your mother's Abigail. The frown cleared. Ah, yes, of course. Bernadette. I've heard she found a new position, but I'm afraid I couldn't tell you with whom. Je suis désolé." He didn't believe her, and she confirmed his doubt by not inquiring into the reason for his interest in the woman. Instead, her eyes narrowed with what looked like genuine amusement. She said, "I understand Kitty Wellington has left Paris, escorted by your father, the Earl." "Yes," said Sebastian, wondering where she was going with this. The smile spread to her lips. "The British Embassy, the Hôtel de Charost, used to belong to my sister-in-law, Pauline Bonaparte. Did you know?" "So I had heard." "And did you know she insisted that your Duke of Wellington pay her for it in louis d'or?" "Yes, I've heard that as well." "Do you know why?" He shook his head. "No." "Pauline wanted the gold to send to Napoleon, so he could hire the ships he needed to carry his men to France. In other words, your Grand Duke of Wellington obligingly, and I must say, rather foolishly, provided the gold that funded Napoleon's return. Ironic, is it not?" She tipped her head to one side, her eyes widening. "You don't believe me?" "Oh, I believe you," he said. After all, it was London's bankers who'd loaned the infant United States the money to make the Louisiana Purchase, which literally sent British gold pouring into Napoleon's war chest. He kept his gaze on her face. "Tell me this. If Sophia had the Charlemagne talisman, do you think she would have given it to Napoleon?" Hortense shrugged. "Her lover was one of the Emperor's most trusted marshals. Why would she not give Napoleon the talisman?" "Perhaps because she was tired of people dying." The deposed Queen of Holland gave a faint shake of her head. "You think that if Napoleon returns to his throne, he will immediately embark on a quest to reconquer all of Europe? He won't, you know. All he wants is to govern France in peace, if the Allies will let him." "They won't," thought Sebastian. But he didn't say it. Chapter 49. Hero was in her dressing room, vigorously brushing her carriage dress in an attempt to rid it of yesterday's dust, and ruefully mourning the loss of her Abigail, when she heard the knocker bang at the distant front door. Turning her head, she caught the vaguely familiar timbre of a Frenchman's voice drifting up from the entry hall below. A moment later came the sound of a housemaid running up the stairs. "Monsieur Antoine de Longchamp entrant to see you, my lady," said the girl, dropping a curtsy. "Jacques told him that Monsieur le Vicomte is out, and that he didn't think you were receiving, but—" She sucked in a quick breath, obviously winded by her rapid climb. Hero set aside the brush. "I'll be right down." She found Angelique's aristocratic husband standing beside the fire laid on the parlour's old-fashioned hearth. He was dressed in an elegantly cut, long-tailed, double-breasted coat, with a wide-collared red waistcoat and loose-fitting buff-coloured Cossack trousers, inspired by the uniforms of the Russians who'd so recently occupied Paris. He'd been staring down at the fire, with one hand resting on the mantel. But at her entrance, he dropped his hand and turned with a smile. "Lady Devlin," he said, sweeping her a courtly bow. "My apologies for intruding upon your Sunday." "That's quite all right." Hero stretched out her hand to indicate the tapestry-covered settee. "Please,
Won't you have a seat?
Merci.
He adjusted the tails of his coat as he sat, a quickly disguised expression of contempt flitting across his handsome, fine-boned features as he took in the worn upholstery. May I offer you some refreshment? Your wife tells me you acquired a taste for tea while you were living in England. Or would you prefer a glass of wine?
Thank you, but I am fine.
He hesitated a moment, then said,
To be frank, I wasn't certain I'd find you still in Paris. So many of the English are leaving.
True, she said, faintly smiling, as she settled in the chair beside the fire. But we see no reason to do so. He raised his eyebrows.
Do I take it Lord Devlin remains intent on uncovering the identity of Dama Capello's killer?
Yes. Why do you ask?
I gather he thinks her death may have something to do with the Charlemagne talisman.
Something of Hero's surprise at his words must have shone on her face, because he added,
Lord Devlin's inquiries into the amulet have been rather extensive.
We don't actually know yet, said Hero, folding her hands together in her lap. But I wonder, do you have any idea why Sophia Capello stopped at Malmaison on her way back from the south of France?
Did she do so? How odd.
His features showed mild surprise, which may or may not have been genuine. He was very, very good at playing these kind of games. But then so was Hero. Odd indeed. She leaned forward slightly as if inviting a confidence. Tell me, monsieur, do you believe in the power of the amulet? He appeared to find the question faintly ridiculous.
It contains fragments of the true cross. Of course it is powerful.
Yes, of course. Privately, Hero suspected there were enough fragments of the true cross scattered across Christendom to build a small chapel, but she kept that thought to herself.
And his lordship has yet to find any trace of it?
Said the Frenchman. No, none. Hero settled back in her chair. And how is your wife, monsieur? I know she has been sadly grieved by Sophia Capello's death.
She mourns her, of course. The woman was like a second mother to her. But Angelique is resilient.
I am relieved to hear it. Was it the young woman's grief, Hero wondered, that kept Angelique from accompanying her husband on this rather transparent fishing expedition? Or something else entirely? The Frenchman's eyes narrowed ever so slightly.
I understand that Eugène Francois Vidocq is assisting Lord Devlin in his search for the killer.
He is, yes. De Longchamp-Montrond gave a faint shake of his head.
Quite a change of fortune for a one-time cheval de retour.
A what?
That's what they call a man who has been recaptured after escaping from the galleys. A cheval de retour. They're double-ironed, you know. They say Vidocq still has the scars from the fetters on his wrists and ankles and around his neck from the iron collar.
The Galerians wear iron collars?
They do, yes. I see you think such punishments harsh, but I fear it's all terribly necessary. These men are invariably brutes, and Vidocq is no exception. He was a chauffeur, you know.
The Frenchman cocked his head in inquiry.
You've heard of the chauffeur?
I have not, no. De Longchamp-Montrond breathed a troubled sigh.
Fortunately, they're now little more than an ugly memory, just one of many from the days of the Revolution, but when it comes to Vidocq, Lord Devlin would do well to remember always with whom he is dealing. You think Vidocq might do Devlin harm? Let us say simply that he is not a man to be trusted. The Frenchman stayed talking a few minutes more, then rose to take his leave. Again, my apologies for interrupting your Sunday, my lady, he said with another of his magnificent courtly bows. And please, believe me when I say that if you or Lord Devlin requires any assistance in your quest to uncover Dama Capello's killer, you must not hesitate to ask. Thank you, said Hero, rising with him. I'll be certain to pass your message along. So why did he come? Asked Devlin, when he returned to the Place Dauphine a few minutes later. Hero walked over to the silver tray that rested on a table near the door and poured 2 glasses of wine. Ostensibly, to inquire into your investigation and offer any assistance we may require. In reality, I suspect because he knew of our visit to ma maison and was hoping to learn something of the talisman's whereabouts. She frowned, then said, or perhaps that's simply what he wanted me to think. He's very clever, that man. His real intent might have been to sow seeds of distrust about Vidocq. Have you ever heard of the Chaffeurs? Devlin reached to take the glass she held out to him. I have. Yes, why? Who were they? A band of particularly nasty brigands who operated in northern France during the darkest days of the Revolution. They acquired the name from their habit of attacking isolated farmhouses and slowly roasting the unfortunate inhabitants over an open fire until they gave up their hidden valuables. Good Lord, whispered Hero. Why do you ask? He said again. She took a long, slow swallow of her wine. De Longchamp-Montendre claims Eugène Francois Vidocq was one. I wouldn't be surprised. You wouldn't? And now he's head of a division of the French secret police? Every valley shall be raised up, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight. Devlin quoted, his lips twisting into a wry smile. I don't think that's what that particular verse is referring to. Isn't it? Hero recklessly drained her wine and went to pour a second glass. And did you learn anything from the erstwhile Queen of Holland? Only that she also knew of our visit to Malmaison, which means she knew of Sophie's visit there as well. It is rather suggestive. He took a slow sip of his wine. Oh, and I also discovered how Napoleon managed to hire the ships he used to sail away from Elba. She looked over at him. How? The Duke of Wellington paid for them. Chapter 50. Monday, the 13th of March. Early the next morning, Sebastian went to stand outside the conciergerie on the Quai de l'Horloge, his head tipping back as he stared up at the massive medieval towers that remained from the old royal castle, his thoughts on the past. It was when the kings of France moved across the river, first to the Louvre, then to the Tuileries, and finally out to Versailles, that the Palais de la Cité was left to the French treasury and the judiciary. The conciergerie tended to loom large in people's minds
as the epicenter of some of the worst of the Revolution's bloody excesses. Yet even as early as the 14th century, the place had been used as a prison, its feared torture chambers discussed in furtive whispers, if at all. The oldest remaining tower, the Tour Bombec, still carried a name that meant good beak, an appellation derived from the way its tortured prisoners used to sing. The Revolution might have lopped off its citoyen heads at an alarming rate, but it had done away with the breaking wheel, the rack, the head crusher, the saw, the screw press, the iron tongue shredder, and all the other hideous devices that had been used with such painful effect to convince the enemies of king and church to confess, whether they were actually guilty of anything or not. Many of the torture implements in the Sanson family's museum had doubtless come from here, and they weren't particularly old. During the reign of Louis XVI, the Countess de la Motte had been stripped, whipped, and branded here for her part in an incident that embarrassed Marie Antoinette. For most Englishmen, the hideous death toll of the Revolution had washed away all memory of those centuries of royal cruelty and capriciousness. But that wasn't necessarily true of the French people themselves. She didn't have much use for the Bourbon, that's for sure, Henri Sanson had said. But she told me once she'd seen far too much killing in her life, and whatever the end result of Napoleon's current mad adventure, there will be more killing. Make no mistake about that. Sebastian watched a short, rotund clerk in a black greatcoat come bustling out the conciergeries' doors, a sheaf of papers tucked under one arm. Sanson could have been wrong, of course. How well had the executioner actually known Sophie, particularly if, as he claimed, they never discussed politics? But if he was right, and Sebastian had a gut feeling the man probably was, then would such a woman risk the resumption of war by working to help Napoleon regain his throne? Her trip to Elba suggested she had been doing just that when she was killed. But what if that assumption was wrong? Émile Landru was in the gardens of the old convent, brushing the dead leaves off the recumbent stone figures of a medieval man and woman lying side by side atop an elaborately carved sarcophagus, their folded hands forever held pressed against their chests in prayer. This was the part of the sculpture museum that Landru had dubbed the Elysian Garden, with the tombs of some of France's most famous artists, philosophers, and writers scattered amongst verdant plantings of rhododendrons and hollies and cherry trees just coming into bloom in a froth of pink sweetness. "Good morning," said Sebastian, walking up to him. "It's lovely out here." A slow smile of delight spread across the man's lined face. "It is peaceful, yes. This part of the museum is intended not to illustrate our history, but to celebrate it." He lifted both hands up in the air in the manner of a priest saying Mass. "One leaves the museum after having contemplated the dark centuries of domination by monarchy and the church, then walks into the light and beauty of the garden to find here a place of inspiration and hope." Sebastian studied the medieval monument beside them. "Whose empty tomb is this?" "Oh, but it's not empty. Most of the tombs in the Elysian Garden are not. The idea is to assemble together in one place the greatest luminaries of French culture. Molière and Descartes, La Fontaine and Turenne, they're all here." "You mean their actual bodies are here?" Yes. The Frenchman looked shocked.
You can't think I would commit the sacrilege of casting such great men and women from their tombs simply to collect their empty monuments here? Of course not, said Sebastian, somehow managing to keep all trace of irony from his voice. Landru evidently didn't consider casting the mortal remains of France's kings and queens from their coffins to be a similar act of sacrilege, which only reinforced what Sebastian had already suspected about the museum curator's political opinions. Unfortunately, Landru was saying, the remains of some came to us without the monuments their greatness deserved. But we have sought to remedy that. Sebastian nodded to the sarcophagus before them. So who is this? He said again. A strange smile spread across the Frenchman's face. This is the tomb of Eloise and Abelard. They were buried near to each other in the 12th century. But here, their bones are actually mingled together as they should be for all time. But the monument itself is original? Not exactly. We have created it for them from various medieval fragments saved from the destructive excesses of the Revolution. Sebastian searched for something to say, but all he could come up with was, "Oh, it draws many, many visitors to our museum every week," said Landru, as they turned to walk along a path that wound through the shrubbery. There is something about the poignancy of a doomed but eternal love that transcends the ages to both move and inspire us. Yes, I can understand that. Landru cast him a sideways glance, the faint smile fading from his features. You wished to see me about something in particular, monsieur? I did, yes. I was wondering when was the last time you saw Dama Capello? Dama Capello? The museum curator clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth as if in thought. I suppose it must have been late last summer sometime. Why do you ask? So it was before she went to Vienna, but after the return of the Bourbon? It was, yes. Why? Would you say she was enthusiastic about the Bourbon restoration? Landru was silent for a moment, as if considering his response. I don't think I would say that. No. So would you describe her as a Republican? Again, Landru took his time in answering. A Republican? Let's just say I don't know that she would have described herself as such. One can simultaneously admire the potential of a political system and abhor the excesses of a particular example. Nicely put. Landru pressed his lips together and said nothing. Sebastian watched a white-backed woodpecker flit through the branches of the newly leafed-out plane trees overhead. If she were alive today, what do you think would be her reaction to Bonaparte's return? Hypothetically, of course. I think she would be worried. That it would lead to more bloodshed, you mean? The museum curator glanced over at him. It's inevitable, is it not? Is it? They say the Emperor advances on Paris without a shot being fired. So far. And if he succeeds in regaining his throne, will he be content to simply rule France in peace, do you think? Or does he still nourish dreams of reconquering all of Europe? Landru drew up and swung to face him, his features pinched with what looked like profound disquiet. One might hope the defeats of his last years, combined with all these months of exile, have sobered him. But, prompted Sebastian when the Frenchman hesitated. There was a time when Napoleon saw himself as the successor of Charlemagne. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he saw himself as the new Charlemagne. It was one of the reasons he took the title emperor rather than simply king, and why it was so important that the Pope anoint him at his coronation. His dream was to unite all of Europe beneath one law and one ruler. Has that dream died? Perhaps. But perhaps not. So tell me this, said Sebastian, his gaze drifting back over the celebrated tombs scattered about the gardens. If Sophia Capello had the Charlemagne talisman, do you think she would give it to Napoleon? I suppose that would depend on if she thought it would bring a swift peace and thus less death. Or... For one intense moment, Landru's gaze met Sebastian's. Then the Frenchman bit his lip and glanced away. Or the opposite. Chapter 51. Sebastian spent the rest of the afternoon and evening roaming the narrow, noisome streets of Paris, looking for the fille publique he'd seen standing on the Pont Neuf the night of Sophie's murder. It was a long shot, and he knew it. The girl could easily have seen nothing, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that finding her was vital, even though he knew that was most likely an illusion born of desperation. And so he walked in ever-widening circles around the Pont Neuf, combing the vast central Parisian market known as Les Halles, where even that late in the day the air still rang with the guttural shouts of the sellers, and every breath reeked of fish and raw meat and the tang of earth-covered vegetables. Beside the market lay what was now called the Marché des Innocents, a vast open square that had replaced the infamous oozing Innocents cemetery that once stood there. It was to the square's towering public fountain that the poor women and children of the neighborhood came to draw water. And so he stood for a time with his hands buried deep in the pockets of his greatcoat, his hat pulled low, his breath showing misty in the frigid air, as he scanned the ragged crowds, studying the dirt-streaked, gaunt faces and hollow eyes of the younger women. But the longer he stood there, the more he found himself wondering if he'd even recognize the girl if he saw her again. Poverty and despair had a tendency to grind out individual differences until every face started to look the same. He moved on, roaming from one wretched public fountain to the next, searching raucous squares and back alleys, until night began to fall, and he moved on to the Palais Royal. By now the wealthy, privileged women who patronized the arcades and expensive shops during the day had disappeared, their places taken by a different class of women. Women with exposed breasts, bold stares and suggestive pouts. Some, he knew, would lead their customers upstairs to small private chambers. But most retreated only as far as the nearest dark corner for a quick, furtive coupling. And as he pushed his way through the laughing, shrieking crowds of drunken men and willing women, Sebastian found himself remembering that it was here, beneath the shadowy arcades of the Palais Royal, that an 18-year-old Napoleon Bonaparte was said to have lost his virginity one night, long ago, to a comely ville publique. Here, that Camille Desmoulins delivered the fiery speech that led to the fall of the Bastille. Here that Charlotte Corday came in the darkest days of the Revolution to buy the knife she would use to kill Marat in his bathtub. They were everywhere, he realized. These endless reminders of the city's dark and deadly past.
Was that why he kept thinking that the past must have played a part in Sophie's death? Was it all simply an illusion, a mistake? Troubled by the thought, he turned south toward the Seine and the old Latin Quarter, which lay beyond it. But though he searched until the church bells of the city tolled midnight, he never found her. "The days are slipping away," he said later that night as he lay with Hero in his arms. "And I don't even know where to look next." "We can stay longer," she said, her soft hair sliding across his naked shoulder as she shifted to hold him closer. "We don't need to leave on Friday." He shook his head. "I heard people saying tonight that Napoleon has taken Grenoble and is probably at Lyon by now." "How is that even possible?" "I don't know." He speared his fingers through her hair to draw it back, so he could see her face in the golden light from the fire. "They say he still hasn't fired a shot." She was silent for a moment, her features tense with her thoughts. "The Bourbons aren't going to be able to stop him, are they?" "No. I don't think they can." Tuesday, the 14th of March. Sebastian lost most of the next day to a seemingly interminable round of meetings with Sophie's bankers and her avocat, and to sorting out the myriad details involved in arranging for the care of the house on the Rue du Champ du Repos after his departure. Madame Dion had offered to stay on with a reduced staff, and they had gratefully accepted. "I take it you are still planning to leave this Friday?" said the avocat, Monsieur Cultier, at one point. "Yes," said Sebastian. Cloutier nodded and started to say something, then stopped. "What?" The Frenchman peeled off his spectacles and rubbed his eyes with a spread thumb and forefinger. "It's probably not my place to say, but, well, I think you're wise to leave." Sebastian studied the old man's heavily lined face and sad, weary eyes. He knew by now that Jean Cloutier's clients included not only Sophie, but the Marshals McClellan and Ney as well. "You think Napoleon will reach Paris?" "Truthfully, I'd say it's virtually inevitable at this point." "You don't expect Ney to stop him?" "I suppose it's possible, but—" "But?" "Ney has always served France before all else. Make of that what you will." The old man cleared his throat, settled the spectacles back on his nose, and reached for another stack of official-looking documents. "Now, let's see what's left, shall we?" Wednesday, the 15th of March. Later, just after midnight, a storm rolled in from the north, with a howling wind that drove the rain hard against the stone walls of the old house and lifted slates from the city's ancient rooftops to send them crashing down to the cobbles below. When the rain finally died shortly before daybreak, Sebastian gave up trying to sleep and rose from his bed. Moving quietly so as not to disturb Hero, he dressed, then crept downstairs to let himself out into the cold pre-dawn. A wet hush lay over the city, with the heavy, angry clouds still pressing low on the rooftops. The rows of rain-sodden trees in the square were sombre things, wrapped in mist and dripping in the darkness. He cut through the narrow passage that led to the bridge, conscious of the vast, waiting city still sleeping around him. At the top of the steps, leading down to the tip of the island, Sebastian paused. From here, he could see both channels of the river, twin ribbons of pale quicksilver that swept swiftly back together at the island's point. To the north stood the Louvre and the Tuileries Palace, with the leafy mass of the old royal gardens stretching away into the darkness beyond that. On the southern bank, opposite the Louvre, stood the ancient convent of the Petits Augustins, which now housed the monument's museum. He could hear the rush of the river, feel the dampness of the air against his face, smell the pungent scent of wet pavement and sodden vegetation. It was a moment before he could bring himself to look down at that shadowy spot near the bridge abutment where he had found his dying mother. Only this day and tomorrow, Thursday, remained, and then they would be leaving. Whether Napoleon's escape from Elba had anything to do with Sophie's death, Sebastian still did not know. But the Emperor's relentless, seemingly unstoppable advance on Paris could no longer be ignored. In a little over 48 hours, he and Hero would be returning to London, and he was aware of a sense of frustration mingled with rage and a crashing awareness of having failed at the most important thing he had ever tried to do. He knew he was missing something that should be obvious. But what? What? He descended the worn stone stairs, his footsteps sounding abnormally loud in the stillness. At the riverbank, he paused, the water lapping at the fine silt at his feet and filling his nostrils with the cold scent of wet mud and fish. All around him, the city dripped and slumbered, as if reluctant to awaken to the coming dreary morn. He could hear the clip-clop of a lone horse's hooves and the rattle of cartwheels on the roadway of the bridge above. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, and from nearer came the quick, furtive scuff of shoe leather on wet paving stones. He turned, knowing that he'd left it too late, that he'd been so lost in his own thoughts that sounds that should have alarmed him hadn't even registered. Two men came off the old stone steps in a rush, one dark and big and meaty, as much as 4 to 6 inches taller than Sebastian, and a good 4 stone heavier. His companion was fairer and smaller, with a swollen, newly broken nose and 2 blackened eyes, and a knife gripped purposefully in one hand. The smaller man was lithe and agile, running ahead of his lumbering companion to come at Sebastian with the knife raised to strike. Sebastian ploughed into him, catching the man's wrist with both hands and twisting it, using his weight and height to wrench the man's hand behind his back and shove it up in a brutal maneuver that ripped the arm out of its socket with an audible tearing crack. The man screamed, his knife falling into the mud at their feet with a dull thump. Shifting his weight, Sebastian pivoted to send the man flying into the river with a splash. But the other man was upon Sebastian before he could turn, looming up behind him to drop a garrote over Sebastian's head. Sebastian flung up his left hand, but only managed to snag the leather thong as it tightened around his neck. He could smell the big man's rank body odour, feel the cord cutting into his hand and throat, slicing into flesh, closing off blood and air. The man's foul breath was hot against the nape of his neck, and Sebastian ducked his head forward and then slammed it back hard into the man's face. He heard the crunch of cartilage, heard the man's pained grunt, but the Frenchman simply shifted so that his cheek was pressed against the side of Sebastian's head, preventing him from repeating the maneuver. The brutal pressure on the garrote never slackened. His sight dimming, Sebastian eased his weight onto his left leg so that he could draw his right knee up close to his chest. He was losing consciousness, his fingers clumsy as he fumbled for the knife in his boot. Found it. Closing his fist around the handle, he yanked it free and drove the point up and back into the face of the man holding him. He felt the blade slice through flesh and slide across bone to plunge deep.
The man let out a high-pitched shriek, and the killing pressure cutting into Sebastian's neck eased. Wrenching the knife free, he whirled around, tearing the grot from his throat, bringing his knee up again to send the heel of his boot slamming into the big man's chest. But the man was already dying, his face a bloody mess, one eye an oozing horror, the other glazing as he fell. A splash drew Sebastian back around. The first man was struggling to his feet at the water's edge, his left hand cradling his dangling, useless arm against his side. He had his head down, looking for his dropped knife. Sebastian was lunging toward him when a flicker of movement jerked his attention to the bridge above. A shadowy figure stood within the curve of one of the bridge's bastions, a gentleman with a scarf wrapped around the lower part of his face and his hat tipped forward over his eyes. As Sebastian watched, the man calmly lifted the flintlock pistol he held in his hand, thumbed back the hammer, and took aim. Swearing loudly, Sebastian grabbed fistfuls of the sandy-haired man's wet coat and swung him around just as the figure on the bridge fired. A burst of flame exploded into the gloom above. Sebastian felt the man in his arms jerk, then slump, as the crack of the shot echoed across the abandoned wasteland, and a hot wetness poured over Sebastian's hands. Bloody hell. Shoving the dying man's body aside, Sebastian tore across the sodden grass to race up the slippery steps toward the bridge above. He heard the clatter of wheels and the rattle of trace chains, and burst up onto the platform to see a dark carriage pulling up just beyond the abutment. The gentleman at the balustrade turned, the spent pistol still in his hand. For one frozen moment his hard gaze met Sebastian's. Held it. Then the carriage's near door flew open and the unknown man darted toward it, the grace of his stride ruined by a limp as he dove into the shadowy interior. With a guttural oath, the driver whipped up his horses, and the carriage disappeared into the mists of the gathering dawn. Chapter 52. "Do you know who they are?" asked Eugène Francois Vidocq, staring down at the two dead men at their feet. The morning had dawned by now, cold and wet and grey, with a faint mist that hugged the river and drifted through the half-dead trees at the island's tip. "Not exactly." Sebastian crossed his arms at his chest, his gaze on the ex-Galerian. "But Lady Devlin identified them as the two men who attacked her on the quay." The smaller man had disguised himself as a hunchbacked poodle clipper. Eyes widening, the Frenchman looked up at him. "You showed them to her? She has seen them? Looking like this?" "Yes." "Sacré bleu," he muttered. Sebastian said, "Do you recognize them?" The head of the Sûreté Nationale scratched absently at the side of his neck as he nudged the smaller of the two men with the toe of his boot. "This one looks vaguely familiar. It may come to me." Sebastian studied the Frenchman's closed, secretive expression. Vidocq was famous for never forgetting a face, however briefly glimpsed. So why was he pretending to have forgotten this one? Sebastian could think of several explanations, and all of them were troubling. "What about the man on the bridge?" said Vidocq. "Did you recognize him?" "Only his limp." "Ah, yes." Vidocq's knees popped loudly as he hunkered down beside the larger of the silent blood-splattered figures, tilting his head first one way, then the other, as if to study the dead man's mutilated features from different angles. "You stuck your knife in his eye?" "I did, yes." "Sacré bleu," he whispered again, then cleared his throat and looked thoughtful. "How do you think they knew you were down here?" "I could be wrong, but I suspect it was sheer luck. They were probably intending to break into the house and kill me there. But then they saw me leave the Place Dauphine and made the mistake of thinking I'd just made it easier for them. Vidocq sniffed. You are a hard man to kill, Monsieur le Vicomte. I do try. The ex-Galerian huffed a deep, rumbling laugh and pushed to his feet again. You've heard Lyon has fallen. No, I hadn't heard. Still not a shot fired? Not a one. Artois was there, you know, with his army. And? He ran away. With his army? Hardly. The army went over to the Emperor. Last night the king sent the crown jewels out of the country. A few days ago everyone was saying the crown jewels left Paris in Kitty Wellington's baggage wagon. Perhaps. Except this time it's true. Baron Hugh was put in charge of the task. He's on his way to Calais, and from there to England. Sebastian knew a profound sense of uneasiness. Francois Hugh had served as officier de la Chambre du Roi for both Louis XVIII and his ill-fated elder brother Louis XVI before him. This was a tale that carried with it an ominous ring of truth. The king must be getting worried. Vidocq shrugged. They say he's still confident Napoleon will be stopped. Yet not so confident as to risk losing the crown jewels for the second time in a quarter century. I suppose he learned from his brother's mistake. In some ways, certainly, if not in all, said Vidocq with a wink. And when the time comes, if the time comes, I suspect this Louis will run away while he still can. He cast one last thoughtful glance at the dead men at their feet, then turned to walk back toward the steps that led up to the bridge. I'll send someone to haul the bodies to the morgue. They shouldn't be too long. The sandy-haired man worked for Fouché, didn't he? Said Sebastian, as they began to mount the old stone stairs. Vidocq drew up sharply, his eyes widening as he turned to face Sebastian. How did you know? A guess. A talent for disguises isn't that common. I figured he worked either for Fouché or for you. Vidocq grunted and continued up the stairs. You remember how you asked us to talk to the housekeeper out at Malmaison? Madame Sorel? Yes. Why? She's dead. Vidocq's men had a reputation for being heavy-handed in their questioning, and Sebastian felt a surge of anger, tinged with a healthy dose of guilt for having set them after the older woman in the first place. Your men got carried away, did they? What? Ah, no. Vidocq looked affronted. They never had a chance to talk to her. Found her strangled in her own bed. The housemaid, gardener, and his grandson all disappeared. Wise of them, I suppose, unless they're lying dead someplace too. That remains a possibility, obviously, so we are looking. But you'll be pleased to know we've located Josephine's Abigail. Also dead? As it happens, no. She's still very much alive. But if you intend to speak to her, you'd best be quick. She's taken a position with one of your more easily spooked countrywomen, and her ladyship is intent on fleeing Paris as soon as she can get her trunks packed. Bernadette Agasse was a petite, fine-boned woman, somewhere in her 30s, with fashionably cropped auburn curls, small even features, and the air of quiet confidence that comes from having served an empress. She met with Sebastian and Hero in a withdrawing room off the entrance hall of the Grand Marais district house, hired by her employer, an aging baroness from Kent, named Lady Bliss. The interview had been approved by her ladyship, but the Abigail was obviously still feeling uncomfortable and vaguely puzzled. She declined to take a seat and chose instead to stand just inside the room's doorway, her fingers laced tightly together, her hands pressed against the midriff of her neat grey wool gown. "I don't understand how you think I can help you," she said, looking from Sebastian to Hero and back again. "What can you tell us about the Charmaine talisman?" said Sebastian. "The talisman?" she repeated, her face carefully composed into a blank expression. "You do know it, don't you?" "Yes, of course. But why?" "We understand Josephine promised to give the amulet to Hortense. Is that true?" The Abigail nodded, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes dilated with what looked very much like a sudden upsurge of fear. "So did she?" said Sebastian. "Give it to Hortense, I mean." "Non, monsieur." So that much evidently was true. He said, "Do you know what happened to it when Josephine died?" Bernadette's gaze met his, then jerked away. "I think perhaps I should not say, my lord. It's not right, is it, for a servant to be telling tales about her previous employers, even if they are dead?" "Your sense of loyalty does you credit," said Sebastian, his voice rough with impatience, "but I don't think you understand the implications of what you're involved in here." He drew the jeweled red leather case from his pocket and held it out to her. On the evening of March the 2nd, Sophia Capello was stabbed to death on the Pont Neuf. This was found lying near where she was killed, empty. And Josephine's housekeeper has now been found murdered in her bed. For your own sake, you need to tell us what happened to the talisman when Josephine died." Bernadette stared at the case's familiar gold monogram, her thin chest juddering with her rapid breaths. "Mon Dieu!" "Tell us," he said again, when the woman still hesitated. The Abigail brought up one cupped hand to cover her nose and mouth. For a moment she squeezed her eyes shut. Then she nodded and drew a deep breath. "It was when she realized she was dying that Madame the Empress, she asked Dama Capello to take the amulet." Sebastian and Hero exchanged quick glances. "Do you know why?" "Madame thought she knew the Emperor would soon grow restless on Elba, and she worried that if he had the talisman, then he would be more likely to try to regain his throne." She paused. "And then the Allies would kill him." "So she was trying to protect him from the probable consequences of his own ambitions?" said Sebastian. "Is that what you're saying? That Josephine didn't leave the talisman to her daughter because she was afraid Hortense would give it to Napoleon?" The woman swallowed hard and nodded again. Hero said quietly, "You say Josephine asked Dama Capello to take it. Did she?" The Abigail gave a quick shake of her head. "No, madame. Dama Capello said she wasn't comfortable having it." "So what happened to it?" The Abigail looked from Hero to Sebastian, then back again, her face strained. "Tell us," said Sebastian, in the voice that had once commanded soldiers into battle. Bernadette dropped her gaze to her clenched hands. For a moment he didn't think she would answer, then she whispered, "We hid it." "We?" "Dama Capello and I. There is a secret compartment the Empress had built into the panelling in her chamber,
and we put it there. Dama Capello promised Josephine that if Napoleon died, or if Hortense and Eugène ever sold the chateau, she would retrieve the amulet and give it to Hortense. The Empress did want her daughter to have it eventually, just not yet. She hoped that if she could keep the talisman from Napoleon, then he would be less likely to attempt a return.
And if he should decide to return even without the amulet? Said Sebastian. What then?
The Abigail looked at him blankly. I don't know.
Hero said,
You say Josephine wanted it hidden. Do you know whom she was hiding it from?
The Abigail lifted her shoulders in a vague shrug.
Hortense, the Bourbons, and Orleanists, men such as the Comte de Cargès.
Cargès,
said Sebastian, so sharply that the Abigail took a frightened step back.
What makes you mention him?
The Abigail's small, sharp nose twitched with scorn. Last summer, before I left Malmaison, I found him in the Empress's chamber, tapping on the walls. I suppose Anais Sorel must have let him in. She does that sort of thing, you know, for money. When I asked what he was doing, he tried to frighten me into telling him where the amulet was hidden. A contemptuous smile twisted her lips. I told him I had no idea.
He knew Josephine had a secret compartment in her chamber?
She looked surprised by the question, as if it hadn't occurred to her before. I suppose he must have. But how could he?
Who did know of it?
Only the Empress and I, and, after I showed it to her, Dama Capello. The old carpenter who'd built it died long ago.
You're certain? No one else knew?
Yes, she said, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. Quite certain. Chapter 53.
Sebastian made the drive out to the Count of Cargès's chateau through a cold, wind-swirled mist. The afternoon was dark, the clouds still hanging low, the road a wet ribbon that wound through sodden fields. No matter which way he looked at it, Sebastian decided it seemed unlikely that any of the 3 people who had known the talisman's location in the summer of 1814 would have shared that secret with Cargès. 2, Josephine and Sophie, had disliked the man intensely, and Sebastian likewise found it difficult to believe that the Abigail Bernadette could have been the source of Cargès's knowledge. So how had the Count known where to try looking? Sebastian considered the housekeeper, Madame Sorel. He supposed she might have come upon the information in some way, but he doubted it. Anyone as shrewd and calculating as Josephine would never have trusted the woman with such a secret. So what about Napoleon? The more Sebastian thought about it, the more that struck him as a real possibility. The Emperor could easily have known of the existence of Josephine's secret compartment without knowing its exact location. And whom else would he send to search for it besides his loyal comrade and childhood friend? One of his sisters or brothers, perhaps? But they were a half-mad and untrustworthy lot. Hortense? That seemed more likely. Except, had she even been in Paris last summer? He didn't think so, although she had surely searched the house without success many times since. Josephine's secret compartment must have been very well disguised indeed.
By the time Sebastian arrived at the Chateau de Marigny, the cloud-shrouded sun was slipping low on the darkening horizon, leaving a cold wind that burned Sebastian's cheeks and cut to the bone. "Think he's here?" said Tom, staring up at the dirty, darkened windows as Sebastian drew up before the neglected chateau. Sebastian handed the boy the reins and hopped down to the gravel sweep. "Hopefully. It's a bit chilly to spend the evening combing the guinguettes of Montmartre and Belleville." He turned at the sound of the front door creaking open behind him. A scruffy-looking retainer in a rusty black coat and yellowing linen stood in the partially open doorway, peering out at them. In age, he could have been anywhere, between 65 and 80, his cheeks pale and gaunt, his pate bald except for a few wisps of white hair. He held a candle in one hand and had the other palm cupped around the flame to protect it from the wind. "Who are you?" he demanded. Sebastian walked toward him, the gravel crunching beneath his boots. "The name is Devlin. I'm here to see the Count." The elderly maître d'hôtel gave a slow, ponderous nod. "Ah, yes. He said I was to let you in if you were to come." He nudged the door open wider with his foot. "This way." Sebastian stepped into a soaring, cobweb-draped entrance hall, tiled in dirty white marble, littered with scattered clumps of dried mud, such as might have fallen from a gardener's boots. A graceful staircase with several missing spindles curled away into darkness, its carved banister dull from a lack of polish. The air inside the house was dank and musty, and felt even colder than the outside. What rooms Sebastian could see opening off the hall lay in shadow and appeared virtually empty, except for a disparate collection of overflowing bookcases. Dozens of bookcases. Here was a side of Niccolò Aravina that Sebastian would never have guessed. And as he crossed the filthy, cracked floor in the butler's wake, he found himself having to slightly readjust every assumption, every theory he'd formed about the Corsican. Clothed in a splendid silk dressing-gown thrown casually over shiny leather breeches and a worn open-necked shirt, the Count sat in a tapestry-covered chair, drawn up before a log fire roaring on the massive hearth of what had once been an elegant drawing-room. Now the space contained only the tattered old chair, a gilded, octagonal marble-topped table that stood at the Count's elbow, and an untidy sea of stacked books. A liver-coloured hound lay at the man's feet, and he had a ginger cat in his lap. A second cat, this one white, sprawled on the back of his chair. The only light in the room came from the fire and a branch of candles perched precariously atop the pile of books on the table at his side. The rest of the room lay in shadow. "You'll pardon me for not rising," said the Count, the fingers of one hand rhythmically stroking the cat in his lap. "But I can't disturb Rui here. If you care for refreshment, do feel free to ring for it yourself. The bell does work, although, to be honest, Jeanne might not answer it." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," said Sebastian, going to hold his cold hands out to the fire. Cargès watched him through narrowed eyes. "Do I take it you've discovered something you think redounds to my discredit?" Sebastian turned to face him. "You didn't tell me you'd been caught ransacking Malmaison in search of the Charlemagne talisman." "I don't think I'd use the word ransacking exactly." "Oh? What would you prefer? Thoroughly searching?" Cargès snorted. "Not thoroughly enough, unfortunately.
I never did find the thing."
"What made you think it was still there?"
"Well, I knew Hortense didn't have it."
"How could you be so certain of that?"
"Because I knew how desperately she was still searching for it."
"Interesting that the housekeeper neglected to tell me of your visit."
"One assumes she forgot."
"One might also assume that you paid her to forget." A faint smile tightened the skin beside the Corsican's dark eyes.
"One could assume all sorts of things, I suppose."
He shifted his hand to scratch behind the ginger cat's ears.
"And now you think Madame Sorel notified me of Sophia Capello's visit to my maison, do you?"
"It does seem a likely scenario."
"Does it? What a murderous fellow you must think me. So you're assuming what? That having failed in my search of dear Josephine's chambers, I then paid her decidedly greedy old housekeeper to notify me if Sophia Capello should ever show up to retrieve the talisman? Has it occurred to you that if Madame Sorel was supplementing her income by keeping me apprised of interesting visits to the chateau, then she very likely had a similar arrangement with others?
Such as?
Hortense, for one. But
the Count waved his unoccupied hand through the air in a vague gesture.
Perhaps you should ask the housekeeper herself, or get that nasty little ex-Galerian to do it for you. I understand his methods are most effective, when he wants them to be."
Sebastian thought about the housekeeper lying strangled in her bed and said simply, "Meaning?" Cages tilted his head back against his chair.
"Meaning that we are a divided nation of constantly shifting loyalties. A man or a woman considered a hero and patriot one day can easily find themselves dubbed a traitor the next, and be punished accordingly."
Sebastian let his gaze drift around the shadowy, once beautiful room, with its 17th century carved panelling and peeling frescoed ceiling. The contrast between the chateau's meticulously maintained gardens and the ruin of a house was stark. As if following Sebastian's thoughts, Cages said,
"My wife fell in love with this chateau. It was because of her that I acquired it. But while the fields and greenhouses are of use to me, the house itself—"
The features of his face twitched and he shrugged.
"It is full of ghosts."
"And books," said Sebastian.
"And books,"
agreed the Corsican.
"They keep me company in ways the ghosts cannot."
He dropped his gaze to the purring cat in his lap.
"You know, Napoleon always loved Josephine, but she drove him mad with her spendthrift ways. And after she was unfaithful to him while he was in Egypt, he never again respected her."
"I wasn't aware that he ever had much respect for women in general." Again that faint tightening of the eyes that suggested amusement.
"Not overly much, no. Although he is genuinely fond of his second wife, Marie-Louise. Not only did she quickly present him with a legitimate son whom he adores, but as a woman she was young, pretty, and quite taken with him as a man. And of course, as the daughter of the Emperor of Austria, she promised to cement the acceptance of his line into the ranks of the royal houses of Europe."
"An unfulfilled promise," said Sebastian. The Corsican sighed.
"As it turned out, yes. She and her son were supposed to join him in Elba, you know. But her father stopped her. Just think. If the Austrians had allowed her to go to Napoleon, and if the Bourbons had paid the 2 million livre pension as promised, he might still be on Elba, filling his days with the supervision of a never-ending program of ambitious public works and teaching his young son to ride and shoot. He might, said Sebastian. The last he'd heard, Marie-Louise was indulging in a torrid love affair with a handsome equerry sent by her father specifically to seduce her and wean her away from Napoleon. It had worked extraordinarily well. The Austrian emperor obviously knew his daughter. How old is the boy now? The King of Rome? Nearly 4. They say Marie-Louise has no use for him any more, and has abandoned him to her Austrian servants who use him abominably. Ironic, is it not, that his fate should so closely parallel that of the boy king, Louis XVII. Last I heard, no one has locked Napoleon's son in a dark tower, sodomized and beaten him senseless, and left his wounds to fester. Not yet, said Sargès. I suppose his fate will rest upon the success of his father's last, desperate gamble. As will the fates of so many others. The Corsican inclined his head. How true. And for what? Said Sebastian. To satisfy one man's exaggerated amour-propre? Amour-propre? Or sense of destiny? Is there a difference? Perhaps not. Cargès watched the ginger cat stand up, arch its back in a stretch, then hop down to trot across the dusty floor toward the door. Telling, is it not, that no one ever attributed Louis XVIII's decades-long quest to regain his family's throne to amour-propre, or blamed Marie-Thérèse's even greater dynastic drive on her own overweening pride and lust for revenge? If you're looking for an argument from me, said Sebastian, you won't get one on that score. Cargès opened his eyes wide. No? Interesting. He pushed to his feet. You've heard the king will be addressing the Chambre Législative tomorrow. They say he intends to swear to maintain the constitutional charter and warn of the dangers of civil war. It will be interesting to see how he is received by the crowds in the streets. He's been hiding lately. I hear his gout has been acting up. So it has. Sebastian was aware of the Corsican studying him with an intensity he found oddly disconcerting. Why are you doing this? Said Cargès. I can understand how you might have felt compelled at first to look into Sofia Capello's murder when you practically stumbled over her body. But it's been nearly 2 weeks. Seems a bit above and beyond and all that. Not for me. And not in this case, huh? He paused, then said, I have met Marshal McClellan, you know. Sebastian kept his features composed in an expression of polite boredom. Indeed? A slow smile spread across the Corsican's beard-stubbled face. Oh, yes. The smile lingered but shifted subtly. I did tell you once that the roses whisper to me. Did I not? Yes, said Sebastian, wondering where the man was going with this. As you are no doubt aware, there were during the war various individuals in Paris who used to pass information to Whitehall. Some were genuinely secret, loyal royalists, but not all, said Sebastian. Thus it is always. Yes. Predictably, 1 or 2 were actually working with Fouché, deliberately feeding false information to the British. Sebastian didn't need to ask how Cargès had come to know this. After all, the Count himself had once worked with Napoleon's extensive and highly effective intelligence service, helping smuggle French spies' reports out of England with his rose shipments. "It seems," Cargès was saying, "that one of these individuals was mentioned in conversation between Napoleon and Dama Capello when she was in Elba." The Corsican paused, then added, "A conversation overheard by one of the spies the Bourbons have on the island. Interestingly, however, the spy was unable to catch the individual's name." Sebastian studied the Corsican's dark, still faintly smiling face. "You're suggesting this individual would thus have had reason to kill Sofia Capello? To prevent the true nature of his activities during the war from becoming known to the Bourbons? It strikes you as a possibility as well, does it? And do you know the name of this individual?" "Unfortunately, no." The smile had faded from the Frenchman's eyes. "You do believe me, don't you? Is there a reason I should?" He shrugged. "Perhaps not, but you should. Nevertheless, Fouché knows the individual's name, obviously, but Fouché is playing both sides now. They say the king is about to offer him the Ministry of Police. Will he accept? If the king triumphs, then yes. Otherwise, I've no doubt Napoleon will offer him the same position." Sebastian was silent for a moment, watching the fire crackle on the hearth and listening to the cold wind buffet the walls of the old chateau. He was remembering the sinister, pale former Minister of Police who had approached him in the Place Dauphine for reasons he'd never quite understood. The sandy-haired man lying dead on the blood-drenched banks of the Seine, and the bland smile of an ambitious artillery officer whose English wife had somehow managed, against all odds, to be accepted at Marie-Thérèse's court, despite the Duchess's avowed hatred of anyone who'd ever served under Napoleon. "Tell me this," said Sebastian. "How common in Paris were copies of the London newspapers during the war?" "Common? Not common at all." "Even amongst officers in the military?" "Hardly. Amongst Fouché's men, perhaps. But the military? No." "Why do you ask?" Chapter 54. "You can't think Cargès was talking about Fanny's husband," said Hero later that evening, as they strolled the lamp-lit streets of old Paris, past quiet ancient churches, scented by centuries of incense, and cafes boisterous with music and laughter. The wind had died, but the air was still cold, and Hero kept her hands buried deep in her small fur muff. Oh, surely not. He was in a position under Napoleon to acquire the kind of information that would have seemed useful to Whitehall, said Devlin, as they turned up the Rue Saint-Honoré. And now his wife is close enough to the Bourbon court to have heard whispers of the spy's report about Sophie. It's her position at court that makes me suspect him. Well, that, plus what she told you about the Morning Chronicle. It explains why she's been accepted at court, even though Marie-Thérèse treats the wives of all the other men who served under Napoleon like, how was it someone put it? Cockroaches. I know people say it's because Fanny is English, but I'm not convinced that would be enough. It's much more believable that Marie-Thérèse made an exception for Fanny because she thinks Fanny's husband was a secret royalist who spent the Napoleonic years faithfully sending genuine reports to Whitehall. And now he's killed Sophie for fear she would expose him? But that doesn't make sense. By the 2nd of March, Napoleon had already landed in the south of France. Why would a man who'd once served the Emperor so faithfully choose that moment to kill in an attempt to keep what he'd done a secret. He would if he had no idea the Emperor was coming. And even if he did know, how many people thought Napoleon would actually succeed? He still hasn't succeeded. Not yet. They had reached the Place Vendôme, and Hero fell silent for a moment as they stared across the vast octagonal square at the towering bronze column erected there by Napoleon in honor of the victory at Austerlitz. From the monument's top, where the statue of the Emperor had once stood, fluttered the white flag of the Bourbon. But looking at it now, she found herself wondering, for how much longer? "And Fanny," she said, as they crossed the square toward the monument, "do you think she knows?" "I think she knows the game her husband was playing during the war. Does she know he killed her good friend? Surely she must at least suspect it." Hero shook her head. "I can't believe it." "Why? Because she's a small, engaging Englishwoman who wears spectacles and writes like Jane Austen?" She gave a muffled laugh, her head falling back as she gazed up at the column's spiraling bas-reliefs. "Partially, I suppose. But also because I can't believe anyone who knew Sophie would think she could betray them or anyone else to the Bourbon." "I'm not so sure about that," said Devlin. "In my experience, liars tend to suspect others of lying, and cheaters always fear they're being cheated. I can see a man who would do anything to ingratiate himself with the newly restored monarchy, assuming that others would do the same." "But Colonel de Gautier doesn't limp." "No, he doesn't. Our friend with the limp is probably someone from Fouché's old intelligence network. The same as your poodle clipper friend." She gave a faint shake of her head. "None of this explains why Sophie had the talisman's case with her that night, or why someone tortured and killed her Abigail." "It doesn't explain why she had the talisman case," he admitted, turning his back on the column. "But think about this. If an ambitious and ruthless traitor killed Sophie to keep his treason secret, and then recognized the empty talisman case in her reticule, what do you think he'd do?" Hero looked at him for a long, silent moment. "Try to find the talisman, so he could use it to his advantage." He nodded. "Exactly." Thursday, the 16th of March. The next morning, Sebastian and Hero joined the crowds of sullen onlookers gathered to watch King Louis XVIII's grand procession from the Tuileries to the Palais Bourbon, where he was scheduled to address the nation's combined legislative assemblies. The sky was a dreary grey and spitting rain. The crowds unnaturally quiet. The king's new state coach so absurdly heavy with ornate gilded carvings that it required 8 snowy white horses to pull it at a slow crawl. "So what precisely is the purpose of this grand spectacle?" said Hero, as an advance contingent of the Garde Royale trotted past in their splendid uniforms, their horses' hooves clattering on the wet paving stones, their grand plumes limp with the damp. Sebastian studied the stony faces of the guardsmen beneath their tall headgear, their jaws set, their eyes fixed straight ahead. They gave every appearance of being loyal to their king, and yet one after another every army sent south to stop Napoleon had gone over to him. The ranks of his followers were growing every day, not with callow, untested recruits, but with battle-hardened men, seasoned by the blood and mud of Austerlitz and Leipzig, Murderous, Talavera, and in the long, agonizing retreat from Moscow.
"I suspect," he said quietly, "the idea is to reassure the king's subjects that he intends to respect what's left of the liberties they fought so hard to win with the revolution." She looked over at him. "Does anyone in the palace actually think people will believe that?" Sebastian gave a soft laugh. "Louis himself might believe it. I'm not so sure about anyone else." The king was abreast of them now, one hand raised in a languid, regal wave. Dressed in a dark blue coat with gold epaulets, he wore an old-fashioned powdered wig that had the effect of making him look like a relic of the 18th century. Without the wig, he was white-haired and balding, and between his monumental girth and frequent attacks of gout, he typically used a wheeled chair to get around. Now 59, he'd spent more than a third of his life in exile, living in Prussia, Russia, and England, and had been restored to his hereditary dignities only by the might of the Allied armies. As monarchs went, he was fairly benevolent, but he was also childless, which meant that when he died, the crown would pass to his younger brother Artois, and Artois was anything but benevolent. "No one's cheering," whispered Hero. "No." Sebastian let his gaze drift over the silent crowd. There were no hussars, no shouts of "Vive le roi." By far the vast majority of those assembled to stare quietly at their king were women, old men, and the very young. And it occurred to Sebastian, as another troop of plumed, superbly mounted young guards clattered past, that most of these soldiers and more than half the ragged throng assembled to watch the king's passage today had been born since he'd fled his country a quarter-century ago. Louis was essentially a stranger to them, a stranger associated in most people's minds with the past centuries of excess and oppression and the kind of nasty abuses that led to a grim stone tower being named Tour Bombert. "Where do you think he is now?" said Hero, as another troop of cavalry clattered past. "Napoleon, I mean." "With any luck, he's in Marshal Ney's iron cage." Hero turned her head to look at him. "But you don't think so?" Sebastian shook his head. "I think—" He broke off, as his gaze fell on a young woman in a tawdry pale blue gown standing beside a nearby lamp-post. She was small and slightly built, surely no more than 15 or 16, with a ragged red cloak and honey-coloured hair she wore shoved up under a tattered straw hat with a torn brim. "What is it?" said Hero, watching him. He brought his lips closer to her ear. "The girl just there, the fair-haired one in the red cloak by the lantern. She's the fille publique who was on the bridge the night my mother was killed." Hero was careful not to stare at her. "What do we do?" He frowned. "I'm working on that." Chapter 55. They waited until the last of the royal procession had passed, and the sombre throng that had gathered to watch it began to drift away. Without looking at Hero, Sebastian crossed the street toward the girl. She appeared to be alone, and moved away aimlessly, as if simply filling in time until the coming of evening. He didn't think she'd recognized him. The air on the Rue de Rivoli was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and rotting teeth and the horse droppings left by the departed procession. The girl cut across the Rue Saint-Honoré, and Sebastian followed her up past a dilapidated old church. He was careful not to glance toward Hero, who was keeping abreast of the girl on the far side of the street. It was Hero the girl noticed first. Sebastian was aware of her casting quick, anxious glances at the extraordinarily tall gentlewoman in the rich burgundy pelisse, and ostrich-plumed hat, who inexplicably stayed with her as she turned up the Rue des Petits Champs toward the Place de Victoire. Grandly dressed ladies did not walk the streets of Paris, for without pedestrian pavements to lift them up and away from the muck and manure, their fine slippers would quickly be ruined, the hems of their grand silk and muslin gowns hopelessly soiled. And so, even though she might not understand why, the girl sensed that this unknown gentlewoman was in some way a threat to her. Hastening her step, the girl turned down one of that warren of old streets that stretched away to the north of the Palais Royal, then darted sideways into a narrow, noisome passage that cut between two decrepit old houses. It was there that she heard Sebastian's footsteps. She whirled with a startled gasp to see him coming up behind her, then turned to try to run. He pushed past her, blocking her way forward. She spun back toward the street, only to find Hero already there at the passage's entrance, trapping her between them. "We don't mean you any harm," said Sebastian, holding his hands spread wide, palms up. "We simply want to talk to you." "Talk?" The girl swung toward him again, her face pale and trembling, her chest jerking with her frightened breaths. "Just talk. 2 weeks ago I saw you standing beside the statue base on the Pont Neuf. It was perhaps 8:30. The night was cold and misty, and—" He saw her eyes go wide, her lips parting in terror, and knew she had seen something that night. She cast a frantic glance around the dark, rubbish-strewn passage, as if desperate to escape, and Sebastian said quietly, "You don't need to be frightened. We only want to know what happened on the bridge that night. The woman who was killed was very dear to me." The girl bit her lower lip, her gaze falling to the wretched muck at her feet. He said, "Tell us what you saw. I swear to you, no one need ever know where it came from." "Why should I believe you?" "Because I'm asking you here, now, rather than hauling you off to the Sûreté Nationale." She let out a mewl of fear and scuttled sideways to flatten her back against one of the passage's old stone walls. "We don't want you hurt," said Hero. "We only want to know what happened that night." The girl looked from him to Hero and back again. "I don't know anything." "Yes, you do. You saw her, didn't you? A tall, older woman in a dark blue pelisse with a velvet collar." The girl hesitated a moment, then gave a faint, reluctant nod. Sebastian said, "Did she arrive by carriage or in a fiacre?" "Fiacre," whispered the girl. "The driver drew up at the entrance to the Place Dauphine, and she got out." Why, he thought. Why hadn't Sophie told the fiacre driver to take her into the square itself? "Then what?" said Hero. "She just stood there a moment, looking into the square. I think she was nervous." "What makes you say that?" The girl shrugged. "I could tell." Sebastian believed her. This was a girl whose very survival must all too often depend on her ability to read the emotions and intents of others. He said, "How long did she stand there?" Another shrug. "Not long. Then she turned and walked out onto the bridge, not fast, like she was going someplace. More like she was trying to screw up her courage to do something." To do something. Something such as enter the Place Dauphine, ring a bell and face the son she had abandoned more than 20 years before. Aloud he said, "Then what?" "Then—" a pinched look appeared around the girl's nostrils. "Then they came." "They?" "The man and the woman."
Sebastian's heart was pounding so hard, it was roaring in his ears. He barely heard Hero say, "What did this man and woman look like?" The girl gave a shrug that was more like a shiver. "He was tall, lean. The woman? Well, I think maybe she was smaller, but I don't really know. I didn't pay much attention to her." Sebastian said, "They were walking?" The girl shook her head. "They came from the carriage." "What carriage?" "The one that was waiting near the entrance to the square." "What sort of carriage was it?" "Just a carriage." "Not a fiacre?" "No." "You say the carriage was waiting, not following the fiacre?" "No. It was there before." Waiting for Sophie, thought Sebastian. Except how could anyone have known to expect her there? And then he understood. They had known the same way Hortense had learned of Sophie's visit to Malmaison. They had paid one of Sophie's servants to alert them of her return to Paris, and that same informant had no doubt told them exactly where she was going that night. Aloud he said, "What did the man and the woman do?" "They followed her." "You mean they followed the first woman when she walked out over the river?" The girl nodded. "She walked almost to the right bank, then turned to start back. That's when she saw them. The man and the woman following her, I mean." "Did she know them, do you think?" "I suppose. They spoke, but I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear." "And then?" "Then the tall woman pushed past them and kept walking toward the island. That's when the man—" The girl sucked in a quick, frightened breath. "That's when—" She broke off again, her voice falling to a barely audible whisper. "I think he stabbed her. I don't know what happened after that. I ran." "Was there anyone else around?" "No. No one. Well, no one except their coachman." "Was he in livery? The coachman, I mean?" "I don't know. It was dark." Hero said, "Tell us more about the man, the one who stabbed the woman. You say he was tall. How tall?" The girl twitched one shoulder. "Tall?" She jerked her chin towards Sebastian. "Not as tall as him, though." So probably not de Tullet, Sebastian thought, trying to remember the height of Colonel de Gautier. "How old?" "Your age, maybe, more or less." "Dark or fair?" "I don't know." Her breathing had stilled. She was beginning to sound less afraid, more aggrieved and impatient with their questioning. "It was night, and he wore a hat." "What about the woman? Was she fair, dark? How was she dressed?" Again the negative. "You say you hid the amulet here at first. So where is it now?" The man's homely features took on a triumphant smile. "In the catacombs." "The catacombs?" Landru nodded. "The tunnels are miles long and labyrinthian. No one will ever find it there." "Unless they torture you to make you talk," said Sebastian. "The people who killed Sophia Capello also tortured and killed her Abigail, you know. They broke her fingers one by one." The museum director's mouth sagged as he sucked in a frightened little hiccuping breath. He might have devoted the last 25 years of his life to saving France's artistic heritage, but at heart he was still an artist, personally illustrating each of the fat volumes of his collections catalogue, and for an artist to lose the use of his hands. He swallowed hard, his chest jerking as he sucked in a quick breath of air. "How did you know I had the amulet?" "Once we'd learned Sophie was coming from the Quai Malaquais, the night she was killed, it was the only explanation that made sense." It occurred to Sebastian that Sophie's killers must not have seen the direction from which her fiacre had approached that night, but he wouldn't be surprised if they eventually managed to put it all together. "Mon Dieu," Landry whispered, one hand coming up to swipe down over his eyes as he turned half away. "If you've figured it out, then—" He broke off and swung to face them again, his hand falling to his side, his jaw hardening. "If I gave you the amulet now, what would you do with it?" Sebastian met Hero's gaze. Sophie might not have died because of the amulet, but keeping it from falling into Bonaparte's hands again had been important to her, and it seemed only right that they finish what she had started. Hero said, "What would you suggest, monsieur?" "Get it out of France quickly. Keep it someplace safe until Napoleon is no longer a threat to the security of Europe. Then return it to the French people." He paused, looking anxiously from one to the other. "Would you do that?" "You would trust us?" said Sebastian. "To keep it safe from Napoleon? Yes, of course. To return it in time to France?" Landru hesitated. "If you give me your word of honor as a gentleman, then yes, I think so." "We leave for England tomorrow." "Then there is no time to lose. We must get it now, quickly." He stooped to pick up his lantern, then said, "It would be best if we had a second lantern. The catacombs can be dangerous." Sebastian felt an unpleasant chill run up his spine. A second lantern, definitely. The official entrance to the catacombs lay far to the south, but there were other points of access scattered across the left bank, in the cellars of taverns and ancient houses, and in the crypts of the city's abandoned churches and monasteries. Émile Landru led them through a small arched door set into the convent's back garden wall, then along a twisting string of streets to the crumbling ruins of a 12th century chapel. There, in the chapel's ancient crypt, they paused to light their lanterns. Then he pulled aside a tangle of ivy to expose a seemingly endless set of stone-cut steps that led straight down into the dark bowels of the earth. The air wafting up from below was dank and cold and pungent with the scent of damp stone. "You go first," said Sebastian, holding one of the lanterns. The museum director took the second lantern and nodded. The stairs were narrow and steep, the low ceiling that closed over their heads blackened by smoke from the candles and torches of centuries past. At the base of the flight of steps, they found themselves in a vast open space hewn out of the rock by long-dead miners, with a scattering of column-like formations supporting the low stone ceiling. Some of the columns were simply sections of the raw sandstone that had been left in place when the tunnels were cut. Others were artificial, newer stacks of masonry brought in to help shore up the old mines and keep them from collapsing and bringing down the city above. As the light from their lanterns danced over the surrounding walls, Sebastian could see the yawning mouths of 5 tunnels that opened up in all directions. He had expected utter silence this deep below the earth. Instead, a steady drip-drip of moisture joined with a chorus of faint moans and groans that echoed ominously from all directions. "What is that noise?" said Hero, her voice hushed. "Sometimes the mines settle," said Landru.
lighting a torch that stood in a bracket fastened to the wall near the base of the steps. The flame flared up, casting its golden glow over the surrounding rocks. "Lovely," she said under her breath.
"Best stay close behind me, so you don't get lost," he said, and picked up his lantern again. "It happens." They followed him down one of the high, gaping tunnels that opened up to the right of the stairs. "Some people don't like it down here," he said, his voice echoing back to them. "Imagine that," said Sebastian, and he heard Hero's soft, shaky laugh. The shaft they followed was twisting but empty, its stone walls bare. But after some minutes, they reached a place where the tunnel opened up into another cavernous space, and Sebastian heard Hero give a faint gasp. Everywhere they looked were bones, countless thousands and thousands of bones, skulls and tibiae stacked in alternating rows to form fat columns, ribs curving into decorative hearts, femurs stacked up and splayed out as if to form an arch. "My God," he whispered, playing the light from his lantern over an entire wall some 30 feet long and 15 feet high, and lined with long bones topped by rows and rows of skulls. "These are all from an old churchyard on the Ile Saint-Louis," said Landru. "At first the bones were simply brought here and dumped in vast haphazard piles. It was Napoleon who sent in crews to tidy things up. It's beautiful, yes?" It was beautiful, Sebastian thought, in a profoundly horrible and unsettling way. There was no individuality here, nothing to distinguish one skull or long bone from the next. Whatever wealth, talent, power, beauty, or virtue these tens of thousands of the dead had once possessed was lost. All were reduced to anonymity, to the commonality of the one thing they'd all shared, their inescapable mortality. And their bones. "This is only one small section of the catacomb, of course," Landru was saying. "The remains of something like 6 million people are down here." "How do you keep from getting lost?" said Hero, her reticule dangling half-forgotten from one hand, as she stared in fascination at a macabre mosaic formed entirely of vertebrae and clavicles. The museum director nodded to a narrow black line painted up close to the near wall. "See it? There?" "Ah," said Hero. At one end of the cavern lay a stone slab set up on 4 low pillars to form a crude altar, and it was to this that Landru went. "Every year, on All Souls' Day," he said, hunkering down beside it, "the priests from the church come here to say Mass and clean the altar." He reached out to dig behind one of the pillars and came up with a small parcel tied with twine. "I wrapped the amulet in silk and oilcloth to protect it as best I could, and included a written history of how it came to be here. I figured that if something were to happen to me, the priests would find it. I couldn't bear to think of such an ancient, beautiful piece being lost forever." Straightening, he laid the small package atop the stone altar and carefully removed its wrappings with hands that were not quite steady. "Have you ever seen anything like it?" he said reverently, lifting the reliquary into the golden light of the lantern. "Incredible, to think that it's over 1,000 years old." Sebastian sucked in a deep breath scented with damp stone, old incense and mouldering bones. The talisman was smaller than he'd expected, but exquisitely made. The gold fretwork and repoussé decorations delicate,
the polished gemstones shimmering in the light. "It's lovely," said Hero. Landru gazed at it a moment, his face pinched. Then he closed his fist around the reliquary and held it out. "Here, take it." Sebastian hesitated, then reached for it. He didn't know what he'd been expecting. A jolt of energy, perhaps, or at least some physical sense of the enormous power the piece had been believed for so many centuries to possess. But he felt only the cold of the metal, and the smooth stones and the fragility of the ancient gold work. "Do you come down here often?" he asked, carefully tucking the talisman into an inner pocket of his greatcoat. "Sometimes," said Landru, picking up his lantern. "It's a thought-provoking place, yes. Although, of course, there is always the danger of a collapse or one's lantern going out." Sebastian was suddenly acutely conscious of the fragility of the single flame he carried, while Hero cleared her throat and said, "Shall we go?" They followed the museum director back the way they had come. Sebastian could hear the strange murmurings of the earth settling around them, in a series of groans and sighs that combined eerily with the drip of moisture and the furtive rustlings of scurrying rats. He found himself remembering the various stories he'd heard of how in years past, when the old mines had been used by smugglers and thieves, men had been known to become so lost and disoriented down here that they'd never been found, and about how the bodies of the revolution's victims were often dumped in the mines without waiting for them to be reduced to bone. The grisly chambers were simply bricked up and sealed off. He found that the longer he was down here, the more each breath he took began to taste of the tomb, of death. "Thank God," he heard Hero whisper as they rounded a twist in the tunnel to see the glow of the distant torch. They had almost reached the steep stone-cut steps when Sebastian heard the soft but unmistakable whisper of a footstep on stone, followed by the rasp of a pistol's hammer being pulled back, and a woman's crisp voice saying in English, "Stop there, please." Chapter 57. "Mon Dieu," whispered Landru, drawing up abruptly. Wearing a delicate muslin gown with kid half-boots, a soft blue velvet pelisse frogged with silver, and a jaunty plumed hat, Fanny Carpenter stepped out of the shadows of one of the tunnels behind the stairs. The identity of the man who ranged himself beside her was unknown to Sebastian, but his lean form and the set of his head and shoulders were as unmistakable as his hitching stride. "S'il vous plaît," the man added with a mocking half-smile as he levelled the muzzle of his gun on Sebastian's chest. "So, did you follow us or figure it all out yourselves?" said Sebastian, moving up to stand beside Hero and Landru. Fanny simply shook her head. "All we want is the amulet. Give it to us, and you'll come to no harm." "Sounds fair enough," said Sebastian, even though he knew it for a lie. They would shoot him first, he figured, thinking that they could then deal easily with Hero and Landru. But then they didn't know Hero. "Give it to me," said Fanny, holding out one finely gloved hand. "It's in my pocket," said Sebastian. "I'll need to set down the lantern to get it." "Move very carefully, monsieur," said the man with the gun. Slowly setting the lantern at his feet, Sebastian caught Hero's gaze, held it for one significant moment, and saw her give a barely perceptible nod as her fingers began to work at the ties of her reticule.
And here I thought your sole interest in all this was simply to hide the truth about your husband's activities during the war, said Sebastian, reaching into his greatcoat as he straightened. An expression he couldn't quite decipher flitted across Fanny's small, even features. "It was," she said, "until we saw the talisman case." And he understood then how it all fit together, and felt a tide of cold rage sweep through him. "So whom will you give the talisman to, Marie-Thérèse or Napoleon?" She gave a faint shrug. "Whoever wins, of course. They will no doubt be most appreciative, and thus reward you handsomely." He drew the amulet from his pocket and held it up by its chain, so that the reliquary swung back and forth, the old mellow gold and finely polished gemstones glimmering in the flickering torchlight. At the sight of it, a smile of satisfaction parted Fanny's lips. "I'll never understand why you've expended so much time and energy interfering in the death of a woman you never even met." "Don't you know?" "She was my mother," said Sebastian, and threw the talisman at her companion's face. Caught off guard, the Frenchman was still scrambling to catch the piece of delicate gold when Sebastian charged. Grabbing the flintlock's long barrel, he shoved the muzzle to one side and twisted it hard enough to jerk the man's finger off the trigger. He heard the man's breath expel in a startled grunt of pain, heard the clatter of metal against stone as the flintlock fell to their feet and went skittering away. "Bâtard!" swore the Frenchman, his hands coming up to clamp around Sebastian's neck, squeezing hard as he jammed his thumbs painfully up under Sebastian's jaw. His lips peeling away from his teeth in a grimace, Sebastian slammed his fist into the side of the Frenchman's head. The man grunted, then lost his footing as he tried to jerk away from a second blow. He went down hard, dragging Sebastian over with him. Sebastian saw an outcropping of rock rushing toward them and twisted as they fell, driving the side of the man's head into the stone wall of the tunnel with a sickening thwunk. "Look out!" shouted Hero. Then a deafening roar echoed around the enclosed space, and the air filled with smoke and the stench of cordite and burned powder. Sebastian felt an explosion of pain tear through his right leg, spinning him around to slam him back against the wall beside him. He was dimly aware of Fanny crouched at the mouth of the tunnel, the Frenchman's flintlock clutched in both hands, but his sight was beginning to blur, his legs buckling beneath him. The last thing he saw was Fanny's look of triumph. Then everything disappeared in a spray of blood and shattered bone, when Hero pointed her muffed pistol at the woman's chest and squeezed the trigger. Chapter 58. Saturday, 18th of March. Sebastian's dreams were disjointed. A hellish mix of searing pain and strange, disconnected images. Endless mounds of hideously grinning skulls. An ominous slanting blade that hung glittering in the sun before slowly beginning to drip blood. The portrait of a man. His uniform that of the enemy. His eyes, a familiar haunting yellow. At one point Dr. Pelleton was there, bending over him, features tight with concern. Then his mother came to him, a gentle smile curving her lips as she bent to press her cool hand to his hot forehead. But when Sebastian reached for her, she disappeared in a red mist, and he felt his chest heave with a piercing sorrow and soul-wrenching sense of loss and sobs that went on and on until he thought they would never stop. The next time he opened his eyes, it was to find Hero sitting in a straight-backed wooden chair beside him. He was in the guest bedroom of the house on the Place Dauphine, and she leaned forward in a way that told him she must have noticed him stirring. "Bonsoir," she said, with a trembling smile. "Feeling better?" It seemed an exhausting effort simply to speak,
but he made himself do it. His voice came out cracked and hoarse. "What day is it?" "Saturday." She reached out to press her fingertips to his lips. "But hush. Don't try to talk. You must rest." He shook his head. "Saturday the what?" "The 18th. And Napoleon?" "Don't worry about Napoleon."
"Where is he?"
"No one is sure. He was at Auxerre a few days ago."
"Auxerre? And Marshal Ney?"
He read the truth in her eyes even before she said it. Napoleon's triumphant advance and the enthusiasm of the people and the army convinced Ney that the Bourbon cause is lost forever. He's joined the Emperor, and his army with him.
"Bloody hell,"
swore Sebastian. He fumbled with the bed covers, meaning to cast them aside, get up and get dressed. Instead he gasped and almost passed out as a white-hot flare of agony shot up his right leg. He lay panting, aware of the sense of something oddly heavy and immobile where his legs should be. He knew too many men who had awakened from amputations racked with pain from a limb that was no longer there. He had to force himself to put his worst fears into words.
"My leg. Do I still have it?"
She put her hand on his arm as if to calm him. "You do, yes. But Dr. Pelleton doesn't want you to move for another week at least. Please, lie still." Sebastian